the reconstruction of the relations between culture, nature, and society in this important part of the world. It also aims at a post-development moment in which the unidimensional character of development as an economistic project of social, cultural, and ecological transformation is called into question. Point 26. Conclusion. The Colombian Pacific Coast region is witnessing the development of an important social movement, explicitly conceived from an ethno-cultural perspective. This movement has emerged at a particular moment in the regional, national, and international histories of the economic and the biological, and has been growing steadily in scope and complexity. The social movement of black communities is struggling against forces of Euro-Andean modernity, from colonizers to developers and narco-investors that seek to impose in the region an extractivist regime. The movement constitutes, in this way, an important manifestation of the historical struggle for the autonomy of minority cultures and subjectivities, and for alternative regimes of nature construction of weaving together the ecological, the cultural, and the techno-economic. We have argued in this chapter that the social movement of black communities embodies a politicization of culture, a cultural politics that has visible effects on established political cultures. The social and political crisis that Colombia and most of Latin America is undergoing finds in this movement a series of elements for reordering its imaginary and reorienting its project of nation building. The firm and radical yet pluralistic and nonviolent position of the movement can contribute toward processes of peace and solidarity with nature and each other so needed in the country. Despite the forces opposing the movement, in the current climate of certain favorable ecological and cultural conjunctures, it is not far-fetched to think that the social movement of black communities actually represents a real defense of the social and biophysical landscapes of the Pacific region. This defense advances through a slow and laborious construction of Afro-Colombian identities that articulate with alternative constructions of development, territory, and biodiversity conservation. The social movement of black communities can be described as one of cultural and ecological attachment to a territory, even as an attempt at creating new existential territories. Its reinterpretation of the history of local knowledge and practices, its critique of mainstream representations of blackness and of the Pacific region itself, and its articulation still incipient and precarious, and yet illuminating of alternative views of the link between culture, nature, and development, are all important elements for this project. In the long run, the movement can be seen as an attempt to demonstrate that social life, work, nature, and culture can be organized differently than as mandated by the dominant models of culture and the economy. The desires of an entire collectivity and even life itself are at stake. Chapter 9. Black Movements and the Politics of Identity in Brazil. Olivia Maria Gomes de Cunha. To change is to change culturally. Eduardo de Oliveira e Oliveira, 1974. Buy this or read this, because it is authentically black. Point 1. In this chapter, I examine the experience of the Afro-Reggae cultural group, Grupo Cultural Afro-Reggae, which, in a strict sense, cannot be easily classified under the rubric of the black movement. The group does, however, consider itself a tributary of that movement, drawing upon its objectives and strategies to craft its own ideology and projects. The group's founders came to know one another within the recreational and activist circles of Rio de Janeiro's black movement and non-governmental organizations, NGOs. Point 2. The principal objective of this chapter is to compare contemporary voices that deploy a racial politics within Brazil's new political institutional environment to those voices that under military rule, in the formative years of the black movement, advocated the advancement of black culture as a strategy for the mobilization, politicization, and consciousness raising of the black population. I will argue that, in their different contexts, intellectual and scholarly activities in race and race relations in Brazil served as crucial interlocutors for many of these movements, past and present. Politics and culture, questions and meanings. In order to survive and develop, the group also had to learn from the popular classes. It had to continue to learn, to exchange. We are the reproducers of a culture they produce. There is a prevailing idea that you take this music, this popular culture to the proletariat. This is a concept that has been used by all those who try to work with, take something to the popular classes. But this is not in fact the group's intention, to the extent that, if they were to do that, they would be negating their work. They are not taking culture, they are identifying with the existing culture. Point 3. The above quotation was taken from an interview given by a member of Grupo Visungo to a leftist newspaper. The member's tone reflected the popular nature of his group's forms of communication with the public. Musicians from Grupo Visungo conducted research on the Bantu roots of regional music in rural areas of the states of Minas Gerais and Rio de Janeiro. The musical forms they recovered were adapted and mixed with stories and musical instruments of African origin, and then performed in concerts held both in formal artistic venues as well as in neighborhoods on the periphery of Rio de Janeiro. At the time, such musical performances represented one of the primary strategies utilized by black movement groups, enabling movement leaders to establish a closer relationship with the poor residents of the periphery and shanty towns, favelas, of Rio de Janeiro. Point 4. The majority of these neighborhoods' residents are black. Grupo Visungo emerged during a period in which the prevailing discourse of the black movement was dominated by ethnic and political issues. Its proposals were intended to reconfigure the meanings, understandings, and interpretations of popular cultural and recreational forms within that prevailing discourse. Among the groups that comprised a varied and diverse black movement, including Grupo Visungo, this strategy revealed a rich and promising path. Week-long art exhibitions and the presentation of traditional forms of samba by samba schools, as well as a type of conversion to a cultural universe inspired by Africa and Candomblé, were intermingled with conferences and debates about black organizations in the United States and revolutionary and post-colonial movements in Africa. These activities, taken together, characterized the black movement at this time. Hanchard 1991, Turner 1985, Gonzalez 1985. The search for Brazilian cultural roots in Africa occurred, above all, in university environments and in the social circles of a small group of largely university-educated non-whites, emerging in the same contemporary political cultural scenario of what many now call the rebirth of the black movement. Point 5. This movement emerged during the same period as many other social movements in Brazil, within a context of a slow opening of the military authoritarian regime, 1964 to 1985. Countless groups organized around different and often newly established agendas during the latter half of the 1970s, women, unions, homosexuals, environmentalists, and neighborhood associations, among others. The emergence of these groups suggests a remapping of forms of organization and the transformation of diverse aspects of daily life into political issues. Winant 1993. Urban black groups of mainly university students, journalists, artists, and professionals began to insert themselves in a variety of ways into the discussion of the model of race relations then in place in Brazil. These debates, in many cases, began with critical analyses of the violence perpetrated by state police institutions. During this particular period, criticisms of the absence of individual liberties focused on the political dimension. Caldera 1991. The struggle against the military regime responded initially to pressures for the defense of human rights and for freedom of expression. Black movement activists detected an opportunity within this struggle to advance criticisms of the authoritarian makeup of police institutions. These institutions, in the final analysis, penalized, with greater frequency, individuals who were doubly excluded, by poverty and by the color of their skin. The Unified Black Movement Against Racial Discrimination, Movimento Negro Unificado contra a Discriminação Racial, or MNU, was established in response to the forms of violence that most greatly affected the black population. Point 6. The MNU emerged at a time when many black associations, cultural, recreational, and entertainment, were promoting a variety of activities that lacked explicit, anti-racist, political organizational objectives. Whereas the MNU's strategies and attempts to unify black movements were grounded in the understanding that racism was a political issue, these other black associations continued to emphasize culture and sociability, resisting the politicization of discourses about race. Grupo Visungo, which emerged in the late 1970s as a cultural group, in many ways sought to merge these two projects. They sought to transform culture, in particular black culture, into an instrument for raising the consciousness of poor and marginalized black populations. This shift was supported by various segments of the black movement due to its shift away from the strictly political issues that had occupied a central position in the discussion to that point. Looking back at various texts produced by black activists during the late 1970s and the early 1980s, when Grupo Visungo and the MNU first emerged, we can perceive that the discussion often focused on how the organizing strategies of the black movement revolved around the notion of culture. In the following section, I will briefly describe three distinct positions advocated by intellectuals and activists associated with the black movement during the 1970s. Further, I will identify how the theme of culture was discussed and analyzed by these distinct perspectives within the black movement. In distinguishing between a recreational entertainment position that was averse to politicization and an alternative position that viewed culture as a means of bringing intellectuals and activists into closer contact with black communities, Lila Gonzalez, then an MNU activist, called attention to the disputes about culture within the MNU and in the larger black movement at the time of MNU's founding. The first position emphasized the recreational and cultural aspects of black organizations. Gonzalez argues, for example, that samba schools, precisely because they were able to mobilize the masses, from our viewpoint, were always the object of control by the authorities. However, the cultural organizations have been of great importance because they create the possibility of exercising political practices and preparing for the arrival of black movements with an ideological focus. 1980, 22. For Gonzalez, the principal characteristic of these recreational associations was their oscillation between co-optation, principally among those groups that worked closely with the state, and the tendency to restrict themselves to culturalist or assimilationist practices. 1980, 25. Gonzalez established these differentiations in an effort to make a twofold claim. First, in order to legitimate those groups that prioritized political discourse over culturalism, Gonzalez maintained that culturalist activists would weaken the anti-racist struggle and upheld its supposed illegitimacy. Second, Gonzalez implied that each notion, politics as well as culture when viewed separately, would be incapable of carrying out the transformation project that she was defending. In other words, she maintained that neither cultural events such as dance parties and celebrations nor the traditional political appeals of leftist parties and organizations had proven capable of mobilizing or raising the consciousness of the black population. According to Gonzalez, in black entertainment associations, culture was a practice that reinforced traditional values or supported an ideology that obfuscated racial social relations through the reification of the myth of racial democracy. In contrast, the idea of politics, as a practice of reflection and transformation, would function for Gonzalez as a type of agent for potentializing meanings. The idea of transformation, in this view, thus reconfigures the relationship between culture and politics. It is important to point out that the criticisms leveled at culturalism must be discussed in relation to what was thought to characterize the political culture of the relationship between the dominant and popular classes' co-optation. Discussions and criticisms of co-optation were not limited to the black movement. Rather, they formed a central part of the political ethos that characterized many social movements and leftist groups during the late 1970s and early 1980s. Politicization, for example, which was a predominant trend during the political opening of the military regime, was the primary objective of social movements and the black movement as they sought to reorganize the popular classes. It was thought necessary to purify the personalistic and clientelistic links that were believed to constitute the relationship between political elites and socially marginalized sections of the population. Nowhere was this more evident than in the efforts to reorganize and raise the consciousness of the masses in order to establish democracy and win elections. Ideas such as organization and mobilization were vehicles that fostered discussions about how black movement activists could work more closely with the popular classes. As we will see, The reproduction of this dualistic authoritarian vision would provoke numerous internal criticisms and conflicts within the Black movement over the course of the following decades. Duarte et al. 1993. For Gonzalez and others who shared her vision, culturalism did not confront the profound social contradictions that plague Brazilian society, rather, it actually reinforced a benevolent image of a Brazil in which there is a homogeneous racial and economic population. The effort to raise consciousness, for a large number of Black activists and intellectuals during this period, had one important implication. This was the reaction to the commercialization and banalization of culture by elites and the state. By labeling this vision of culture as Black, it gained a certain value in a particular market of symbolic goods, to the extent that it was assumed to be pure, not co-opted, and representing resistance, offering a political social project for transformation. The process of consciousness raising, conscientização, as seen from this point of view, consisted of both a kind of conversion to a militant ethos of sociability based on activism or religion, especially African-based religions such as Candomblé, as well as a reconfiguration of racial terms, with respect to nomenclature. During this period, other questions regarding the necessary link between culture and politics that were important for the mobilization and organization of the Black population were raised. For Gonzalez, there were distinct positions in the debate about racism and the need to devise a political ideology that would create a vibrant and unified national movement. The central principle for her was that the struggle should be constructed around diversity. The first references to the notion of difference, as an artifact demarcating distinct historical, cultural, and ethnic attributes, were sketched out. At the time, the idea of difference assumed an ontological status that could be explained by a mixture of cultural and historical elements determined by the origins and vicissitudes of the Black presence in the Americas. If there was a privileged place within this debate, it was in the sphere of culture. Cultural diversity, as proposed by Gonzalez, could be perceived and exemplified in the quilombos, in religious brotherhoods and samba schools. 7 Difference and diversity were attributes used to configure other possible unified wholes to be incorporated under a polymorphous notion of Black culture. This was an effort to create collective references capable of capturing, embracing, and reconfiguring the disparate ways in which the presence of Blacks was felt in Brazilian society. The concept of Black culture as the resistance against oppression also appeared in discussions about the various forms of struggles undertaken by Blacks against diverse forms of racial discrimination. Black culture, then, would be something to be redeemed, valorized, and promoted while kept distant from efforts to commercialize it. The valorization of particular cultural aspects deemed Black would constitute a strategy of politicization. The idea of resistance entailed a distancing from and negation of the racial ideology reflected by the myth of racial democracy. 8 This redefinition shifts the perspective away from an ideology in which miscegenation was awarded the highest praise, thereby recharting the map of identity in which not only Africa but also Black culture and African are relocated on the basis of a different type of cartography. Slater, in this volume. New tensions between various factions of the Black movement resulted from this new cartography. Returning to Gonzalez's text, it is necessary to call attention to the political conjuncture in which she writes and to the meanings she attributes, in her analysis of the Black movement, to key concepts that are privileged. Gonzalez diverges from proposals that have minimal political content because she valorizes efforts to mobilize the Black masses. This point, in fact, made vital political and ideological connections, and as a result the debate was taken seriously by the majority of the left. Gilroy 1993a. Gonzalez explains the disjunction between the two tendencies, the culturalist and the political. It is worthwhile to note that cultural organizations that, in some form, distance themselves from the MNU, because of disagreement with the MNU's proposals or because they lack political clarity, were obligated to make their positions more evident precisely because the MNU was able to enter into political spaces that demanded a clear positioning. Today it is not enough to merely support culturalist or intellectual positions that have become increasingly divorced from the reality experienced by the Black masses. 1980, 64. Another important point of discussion for activists and intellectuals was and continues to be the end of the myth of racial democracy as a prerequisite for the promotion of black mobilization and the education of all Brazilians concerning the existence of racism in Brazil. Among intellectuals, criticisms of Brazil's racial paradise were dominated by the insertion of social class either as preponderant or as determinant of social positions that are analogous to racial categories. I will not delve into this discussion, which has been sufficiently covered elsewhere, other than to point out that the literature produced after the UNESCO study made in the 1950s greatly enriched the terms and language of the debate. 9 The overwhelming majority of these studies strongly emphasized socio-economic inequalities to the detriment of explanations related to color and race. Winant 1993. For black activists and intellectuals, these studies were preceded by the description of Brazilian society itself, in terms of its historical and cultural formation, as racially polarized. Thus, the reality uncovered through both quantitative and qualitative research sharply undermined claims supportive of racial democracy. This debate was grounded in the analytical studies and terms of a particular case study, Race Relations in the United States, Fry 1996. The justification for this position, often implicit in the debate within the black movement, was to promote unity in the face of the fragmentation suggested by individual situations. The debate was initiated by the need to denounce the profound racial inequalities that mark Brazilian society. Sociologist Gilberto Freire's theories of racial democracy mask these same racial relationships. Within the discourse on desirable forms of intervention and the utilization of the concept of black culture as a strategy of mobilization, efforts to characterize the myth as an official ideology have complex implications. Peter Fry, for example, questions the hierarchical ways in which the myth and reality are used in the literature on the subject. Moreover, he calls our attention to the dangerous reductionism that results from interpretations of racial democracy, 1996. Curiously, this type of analysis was not absent from the activist debate of the 1970s. Black activist and historian Joel Rufino dos Santos calls attention to the need to separate the analysis of racial democracy as an ideal from efforts to prove its inexistence at the concrete level of race relations in Brazil. It is in this context of the critique of the myth of racial democracy, as the model for explaining the dynamics of inequalities in Brazil, that the United States referent became the prevailing paradigm of analysis on the subject of Brazilian race relations. The strategy utilized by many segments of the black movement was to portray Brazilian society in black and white terms. Important themes and issues such as color, phenotype, hair texture, and interracial relationships that shape race relations were ignored by accounts reducing the discussion of race in Brazil to black and white terms. The activist and intellectual Eduardo de Oliveira e Oliveira, for example, defended a polarized vision of race relations and, consequently, of strategies to confront racial discrimination, 1974. Polarization was explained and justified by the argument that the existing racism had similarly pernicious effects on blacks, mestizos, and mulattoes. Thus, it was argued that racial relations were relations of coercion. 10 He proposed that multiple categories of racial classification be dropped in favor of a bipolar system of racial classification. Thus, the term black, as a social category, would encompass all of the variations of the non-white racial classifications prevalent in Brazilian discourses about race. The concept of culture, according to Oliveira e Oliveira, was in turn a crucial element in the construction of an ethnicized reality, the view of the black. Among blacks, culture could thus be a powerful resource to withstand the pressures of co-optation, distinguishing the multiple classificatory nuances based on phenotype from those based on difference. It is important to note that if this conceptualization of black culture has a delimiting role, it is not only through it that black movement interventions into poor and black communities would occur but, principally, among those who consider themselves free of hegemonic culture, black intellectuals. Oliveira e Oliveira developed a theory of intellectual commitment in which he calls dedicated intellectuals, above all black intellectuals, to the task of decolonization, 1977. In working with a non-ethnocentric conception of culture, the task of committed intellectuals would be to decolonize the minds and practices of their colleagues, since black intellectuals were corralled by their primary and primeval condition, as both subject and object of their inquiries and had no other option. They are not dealing with a particular subject, it is necessary that they understand this, but for a cause. 1977, 27. For Oliveira, the tension that permeated these efforts, at once political and intellectual, would create the possibility for the theoretical and analytical redirection of studies about blacks and their political mobilization in Brazil. Similar to Guerreiro Ramos in the 1950s, who defended a critical sociology in the intellectual production of race-related themes, Oliveira called the attention of intellectuals to their dual roles and to the need to formulate their own theoretical paradigms for research. 11 Although not in these precise terms, Oliveira suggested that the condition of the eternal native would create the possibility for a form of direct intervention in the debate. This new position established the basis for an authority that can generate new discussions about the conditions in which intellectual knowledge and theories are produced. In this text, Oliveira laid out the principal points for a science for and not about blacks, in which one's ethnic condition would occupy a specific mode of insertion into the intellectual debate. Though the theoretical and methodological instruments of the Brazilian Academy were premised on racist assumptions, according to Oliveira, black intellectuals must reappropriate their condition, transforming it into a place from which to produce a critique of liberal bourgeois sociology. 1977, 26. For the purposes of this chapter, two issues emerge prominently from this debate. First, the ambiguity of the categories of racial classification, it was argued, should be reduced to a single political category capable of articulating other social differences, such as gender and class, under the rubric of ethnicity. Second, issues that lie in the spheres of the historical, cultural, national, and transnational have connections whose mixture must be reappropriated through inclusionist methods. That is, parallel to the simplification of classification terms that had weakened the process of raising the consciousness of black Brazilians, political, cultural, and international references were being used as paradigms in the anti-racist struggle in Brazil. Moreover, the definition used by Gonzalez for difference and diversity, the historical forms and socially distinct ways of thinking about the ethnic question, can and should be subsumed under this dualist approach. The category black refers not only to a rereading of previous forms of social subordination but also to a place toward which all the varieties of racial classification terms could converge. Referring to this strategy as culturally inclusive, Gilroy, 1993b, shows how the dualist vision and the consequent construction of an ethno-nationalist discourse, in the English context, avoids references to the categories of hybrids and Creoles. Similarly, though in a different context, our Panikar 12 examines the possibilities of an interreligious dialogue between Hinduism and Catholicism and argues that in the face of the danger of losing identity, the discourse of analogy was substituted by one equivalency. These processes are important for our purposes since they force us to examine how cultural contact can be considered impure and polluted. Douglas 1977, Gilroy 1993b, 2. In other words, that which is created by a mixture can serve as the basis for the affirmation of a positive discourse supporting the myth of racial democracy. The incorporation of that which is proximate, while different, can serve as a strategy of political affirmation. 13 As we shall see below, in the example of the Afro-Bahian blocos, this artifice of substituting equivalence for analogy was attempted in the 1980s. These two examples illustrate other discursive strategies evident in the texts of Gonzalez and Oliveira. In the first place, with respect to the various adjectives used to define and utilize the concept of culture, this concept permits us to encompass all that is seen as residual and susceptible to appropriation by nationalist discourse. If popular culture featured prominently in the writings of the left and in population education campaigns during the 1970s, black culture was recovered or redeemed by black organizations in their irreversible process of raising consciousness among the masses. As in the first case, This process pre-existed, although obfuscated by commercialization and the impact of the media. The popular thus gains an ethnic status as it is transformed into black. Thus, the task of mobilization is imbricated with another, whose character is vital. 14 As with Midas, everything that glitters is transformed into black rather than gold. Oliveira proposed this discursive resource as a method, an artifact for reading Brazil's complex racial system, in which it is necessary to define places, establish positions, and identify voices in order to demonstrate what is politically relevant in the struggle against racism. In doing this, he calls not on the masses but on black intellectuals, those who would be implicated in the very plot that they are trying to unravel. The consciousness-raising task, entrusted to intellectuals, should be preceded by a moment of rupture and the forced choice between the primacy of the subjective and the imperative of the collective. The historian and activist Maria Beatriz do Nascimento, in her article Culturalismo e Contracultura published in 1976-15 differentiated between culturalism, which has been a principal method for studying Brazilian society since the 1930s, and the culturalizante, focus, which appeared to gain a stronghold among various segments of the black movements in the 1970s. 16 The danger of the second notion lay in its potential to reinforce the ethnocentric assumptions of the first. These studies often support traditional, pure, and unstained aspects of the so-called Afro-Brazilian culture that had not been influenced by the processes of miscegenation and industrialization, Dantas 1988, Nascimento maintained, and ended up promoting a peculiar understanding of Brazil's ethnic diversity. It is this viewpoint that informed the earliest cultural policies, which recognized the Afro-Brazilian population as an integral part of the Brazilian nationality. Public policies inspired theories that valorized and sought to institutionalize a pluralist vision of Brazilian nationality. The idea of nation as a kind of spatial, geographical, physical, ethnic, and historic continuum, as understood by Brazilian intellectuals such as Oliveira Viana or Gilberto Freire, was a fundamental pillar in this discourse. It was assumed that Brazil, given the mixture of various human currents/races, had created an actual tropical melting pot, erected upon the blood of whites, Indians, and blacks. The tropical character of the formation of the nation, while at once unique and multiple, gave meaning to everything that could not be defined by concepts. Tropicality, tropicalidade, as an analogy of indefiniteness, an elegy to celebrations, is a strong component in the work of Freire. In the light of the tropical sun, concepts are obfuscated by the most absurd manifestations of political instability, of fluctuations of opinion, of sudden reactions and unexpected victories. Tropical in the sense of restless instability, of suffering, of peculiarities, of its weaknesses, of its generosity, of its passion, of its Baroque emphasis. 17. There are many similarities between the geopolitical outlook of nationality, proposed by intellectuals linked to the Estado Novo, and the idealization of national integration, as promoted by the military regime after 1964. Contrary to other situations, the Brazilian state recognized diversity as a national attribute. The myth of the three races was subject to many diverse forms of cultural expression, principally those that had an official character. Nascimento rejected this interpretation insofar as it propitiated an astute pacification of the conflict by presenting the purported integration of the cultural sphere as evidence of the non-existence of inequality in the realm of social relations. She warned of the danger of the exaltation of the pure and the traditional, phenomena related directly to archaic cultures, 1976, 5. Nascimento classified traditional cultures and cultures of domination as suffering from ethnocentric and culturalist biases and warned of the possible manipulation of the concept that could weaken its ability to be transformed into a culture of resistance. It is pertinent to understand how black groups currently organize themselves. We need to ask ourselves what limits our own culture, which is manipulated by the dominant system, presents for us. We must have a critical attitude before our culture. In truth, some of our practices, such as religion, incorporate representations of the dominant culture as opposed to what happened with the Kibanguismo in the Congo or with peyotism among Native Americans, which created a third component with which the subordinate group articulated a process of transformation. Arkandam and Umbanda, by contrast, accommodated themselves to the process of integration. They did not create their own truths, they did not bring an ideology of salvation to the group. On the contrary, in the case of Kandaml, religious leaders sought to maintain anachronistic elements and transformation was stymied. 1976, 5. It is necessary to reiterate that not all visions of the role and significance of the category of black culture, as a strategy for political mobilization, were conceptualized in the same way. Nascimento's vision was not restricted to the spaces of sociability and small political discussions privileged by black activists during this period. One must take into account that concepts such as hegemony, hegemonic culture, and culture of resistance gained importance in intellectual and activist circles at the end of the 1970s as explanatory categories for domination at once political and cultural. The proximity of the black movement to leftist political parties was very close and intense. In intellectual debates, specifically those among black activists, the concept of hegemony was contrasted to another, the need to develop practices that would result in the creation of counter-hegemonic practices, Schelling and Rowe 1993. The concept of black culture was thus introduced into these circles as a racialized counterpoint to the idea of popular culture. The move reified pure black cultural practices as opposed to those seen to have been commercialized and manipulated. In some ways this debate can be understood as a protective artifact, the remapping of boundaries, the formulation of concepts and words of one's own that would distance black movement discourse from the celebration of miscegenation. Just who was actually responsible for the racial discrimination that non-whites faced in everyday life was, and is, in fact, a difficult question to respond to in Brazil. One of the recurring ways of addressing this crucial question was to define practices and establish strategies of political intervention by drawing on particular theories and explanatory categories borrowed from the academic debate on race relations. It is important to point out that this dialogue between activist and intellectual environments, though tense, was appropriated and reconstituted in the discourses of the movement. By the middle of the 1980s, this search for models of mobilization based on political cultural practices appeared to have reached an impasse. As historian and activist Joel Rufino dos Santos put it, this search implied a quest for the black signifier. The limits of the current black movement are, then, on one hand, the end of previous understanding of Brazil, from its period of intense economic and social acceleration, and on the other, the beginning of a new conception of Brazil, that Brazil has exhausted its possibilities of growth. Accepting this hypothesis, we must conclude that the black movement, in its current stage, is the child of the current Brazilian crisis, in particular, the result of the myth of racial democracy. Thus, the ability of the black movement to move to the next stage when it will begin to grow again depends on overcoming the Brazilian crisis which, quite logically, will demand a redefinition of the movement. 1985, 307. This redefinition, curiously, was based on the same assumptions as in the previous period. That is, the difficulty in deciphering the enigma, for Santos, was the inability of the movement to understand difference within the appearance of racial equality. Perceiving the plurality of engagements and the subjectivity of projects in the face of constructed practices falls under the logic of the politics of identity. The crisis or impotency of which Santos spoke was also exemplified in the proliferation of groups and organizations that prioritized cultural activities, groups that bet on the didactic character of such experiences and on new models of identity. In an effort to comprehend the black movement at the end of the 1980s, Damasceno, Jacomina, and Santos, 1988, have shown that the utilization of terms such as culture and black culture revealed a recurring bias in such organizations. If this change is attributable to a discourse of crisis or to the impasse then confronted by many social movements, it resulted in the reconfiguration of the very language used by black groups. This reconfiguration permitted important shifts, since it allowed political projects and the construction of identity individual as well as collective to become more viable. This was extremely significant because it allowed for the political organization of different kinds of groups. Moreover, it also signaled the beginning of a discourse about the boundaries and limitations of the concept of identity, specifically the concept of black identity, among black movements in Brazil. On the one hand, as Hall, 1993a, 1993b, and Calhoun, 1994, both show, a focus on the politics of identity produces politically viable categories that re-articulate small differences into rubrics capable of proposing anti-discriminatory policies. Yet, on the other hand, forms of struggle grounded in identity cannot account for the internal tensions that are constitutive of and refer to the individual and collective spheres. To conclude the first section of this chapter, I will briefly describe the experiences of the Afro-Bahian blocos in relation to questions of culture and identity. Blocos Afro, Culture and Community. The process through which new Blocos 18 developed has its roots in the city of Salvador, Bahia. Preceding the emergence of a local chapter of the MNU, a carnival bloco was founded whose most distinctive characteristic was its Afro style. The style of this group ILAI was subsequently adopted by other groups. 19 The novelty produced by the growth of these groups in the political and cultural atmosphere of Salvador was reproduced in other cities and contexts, and thus the trend became more than a localized phenomenon. The objective was to raise the consciousness of young blacks and mestizos through entertainment and cultural events, most notably Carnival. An additional objective was to strengthen ties to youth through political and cultural activities by focusing on Afro-Brazilian themes. Since the creation of ILAI in 1974, every year during Carnival thousands of participants, mainly blacks and mestizos, parade, dance, and sing while dressed in costumes alluding to African traditions. 20 Themes chosen revolved around the history of resistance by black Brazilians as well as the process of decolonization and liberation in the countries of Black Africa. Within this trajectory, affiliations were established, myths retold, and alliances strengthened. Grupo Cultural Olodum, one of the most innovative blocos, drew upon influences ranging from cultural affinities between Brazil and Cuba to the Black Pharaohs of Egypt. Different groups developed their own themes and styles so that each bloco had its own distinctive image. Whereas ILAI redefined its links to Africa through its emphasis on the pervasiveness of black culture and religion in Brazil, the Afro-Musanza group looked to Jamaica. The members of this group crafted an image based on the colors, themes, and emblems of Rastafarianism, ultimately selecting Bob Marley as a kind of group patron. They thereby attracted a new generation of black youths who lived on the periphery of the city, who were not familiar with the discourse used by university-educated activists, and who were drawn to the blocos because of their innovative styles. Cunha 1991. Within the persistent discussion regarding the utilization and limitations of culture as a strategy for political mobilization, there were two clearly defined positions. The tension between a culturalist position and a position that privileged a more strictly political focus was ongoing. It surfaced quickly during the early stages of the development of the blocos. The use of dance parties and celebrations as spaces to raise consciousness and to reaffirm identity gained an important place in activist discussions, first locally and then nationally. 21. The style adopted by the blocos Afro had an enormous impact on activists in other cities due to the centrality of the group's message and their expanding scope of influence, which no longer depended solely on Carnival. They also attracted an increasing number of non-whites. The ties that bind the participant, sympathizer, and parade reveler were substantially more malleable than the ties that bind more traditional forms of political activism. From an institutional perspective, the bloco could simultaneously be in several different places at the same time, allowing for an extension of dialogues and partnerships into a variety of spheres. During the bloco's initial phase, their undefined racial character denoted, at least for those who defined themselves as political activists in a strict sense, the weakening of the political, the danger of misinterpretation, culturalism instead of cultural politics, and the possibility of co-optation. Rise Rio 1981, Silva 1988, Cunha 1991. By the beginning of the 1980s, new blocos and afoxes erupted throughout the periphery of Salvador, leading to what Antonio Rizrio called the re-Africanization of the Bahian Carnival. Some of these groups had other projects beyond the carnival celebrations. Nourishing dreams of community projects, they organized debates and cultural activities while simultaneously trying to enter regional media outlets commercially. The process of the re-Africanization of Carnival reinvigorated the music industry due to the proliferation of new rhythms and styles that were subsequently marketed under the rubric of axe music. Initially, the blocos were comprised of youths who were drawn into the groups through personal and neighborhood relationships, as more and more young people left the afoxes and the traditional blocos to indios. By contrast, a very different style of organizing occurred among embryonic groups of professionals, artists, and university-educated individuals who would form the basis of the MNU. This is why divisions, with respect to cultural or political proposals, marked the early period of the MNU in Salvador. Janata Silva, an MNU activist and a defender of the political line during this period, sums up the two conflicting visions. If the united efforts of the culturalists and the politicos did not yield fruit for the unified black movement, the reason lies in the fact that each side was incomprehensible to the other. Black activist Luis Alberto affirms that the artistic faction did not understand the interaction between culture and politics and vice versa. Truthfully, no one at this time understood. In that particular moment it reflected the weakness of black activism since no one understood the real dimensions of their struggle. This weakness was also reflected theoretically as black activists worked with whatever was going on around them and interpreted reality superficially without addressing more profound questions such as the relationship of culture to politics. The role of culture within the political struggle was not understood, and the role of pure political contestation was also not understood by the artistic sector. 1988, 286. These questions were not confined to the MNU. They spilled over into the blocos, resulting in an increase of tension within the MNU leadership. Activists criticized the lack of politicization of certain blocos and the traditionalism of their agendas. 22 This criticism was based on the belief that traditional leadership supported the continuation of older religious practices such as afoxes and candomblé, which had strong ties to conservative politics. A second criticism was that the culturalists within the blocos, carnivalescos, experienced difficulties bridging the gap between the political projects offered by the vanguard and the interests of the communities participating in the bloco. 23 Questioning the unity of the blocos and proposing to return to their community roots, the leadership of some blocos discouraged the presence of activists. Their highly politicized discourse was declared to have a divisive effect on the community. When both culturalists and politicos began to refer to a crisis, a loss of identity, and diffusion, ILAI, during the 5th Congress of Blacks of the North and Northeast, declared that we are the ones responsible for this dispersion. We have been involved and interested in the problematic of blacks, but what have we done for the majority? We have limited our discussions to offices and meeting halls, to the small number of privileged and educated blacks. We are talking, people, about the majority of blacks that live in distant neighborhoods suffering every type of humiliation and disrespect by the men who claim to run this country. It is for these blacks that we must focus intellectual activities, looking for answers to our questions and then taking our answers to those who have a right to them. Our discussions cannot remain on a distant plane since this does not contribute to the improvement and strengthening our race. We must find a more accessible language so that we will be understood. Italics mine, 24. Questions related to the difficulties in crafting a language accessible to the general public remained a central point of conflict for many organizations. In Salvador during this period, the example of the blocos turned out to be a paradigmatic experience as the language that emerged from their practices was constructed for heterogeneous publics. On the one hand, the notion of community is used to designate a conjunction of associations, organizations, and religious groups made up of blacks and mestizos dedicated to the discussion of racial issues. On the other hand, community is used to refer to the territorialized presence of blocos in certain neighborhoods. In the first sense, ethnicity is highlighted, in the second, the popular representativeness of the community is highlighted instead, which makes its links to the bloco so crucial. Thus, the ethnic quasi-exclusivity that had previously marked the definition of the black community is fragmented. The community attains new, spatial meanings as its subgroups assume the names of neighborhoods and locations where the blocos would develop their community-based projects. These projects, therefore, can only be understood by recalling the pre-1980 political environment in which the majority of the bloco leaders formed their vision of what comprised political activity and that deeply marked the practices of some of the most important groups. In general terms, we can say that the contemporary blocos were the result of the standoff in the 1970s between culturalists and their MNU colleagues who supported a more politicized approach. Initially, this tension was ameliorated through a conciliatory strategy. Aware of the power of the market for goods categorized as Afro, Olodum and Arekatu were the first groups to signal the gradual expansion of their areas of activity to exploit this commercial opportunity by selling records and tapes. They also promoted themselves in media outlets by emphasizing their cultural roots. These groups invested in local solidarity networks that stimulated voluntary participation and professionalization. These localities, largely neighborhoods on the periphery of the city and shanty towns lacking public services, gained visibility in song lyrics, in graphic materials, in becoming emblems of the groups. This practice of reterritorializing the music in specific localities implied a re-evaluation of the purposes and objectives of the blocos and, as a consequence, of the black movement in Salvador. The idea of a local political commitment was superimposed on the strict definition previously used to define the struggle against racism. As David Slater argues in this volume, the limits of these geographic references are always relative and appear at distinct moments. Pelerin-Ho, the neighborhood in which Grupo Cultural Olodum was founded and continues to maintain its educational and entertainment activities, was an important local reference point distinguishing Grupo Cultural Olodum from other groups. The internationalization of Bahia and, more specifically, Salvador placed Pelerin-Ho on the map. The alterations and differential strategies of territorialization also implied redefinitions with respect to political alliances and affinities. The dialogue between local participation and a broader political referent first developed in confronting the everyday problems faced by shantytown residents resulting from racial discrimination, police violence, poverty, unemployment, marginalization, the absence of public services, the lack of schools, and so on. At the same time, the politicos claimed that this strategy weakened blocos' ability to mobilize because the strategy was susceptible to paternalism, clientelism, and the tendency to rely on politicians for employment. Yet, given the low level of internal organization among the blocos, internal divisions grew. The more politicized sectors gradually lost ground in the leadership of the blocos. The redefinition of spaces of action, the prominence of solidarity networks, and the establishment of local support systems alongside the strengthening of a national anti-discrimination struggle were decisive issues in reconfiguring the limits and exposing the fragility of the new activism. 25 The entrance of new groups into this discussion provoked other types of conflicts that were not always political or visible. The divergence between those sets of groups that were at first realigned around the headings of activists and culturalists, carniflescos, was typified by particularistic debates. Included in these debates were issues related to the influence of political parties and unions, the role of elections and black candidates, the unification of the black movement in Bahia, the emergence of small groups of black women and black homosexuals, and the relationship of these groups to the political and cultural institutions of the state. In a subsequent phase, the blocos could no longer be seen as strictly cultural entities. They gained new profiles in the composition of their leadership, in their involvement in political activities beyond Carnival, and, more recently, in their entrepreneurial activities as well. It is in this sense that these organizations ceased to be blocos Afro and were transformed into cultural groups. In the same sense, the changes spilled over into the groups that were more strictly political, thereby demonstrating that these groups are not immune to this process of change. The first attempts at unifying the black movement occurred within the confines of the MNU, whose importance as one of the key spaces for the formation of leadership had initially been established under the military regime. However, the proliferation of groups dedicated to the anti-racist struggle and the politicization of the blocos removed the MNU from its central and unifying position. It became instead one of many associations, groups, community organizations, blocos, and AFOXs in the fight against racial discrimination. The experiences of blocos Afro in Salvador became a point of reference for similar groups in other cities. Though the circumstances in Salvador were seemingly unresolved, they were in fact managed more peacefully in other parts of the country. Ambiguity began to incorporate a discourse of what was understood as modernity, the possibility of assimilating and transforming, of breaking from isolationism as some activists of the 1970s had foretold. The appropriation of international music genres such as reggae in the rhythmic and musical style of the blocos can be interpreted as a metaphor for this new discourse. Reggae is useful as a diacritical sign of particular aesthetic frontiers constructed by the blocos. The creation of black culture was no longer limited to the process of reclaiming African heritage, but now utilized invention. The most explicit and visible example of this new perspective is Grupo Cultural Olodum, which strengthened its ties to various social groups, arenas, and issues. Olodum was the first of the cultural groups to transform itself into an NGO in Salvador. Their objective was to engage in local and regional struggles to boost the visibility of and improve living conditions in specific neighborhoods, as well as to develop their own educational, business, and entertainment programs. Point 26. The introduction of reggae into the words, spaces, and events of the blocos Afro initially incorporated a more complete vision of what must be called modernity. The incorporation of reggae stands in opposition to the limits that are encased in tradition. In this view, tradition is not only the result of the continuation of religious and cultural references but is also seen as the refusal to change. Reggae represented musical expressions, urban lifestyles, and political ideas that had been adopted internationally by young blacks. Yet modernity did not indicate the absence of political content. The members of Olodum, for example, were already by the end of the 1980s, Cunha 1991, defining their music and their cultural projects as postmodern. This postmodernity nonetheless was constituted on the basis of both the negation of the imperative of tradition among blocos Afro and as an argument for space, support, alliances, and visibility. It could be understood as an attempt to incorporate diversity without aesthetic limits. The adoption of the term postmodern could be reduced to the idea that, in musical terms, Olodum could do anything and everything. But the form, though unlimited, must nonetheless correspond to particular meanings. Therefore, Olodum initially selected a repertoire that mixed utopia with history, tambourines with synthesizers. The pendular movement back and forth between form and content was constitutive of the actual process of the consolidation of reggae as a musical style in Salvador. But the experience of the blocos was exemplary and transcended regional boundaries. The blocos soon offered different methods of participation. Their supporters were no longer exclusively comprised of blacks and mestizos. This signified the broadening of spaces and the need to recast the dialogue about what constitutes culture and difference. Our unity, comprehension of the near future, political responsibility, self-esteem, black pride and anti-racism are our weapons to confront the challenges of life. The lessons of the New World Order should leave no doubt: there are new ways to struggle on the planet. Those who do not realize this will remain in the past, unable to find the doorways to the present, and will not live to see tomorrow. The election of Nelson Mandela in South Africa closes a worldwide fight against racial and social apartheid in which we still live. In Brazil and Bahia, where the majority of the excluded survive on bread and water while a minority enjoys the wealth of the country. It is necessary to fight and to dream. It is now our time. With strength and competence, alongside everyone who is against racism, After 299 years of the death of Zumbi and 196 years since the revolt of Alphayates, we will lift our strong hands to join the battle for liberty. We will accomplish this golden dream, we will follow once again the eternal light of the sun, wake to a happy dawn and be born to an epoch in which all are equal in their differences. Point 27. Although Olodum's vision does not represent consensus within the Black movement, it is illustrative of the important shifts in a particular discourse about polarization. João Jorge Rodrigues speaks of self-esteem, anti-racism, citizenship, the New World Order, excluded majority, and equality in difference. In this text, which covers 15 years of the group's history, there is only one reference to the Afro-Brazilian community and none to black as the popular basis of support for the group. As to investments in media, the fruits are individual promotions and social starmanship, along with the internationalization of the Black movement. It is important to note that there is a certain slippage in the usage of the ascriptive language to other terms, the referential bases of which appear to be less restricted. These changes, for the most part, were made possible by the prominence that the notion of community came to occupy in activists' efforts within these groups. Community became an important point of reference that helped to redirect the actual significance and roles of these groups. In the following section I will describe the experience of Grupo Cultural Afro-Reggae in Rio de Janeiro with regard to these issues. I will try to explain how these movements become delinked from specific places, Gray 1993, Clifford 1988, Hall 1993b, and are only possible in certain contexts. The stage is the shanty town, Grupo Cultural Afro-Reggae. The Afro-Reggae Noticias, ARN, first published in 1993, labeled itself as a different newspaper. The difference rested, they explained, in the fact that they wanted to raise the consciousness of people in special manner. With swing and rhythm. 28. Over the course of 3 years, ARN has published articles and interviews about reggae, rap, hip-hop, blocos afro, dance, apartheid, and racism in Brazil and in other parts of the world. Curiously, the journal's style did not greatly differ from standards established by similar journals of the Black movement published in the 1980s, political information intermixed with columns dedicated to music. Thus, the method of reaching out to the public was not significantly altered. However, music was the central element of the newspaper from the start. The idea for the publication came from a group of youths who organized dance parties in the central districts of Rio de Janeiro. The dance parties revolved around African rhythms, most notably reggae and funk, and the group enjoyed a faithful following. At the first planning meeting of the first reggae dance of 1992, they resolved to publish a cultural journal that would not only provide information about their dance parties but also about other Afro-Brazilian cultural events. It is important to emphasize that the privileged concept of culture, as promoted by Grupo Cultural Afro-Reggae, GCAR, was based on a non-exclusive definition. Rarely in ARN's editorials or signed articles do we find references to the concept of a black culture. In the journal's second issue we find a small indication of this important shift. The editorial does not refer to Afro-Brazilian culture but rather to popular Brazilian culture. During this carnival it was more obvious than ever that popular Brazilian culture was badly treated. A true popular culture comes from the backyards, from the organic meeting of the communities, in their most creative organizational forms. The most powerful forms of communication were so distant from Carnival's designers and participants that they are unable to capture the essence of Carnival. We are talking about the style called axe music, a curious rubric under which large record companies lump all black rhythms coming from Bahia. And as if this wasn't enough, they tried to create a fight between the samba schools and the blocos afro, forgetting that samba, as a matter of roots, is minimally the godfather of that Afro-Brazilian musical force. It was samba which opened the path for the new generation, extending the spaces in which they could play. For a long time samba was something only for blacks. Thus, our position was to put the black into the white botar o preto no branco. We are indeed in the middle of a fight, but it is not this one. The fight is not between us, it is not between tribes, and it is against a dominant minority which always selects one culture as better than others. Italics mine, 29. But the difference with respect to the process of raising consciousness could only in fact be produced outside the pages of the journal. The founders of the journal had diverse educational backgrounds. During the period that this research was conducted, 1994 to 1996, the group's governing board consisted of an unemployed chemical technician who made his living selling cassette tapes, compact discs, and silk-screened shirts, a mid-level public servant, a young man who had previously driven a taxi and delivered newspapers, a graduate student in the social sciences, a graduate student in education, a journalist, and a dentist. With one exception, who referred to himself as mestizo, all of the group's members used the term black to refer to themselves. This racial self-identification was understood as political and was not just constructed using racial criteria. It took into account a variety of influences such as education, life experiences, social origin, phenotypes, and world visions, elements that they imagined to comprise, in malleable form, an image. Although these influences delimited a certain profile that the majority identified as black, they did not circumscribe the group's activities to a specific location, the social location to which Oliveira e Oliveira, 1977, referred. The group's definition of what is political was always enunciated as a subjective matter. The perception existed that their chosen and privileged references, both cultural and territorial, had various facets. In other words, the social location, which according to Oliveira e Oliveira was constituted by the binomial race and class, became pulverized in the discourse of the members of Grupo Cultural Afro-Reggae into a set of multiple possibilities for recasting the terms upon which racial and social contradictions were based. This relative autonomy and the negation of social determinism, Calhoun 1994, be it in the ways they viewed themselves, Brazilian society, or the work they did, would determine the group's choice of collaborators and institutional linkages, and its refusal to adopt what Ruben Cesar Fernandez, 1989, has called a collective proper name. Slater, in this volume, explores the distinction between politics and the political, suggesting the emergence of new questions within an eminently subjective discourse. This does not imply the elimination of the social conditions in which their meanings were constructed. In fact, in the view of the GCAR, their choices with regard to where and how they should act were intimately related to both their personal histories and their exposure to and participation in what I call the spaces of sociability of the Black movement in Rio. Before they founded the GCAR, some of the members had contact with other Black organizations and groups, but these contacts did not grow into any form of sustained activism. The narratives about the group's pre-formative period focus on how their choices were informed by what they identified as wrong or misguided in previous Black activist strategies. Moreover, they identified possible political institutional linkages according to their own life trajectories. In the various narratives about the emergence of the group, there are references to various, generally personal, encounters, in which without a doubt the contact with Black movement activists and institutions appears as a paradigm of either what is rejected or what is desired. In the first case, critiques were directed at possible mistakes in the comprehension and implementation of the Black movement's proposals. In the second case, what was highlighted was the success of particular Black groups in widening their range of collaborators. In this sense, what could be interpreted as merely a criticism of an essentialist ethos regarding what was then conceived of as Black identity should, in fact, be understood as a strategy to legitimate other types of partnerships and engagement with movement groups, NGOs, and institutions. The following quotation was presented in a context in which the relationship of Grupo Cultural Afro-Reggae to the Black movement was questioned. It is understood here as a text that synthesizes my interpretation. Despite the subjective character of this narrative, its ideas are representative of those advanced in the group's journal. This more personal dimension of the narrative should be emphasized, as the role of the group and its future prospects seem to be related to individual life projects. The collective dimension of activism social intervention is deemphasized. It is interpersonal relationships that propel political projects, no longer seen as missions but rather as possibilities for professionalization. In the narrative of an activist, who will be identified here as Paulo, we can find several ways in which individual and collective political projects interact. I was never interested in participating organically in these black movement groups. I believed and continue to believe that these movements are important. It is very important that these movements and these debates exist. However, I have always believed that the theoretical foundations of most of these groups were wrong. In the first place, it is wrong to try to explain Brazil from a perspective grounded in the racial relations of the United States. This is something that has always made me very uncomfortable. Because, if, on the one hand, the question of defining Moreno, mulatto, and mestizos is related to the question of whitening, on the other hand, this is a concrete fact of our reality. Brazil is a country in which the majority of its population is heteroracial. This does not negate the fact of racism. I have always considered, and I have an example within my home, that racism does not impede sexual, cultural, or social mixing between the races. This is something that even today is called cordial racism. It is precisely due to cordial racism that the definition of what it means to be a black in Brazil today must be located within Brazilian reality. Now, how can we do this without weakening the political struggle and without downplaying the existence of racial prejudices? This is the dilemma which I see. But, on the other hand, the proposals of the black movement did not satisfy me, did not respond to my needs. The projects of the black movement, such as the movement for reparations or the introduction Nago/Yoruba language in schools curriculum, do not have a concrete basis in our reality. I believe that these types of activities are more coherent among the Xhosa in South Africa because you actually have people who speak the language in addition to English. I think that it is important that the Zulus maintain their identity, but I do not believe that Nago or Yoruba are fundamental to our ethnic identity. I distanced myself from groups who organized culturally around African languages because I don't think their discourses say much to society. Today, in the political struggle, you have to deconstruct a logic which no longer serves your needs. Interview with author, January 1996. The GCAR did not necessarily break with its emphasis on racial issues as it reinvented its logic. It did, however, update discourses on race by conjugating them with other issues. Thus, we can perceive several crucial issues in Paulo's narrative. In the first place, the discourse of the black movement is of some concern to Paulo, a participant in the GCAR. This is exemplified in a clear manner, as are many of the themes that have been discussed in this chapter. In particular, whom do the black movements in Brazil imagine that they represent, what are the privileged means through which this representation can become effective, and at what levels and in which public spaces and institutions should the struggle be carried out? One key question stands out in the narrative: which language should be used to bring visibility to the racial discrimination and racism that exist in Brazilian society? On the one hand, the GCAR's myth of origin is grounded precisely in dance parties and celebrations, in leisure and entertainment. It is not exclusive to specific places or spaces. The need to create alternatives to the previous territorialization of the movement is central to the GCAR. It appears that they are proposing a deconstructionist position. In this sense, the black movement is one of the principal interlocutors of the group. The second set of questions raised by Paulo is linked to a certain discursive logic in which some themes are more prominent from the vantage point of the observer-interviewer. In this sense, it is important to stress that we all speak from particular places. Those places inform the urgency with which we do or do not contemplate issues related to racism, which are, in turn, veiled by our personal projects and life histories. Nonetheless, while this mixture of references, either collective or subjective, appears to increasingly characterize possible interpretations of social movements, it can be seen as the reverse of the excessive use and abuse of categories, reference units, and collective subjects, Fernandez 1989, with the aim of establishing difference or distinctiveness. We can thus understand another alteration operative in the lived experiences of GCAR members. What appears to be at stake is a displacement of a gaze that sees the other as an object of transformation from traditional into modern, from manipulable into articulated, from poor into citizen, and from the innumerable racial denominations that inhabit a stream of fluid categories into black. In other words, notions such as fluidity, residuality, and fragmentation, most strongly identified with sociological discourse, are taken to be, in the words of one GCAR members, facts of reality in an effort to understand the obstacles that stood in the way of wider popular adherence to black movement proposals of the past. Curiously, this impasse between a social science discourse about blacks and a reality supposedly different from that advanced by the black movement's own analysis is revealed in the work of the GCAR in the shantytowns. It was precisely shantytown-based projects that provided examples of a reality distinct from the reality that had prevailed in the earlier analyses of the movement. If the emphasis on the binomial mobilization consciousness no longer appeared to be relevant or to be a clear objective of the group's project, its rationale was recontextualized by the use of the notion of citizenship, ciudadania. The guiding idea behind the project was to develop activities that stimulated self-esteem, primarily among children and youths, by providing cultural and educational opportunities as well as some type of occupational training. All of these programs were justified by the need to diminish the social and cultural distance between the residents of the shanty towns and those who live in asfalto, literally, the asphalt, or middle-class neighborhoods. The objective was to steer youths away from criminal activities by creating other cultural and professional outlets and opportunities for them. These were seen as important steps to help transform youths from a marginalized inhabitants into citizens. Thus, if consciousness-raising projects and the construction of black identity found less emphasis in GCAR discourse, it was because it was replaced by a more contemporary and supposedly more universal concept. GCAR members speak of their intervention projects as promoting work, education, and the generation of income conditions necessary for the activation of citizenship status. 30 GCAR, in claiming status as an NGO, inherited other traditions, associational practices, and strategies designed to encourage popular participation. This approximation in the activities and discourse of the GCAR resulted in a model of intervention that attempts to patch together the diverse segments of the black movement and the organizational and activist mechanisms typical of NGOs. This process, which Luis Fernando Diaz Duarte, 1993, has called conversion, has important implications in the evaluation of the citizenship projects aimed at poor urban communities. Duarte calls attention to a possible analogy between such projects of citizenship and other disciplinary processes that are almost always practices of an authoritarian state. Veronica Schild, in her analysis of the role of the concept of citizenship among NGOs and some women's movements in Chile, in this volume, calls attention to centrality of nation in which all possible differences maintain some type of affiliation. In this sense, NGOs as mediators, Jelen, in this volume, have a fundamental privileged, intellectual responsibility to interpret and explain reality to those groups, mainly the popular classes, that do not share the same access to privileged forms of knowledge, E. Carvalho 1991. For Duarte, the difference between the agents of reason and the popular classes is always conditioned by a hierarchical vision of society, it does not have the permanence of the resistant difference of the popular classes. As Duarte says, it was under the impact of growing disrepute of this model and the concomitant interest and valorization of difference that the first positive concepts of a popular culture were formulated, 1993, 11. The expansion of public and partnership involvement in the GCAR's projects can be gleaned from their publications. In November 1993, the ARN informed its readers in an editorial that the ARN, given the size to which it has grown in such a short time, is now a part of the Grupo Cultural Afro-Reggae, which was founded by the same writers and editors of this journal. The GCAR already has various projects underway, always with the goal of producing cultural exchanges, and we will talk about these projects in future editions. 31 One of these projects was the Community Cultural Centers, Núcleos Comunitarios de Cultura. The idea for this project developed in a partnership between the GCAR and several NGOs involved in the construction of the Peace House, Casa de Paz, in the shanty town of Vigario Geral. 32 The contact with these communities and the success of the journal led to the further development of such ideas. The need emerged to consolidate the relationship of the group with those populations which are predominantly black and are, therefore, producers of Afro-Brazilian culture, the prime material of the journal. But how to do this? The answer came out of the very heterogeneous composition of the group which was involved in the production of the journal. Cultural producers, social movement activists, journalists, students, etc., who come from different social classes, and who through their experiences in the shanty towns and no asfalto knew the creative potential of these communities. Combining experiences, they decided to bet on the growth of self-esteem through cultural means. They suggested the community cultural centers, and so that this project could enjoy a certain autonomy in relation to the journal, the GCAR was created. 33. It was not only contact with the communities and with other NGOs that was fundamental to this change in status. Even before transforming themselves into a cultural group, the GCAR held their meetings at the office of an NGO, the Center for the Articulation of Marginalized Populations, CEAP, whose links to other NGOs as well as to the Black movement are quite strong. It was also as a consequence of this early contact with CEAP that the GCAR's transformation became more evident. The challenge imposed by this first attempt at institutionalization enabled new paths to be taken and new partnerships to be established. As one of the participants explained, there were contacts with the most varied social movement sectors, including other black movement groups. In the narratives of several participants interviewed, issues regarding the role and place of the GCAR in the larger black movement do not appear to require rigid labels or political institutional affiliations. These affiliations are always defined on the basis of the specific cultural activities developed in the communities. The models and strategies of political involvement were altered. Grupo Cultural Afro-Reggae, even as it rejected the exclusive label of a black movement group and began to describe itself as an NGO, has not stopped investing in the issues that define its emblematic support and explain its distinctiveness. It is in this situation that shanty towns appear as one of stages for the group's intervention. The shanty town as a geographical reference and the community as a political reference became the new keys in the group's discourse. The community is no longer merely the territory in which the GCAR was formed, it has been transformed into an emblem of its presence, local as well as global. As is the case with numerous blocos from Bahia, the community is, instead, a conglomerate around which various boundaries, principally socio-economic and geographic, have been established. To the community now belong all those who share an identity imposed by their exclusion and their marginalization. It pre-exists the intervention of the group and does not have an easily identifiable ethnic profile. It is its marginal character that confers a possible identity. The preferential action in shanty towns presupposes a type of action in the communities in which the group makes itself visible but from which it remains distinct. These activities, therefore, are different from the creation of solidarity networks or the strengthening of political alliances in the face of oppression and marginalization, as described in this volume by Libia Grosso, Carlos Rosero, and Arturo Escobar, in a discussion of black communities on the Pacific coast of Colombia, and by K. Warren, in a discussion of the Pan-Mayan movement in Guatemala. If there is something that these movements share in common, it is precisely their unique character and the different ways in which communities are perceived, constructed, or imagined. With regard to the GCAR, we can perceive that the valorization of their members' work in shanty town communities becomes an artifact for legitimating their activities vis-a-vis those associational practices in which affinities are established exclusively through recreational activities grounded in an ethnic ethos and identity. In situating itself outside the community, the GCAR conceives of itself as different from the groups with which it works. The analytical implications of this position are even richer when compared to the example of Oliveira e Oliveira, 1974, who by contrast assumes that black identity is constructed as a racialized representation of a social location. However, as Duarte has demonstrated, the usage of the term community to refer to a conscious and responsible unit that at the same time is in opposition to society constitutes a type of embarrassment. When the activists help to construct these communities, they are perhaps effectively contributing to the consolidation of communities which are, in the classical philosophical tradition, in opposition to citizenship. 1993, 15. In this sense, community reifies differences and creates boundaries between us and them. Conclusion. Writing this chapter stimulated me to think about the many places from which those who write about the Brazilian Black movement speak. When I considered the diverse experiences that resulted in the descriptive and analytical texts written by black activists in the 1970s, as well as my own ethnographic experiences with youths who did not intend to have their words crystallized in this fashion, I never imagined that it would be possible to do so from an invisible or untainted place, imposing my own interpretation as a type of lazy divinity, contemplating its creation in order to observe it, register it, and interpret it. Crapanzano 1991, 69. My intervention had more explicit objectives. I wished to place in question the continual interference of other discourses and positions constructed under explicitly subjective points of view. Borrowing from José Jorge Carvalho. Because of an unidimensional position in the politics of identity that has grown with the reality of late transnational capitalism, a politics of alterity that releases the essentialization that accompanies a belligerent posture toward the world has come be seen as archaic or unnecessary. The challenge consists of engineering an organizational form within which the Brazilian experience of Quilombos might serve as another alternative to contemporary efforts to expand social movements without having to endure a process of conversion and a hardening of the heart. 1996, 6. In a certain way, I was simultaneously socialized in the environments of social movements and of the social sciences. During the 1970s and 1980s, the discourses of each were only valued when imbricated with the other. Social movements tried to take advantage of the analytical tools provided by the social sciences under the guise of interpreting, describing, and classifying their own activities. In this context, disputes and fissures in the intellectual debate were accompanied by passion and anguish. This is what stands out from my readings of the texts of Eduardo de Oliveira e Oliveira, Beatriz Nascimento, and Lila Gonzalez, who were important symbols not only for black activists but also for students who, like me, greatly benefited from the fruits of this tension, which remained latent in subsequent intellectual debates on race that were imagined to be free of these impassioned positions. Curiously, university students, a group to which I belonged during the 1980s, consumed both. What we imagined to be passion and reason were converted to a greater or lesser degree into different representations that both discourses had produced about Brazilian society. The polarization between the official racial discourse and the alternative, which would supposedly emerge through the processes of consciousness raising, implying cognitive and corporal transformations, hovered amid a spectrum of diffuse situations that ran through personal experiences. The subjective and relational character of these experiences were thus transformed by the assumption that they affected white or black intellectuals in different ways. If the former privileged the superiority of objectivity and rationality, the latter, if they did not agree, qualified the value of objectivity with the accusation that it was mediated by a kind of guilt. Black intellectuals were continually confronted with the question of authenticity. The weight of always being native, more or less black, whitened, converted, or representative of foreign discourses was ever present in their work as scholars. But these visions are not necessarily unique to particular interlocutors. They were always present, although not always explicitly, in the passionate moments of debate about race and racism, and many times their presence resulted in arguments about the criteria for evaluating intellectual production. Oliveira e Oliveira, 1977, believed that a double insertion conferred legitimacy and power before the object/subject. Beatriz Nascimento, 1976, questioned whether it was necessary to take a critical stance on this position. Gonzalez, 1980, positioned herself from a more essentialist vision and argued for a black point of view. In this text, I have discussed the distinct positions of diverse interlocutors about culture and politics and the relationship between the two in order to clarify the action and outreach strategies of different segments of the Black movement vis-a-vis the communities they purport to represent. In this way, I have tried to draw attention to the provisional character of these visions and their varied meanings as well as by whom they were articulated. The subjective character of the texts analyzed in some ways demonstrates that there was a certain caution in the necessarily partial treatment of texts in the analysis and assumptions of the movement produced by activists. It must be noted that this subjective dimension has always been countered with explicit models and analytical categories formulated by the academic debate. The tension between academic and activist discourses has been marked by efforts to demonstrate how racial politics and the politics of identity formulated by social movements are imbricated. This tension has also been made explicit in the dialogue among whites, non-whites, Brazilians, Brazilianists, leftists, intellectuals, federal agencies, and NGOs, among others. One of the purposes of this chapter was to call attention to the fact that many of the important shifts in activist discourse accompanied shifts in the academic debate. If during the early years Black activists relied upon concepts and terminology imported from Marxism such as consciousness and mobilization, the 1980s saw their gradual substitution by the concept of identity. Within the processes of mobilization and consciousness raising, the concept of culture was just one aspect that reinforced the distinctive character of the anti-racist struggle. During the 1980s, it would assume a central role. From then on, the notion of identity took on new importance. The focus on identity made it possible to articulate that which cannot be articulated, the diffuse, the shapeless. At the same time, it enabled the integration of subjective positions within a collective setting, Calhoun 1996. Among Bahia's Blocos Afro, this shift resulted in simultaneous moves of divergence and convergence, the polarization between the configuration and primacy of a political ethos and the implosion of a multiplicity of more subjective spheres of action and participation. It is in this way that concepts such as identity cease to be analytical categories and are transformed into native categories. Stuart Hall offers an analogous frame of reference, the utilization of identity in the discourse of intellectuals and activists in England. Here, instead of disappearing, it is possible to perceive a displacement of the place from which identity is enunciated, no longer producing stability and totalities, 1993b. Parallel to this shift, Hall calls attention to the fact that the discourse of identity is produced by the observer, which has interesting implications for our discussion. Finally, the case of Grupo Cultural Afro-Reggae exemplifies another type of dislocation concerning the place, connections, and ambiguities of a discourse no longer grounded in racial identity but rather in difference. If the narratives about the Black movement and its institutions had historically valorized what was imagined to constitute the center rather than the margins of anti-racist discourse, the example of GCAR forces us to imagine other possible places where we may find the same issues and practices. This redirection only became possible when other connections were made. To speak of citizenship may have been a recourse to escape the logic of identity and may have called attention to the fact that other identities, not always hierarchically ordered, are at stake. Even though, as I have argued, this new discourse implies new arrangements that are problematic in their political and theoretical matrices, it is with clear impact that the new discourse has penetrated the spaces of the Black movement. Chapter 10. Beyond the domestic and the public, Colonna's participation in urban movements in Mexico City. Miguel Díaz-Barriga. No nos importa que los especies se enojen con nosotros, que nos broncaran. Nosotros venimos arrastrando una cadena de miseria en este país, las gentes más jodidas. No tener casa implica una serie de problemas y los señores estaban acostumbrados a que las mujeres estábamos dispuestas a perder todo, menos el marido. No más que legando aquí cambió totalmente la situación. Entendemos que defender la familia significa ser libres, no libertinos, que mucha gente ha confundido la situación. A esas viejas revoltosas, izquierdistas, mitoteras, guerrilleras, marimacas. No es cierto, nosotras fuimos mujeres de no desprendernos de nuestras obligaciones de mujeres, pero nos dimos el tiempo para andar en la lucha. Hacíamos de comer en la noche y nuestros esposos no se equitaban sin comer. It did not matter to us that our spouses got mad at us, that they fought with us. In this country we, the people who are the most screwed over, carry around a chain of misery. Not having a house implies a series of problems, and men are accustomed to think that women are capable of losing everything, except their husbands. However, once we arrived here to this neighborhood, this completely changed the situation. We understood that defending our family means being free, not being loose women. Indeed, many people have misunderstood our situation. They say, ah, these rebellious women, leftists, big mouths, guerrillas, tomboys. This is not true. We were not women who put aside our responsibilities, we created time to participate in the struggle. We always prepared the evening meal, and our husbands were never left without something to eat. Pilar, a participant in the urban movement of Campamento 2 de Octubre 1. In Mexico City's low-income neighborhoods, colonias populares, women who involve themselves in urban movements are usually put down as libertinas, loose women, viejas revoltosas, rebellious old women, mitoteras, big mouths, or marimacas, tomboys. Pilar, the author of this chapter's epigraph, who participated in the urban movement, in Campamento 2 de Octubre during the 1970s, emphasizes the contradictory pressures that women faced as they attempted to maintain their traditional domestic responsibilities and at the same time engage in grassroots organizing. Pilar both justifies her participation in significa ser libres, no libertinas, and emphasizes her ability to fulfill her domestic tasks. Pilar's recounting of her participation in thus challenges and reinforces traditional notions of women in the domestic sphere. My goal in this chapter is to characterize the contested terrain of the domestic and public spheres that resulted from women's participation in I start by describing how women have challenged traditional notions of the domestic public, and then show how transcending this dichotomy has involved generating new understandings of politics and development. Initially, research on in Latin America emphasized the structural factors behind the political marginalization of the poor and the lack of services and housing, Epstein 1973, Perlman 1976. This research described in detail the land tenure conflicts and urban service issues that conditioned the emergence of By the 1980s, urban researchers began shifting their focus from structural factors to the production of urban meaning and cultural identities, Cannell 1992, Castells 1983, Diaz-Barriga 1996, Velez Ibanez 1983. This shift was a result of both the widening of projects to include urban planning and gender issues, and the rise of new theoretical concerns in social movement research, Escobar and Alvarez 1992, Calderón and Reina 1990, Calderón, Piscitelli and Reina 1992. At the same time, researchers began to rewrite the history of by developing typologies and analyzing political strategies, Bennett 1992, 1993, Ferreira Araujo and Prieto Hernandez 1986, Hernandez 1987, Perlo and Stengart 1984, Ramirez Sayas 1986, 1990, Tamayo 1989, and by focusing on women's participation in urban organizing, Masolo 1983, 1989, 1992, Stephen 1992. This focus, as Elizabeth Jelen notes, has included looking at how women have challenged dominant gender ideologies by generating new links between the domestic and public spheres. In the context of the ideology of the dominant patriarchal society, the two spheres, domestic and public, are seen as opposed. In order to participate outside the household, the woman must neglect her domestic tasks, abandoning her family role. A deeper analysis of what happens in the domestic sphere reveals that, arising from the specific role of woman housekeeper or wife-mother, women have a potential for organizing, participating, and transforming that needs to be discovered and analyzed. Jelen 1990, 7-8. To highlight these potentials, researchers have focused on the continuities that poor women have established between these spheres, Blondet 1990, Brugaden 1986, Caldera 1990, Logan 1990, as well as on the processes through which women have identified first practical and later gender-based needs, Brugaden 1986, Lind 1992, Molineux 1985, Moser 1989. For the most part, theorizing on women's participation in UMS has explored how poor women have both deployed domestic discourses, such as motherhood, in the public domain and increasingly organized around gender needs and issues, Martin 1990. This focus on bridging domestic and public space and identifying broader sets of needs has, however, limited our understanding of the differing ways in which poor women, colonas, have conceptualized participation in UMS and contextualized understandings of needs. In this chapter, I apply the borderlands concept to emphasize how, through a variety of strategies, colonas blur the distinction between the domestic and public spheres and simultaneously identify practical and gender needs. The borderlands concept, as developed for Chicana feminism by Gloria Anzaldúa, 1987, and for the field of anthropology by Renato Rosaldo, 1989, calls for attention to the creative ways in which social actors navigate the intersections of social experience. As Anzaldúa and Rosaldo note, borderland zones are a response to dominant ideologies and societies that attempt to order social experience into strict dichotomies. For example, the maintenance of a strict differentiation between European and Mexican cultures in the United States. Social actors who occupy the intersections of social experience, such as Chicanas/Chicanos, are engaged in processes of cultural hybridization that involve political struggle, improvisation, and a tolerance for ambiguity. Anzaldúa 1987, 79-80, Rosaldo 1989, 216-217. These borderland experiences represent not only the bridging of social experiences but also the transforming of cultural meanings and social relations. In the case of colonas' participation in UMS, I apply the borderlands concept to highlight how women's involvement defies dichotomous representations of domestic and public life. I emphasize that in blurring distinctions between the domestic and public, colonas have both challenged and reinforced the cultural and political meanings of women's subordination as well as inhabited a social space wrought with ambiguity, irony, and conflict. In what follows, I draw upon the personal accounts of three women who participated in UMS in Mexico City: Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar, to describe how colonas have navigated the conflicts and violence associated with grassroots organizing. I specifically focus on how these colonas have redefined needs, welded everyday life, lo cotidiano, into development planning, and invented ways of doing politics. My findings are partially based upon field research that I conducted on the ethno-history of UMS from 1970 to 1990 in a southern district of Mexico City. As part of my field research, I collected accounts of participation in UMS in the region, including that of Ursula, who was one of the best-known leaders in Mexico City during the 1970s. She led the in Lomas de Padierna. Unlike Dona Jovita and Pilar, Ursula became the leader of the in her colonia, one of the few women to direct a during this time. An activist group, the Revolutionary Movement of the People, Movimiento Revolucionario del Pueblo, or MRP, published Dona Jovita's oral history as part of its attempt to organize women in the low-income neighborhoods, MRPND. The account, which is well known among colonas active in grassroots organizing, describes Dona Jovita's participation in the in the Colonia Ajusco during the 1970s. Alejandra Masolo, in her volume Por Amor y Courage, Mujeres en Movimientos Urbanos de la Ciudad de Mexico, 1992, collected 4 accounts of women who participated in grassroots organizing during the 1970s. These accounts, which include pilas, focus on a variety of themes including initial attempts by women to organize themselves independently of the male-dominated structure of their respective Point 2. Urban movements in Mexico City. During the 1970s, emerged in many low-income areas of Mexico City, including in the colonias Lomas de Padierna, Ajusco, and Campamento 2 de Octubre. To analyze the emergence of in Mexico City during the 1970s, one must first understand the significance of the massacre of student activists at Tlatelolco on October 2, 1968. Indeed, the organization of was the result of a change in the strategies of student activists that resulted from the massacre. Many activist groups changed their political programs from directly challenging the state to attempting to form a broader protest movement across society by working directly with colonos, campesinos, peasants, and obreros, workers. In their accounts of participating in grassroots organizing, Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar all make reference to activists working in their colonias. Ursula, for example, talks about how activists helped her in formulating demands and in organizing community projects such as the maintenance of a popular school. Pilar talks about the legacy of the 1968 massacre, noting that Mexicans will never forget how the blood of those killed spawned many social movements, Masolo 1992, 247. Activists from a variety of newly formed groups, including the Popular Independent Front, Frente Popular Independiente, or FPI, work directly with colonos to organize marches and grassroots development projects as well as to help articulate demands for land rights. The FPI was active both in Lomas de Padierna and Campamento 2 de Octubre. Point 3 In many colonias, the police and landholders attempted to forcefully evict colonos in Campamento 2 de Octubre. They went so far as to burn down the colonia. Once colonos successfully resisted these attempts at eviction by organizing defense committees and staging marches, the state began legalizing land tenure by charging colonos for land, a process known as land regularization. During the 1970s, this process generated a whole new set of conflicts as colonos and the state disagreed over land prices, urban zoning issues, and plot sizes. Paradoxically, for political activists who were attempting to form a social protest movement during the 1970s, demands for land rights ultimately involved state intervention and the eventual demobilization of many As Alan Gilbert and Peter Ward, 1985, point out, state land regularization policies have had a mixed record of success in benefiting the urban poor. The regularization process opens up the land market to higher income groups unprepared to occupy illegal land and sometimes involves charging land and service taxes at rates the poor cannot afford. 251. In some cases land regularization may not have been necessary, the wish to regularize land titles may emanate from the authorities. It may be linked to new taxes, it may encourage an attitude of support for the government in power. Rather than enjoying full legality, the poor may be content with the knowledge that they will not be turned off their land. 251. Although the goal of land regularization is to grant land tenure rights to colonos, the state has through a combination of repression and co-optation used the process to demobilize Petzoli 1987, 385. It is within the history of these struggles for land and urban services that we must contextualize the participation of colonas in As we shall see in the accounts of women's participation in many colonas have conceptualized the corruption, co-optation, and repression that emerged during the land regularization process as aspects of a male-dominated public sphere. Women first organized in all 3 colonias Lomas de Padierna, Campamento 2 de Octubre, and Ajusco to demand land tenure and services. Indeed, Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar all discuss their participation in in terms of the struggles for land tenure and conflicts with land regularization agencies such as FIDERB, the Trust for Urban Development. Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar were each from migrant families who had moved to various areas of the city before participating in a land takeover to obtain housing. Ursula moved to the Colonia Potierna in 1970 from another area in the center of Tlalpan, a political ward in the southern part of Mexico City. She arrived in Potierna as a single mother. Dona Jovita migrated to Mexico City with her husband from a village in Zacatecas while in her late teens or early 20s. She was married at 17 and says that she and her husband moved to Mexico City a few years later, MRPND, 9. After being evicted from one area, they searched for another place to live, finally arriving at what is now the Colonia Ajusco at a time when it was barely settled. Pilar, also after settling in another area of Mexico City, moved to Campamento 2 de Octubre in 1972, when the movement was beginning to reach its highest levels of intensity. Pilar, who worked as a manual laborer at a university, was also a single mother. By participating in grassroots organizing, these women partially challenged traditional constructions of gender identities based on women's roles in the domestic sphere. As Pilar's quotation at the beginning of this chapter suggests, the reality of the domestic public dichotomy as an ideology that aids in maintaining traditional gender relations exists side by side with the possibilities for transforming its meaning. In the case of UMS, this reconfiguration has been mediated through a variety of strategies. The channeling of needs. The reason why poor women, and the poor in general, participate in UMS is perhaps straightforward. They are seeking a way to satisfy basic needs such as housing, water, and economic subsistence. This answer, however, is more complex than it may seem because the politics of needs is linked to an array of power relations, Escobar and Alvarez 1992, 320. Scott Mainwaring, 1987, in his research on UMS in Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo, rightly argues that the perception of needs does not directly lead to participation in social movements but rather is linked to a wide array of social forces, including activist groups organizing in the favelas. This is also true of UMS in Mexico City, where grassroots organizing, and indeed the spread of needs discourses, were the result of a collaboration between colonos and activists. As Vivian Bennett points out in her History of UMS in Mexico City, activists and colonos criticized the state for being unable to satisfy the basic land and housing needs of the urban poor, 1992, 245. This use of the term necesidad to describe grassroots organizing was evident in my field work. For example, in a document distributed throughout Lomas de Potierna, activists define the goals of the in terms of necesidad. As in many other colonias, in Potierna we have waged a constant struggle in order to satisfy our necesidades, to obtain a piece of land where we can live, for the education of our children, for the legalization of our plots, and for the introduction of basic services like electricity, potable water, streets, and medical clinics along with other services for. As I have shown in an earlier work, the discourse of necesidad is deployed by a variety of actors including both grassroots activists and state agencies to justify development programs and mediate land tenure conflicts. Diaz-Barriga 1996.5 Indeed, as Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar discuss, there were many conflicts between activists, groups of colonos, and the state over strategies to provide land tenure and services. Carolyn Moser, 1989, and Amy Conger-Lind, 1992, have described how women's organizations within UMS have expanded their agendas from basic or practical needs to strategic needs. These strategic needs, according to Moser, are based on using gender identity to challenge the sexual division of labor, 1989, 1803. Lind, in her overview of women's organizations in Ecuador, shows how poor women in urban areas often base their politics on a certain set of needs derived from their reproductive roles, 1992, 139. Lind demonstrates how these women's groups integrate practical and strategic needs in their struggles for housing, services, and gender equality. A similar process is described by Clara Brugada, 1986, in her writing on UMS in Mexico City. Brugada points out that because of the lack of urban services, women begin to see the need for participating in UMS. This need, according to Brugada, becomes part of a series of strategic needs based on the opposition of family members, including husbands, to the reorganization of domestic tasks as women spend more time at protests and meetings, 1986, 13-15. This linear relation between practical and strategic needs, however, represents only one possibility for their articulation. For Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar there is a constant blurring and integration of needs so that it is difficult to represent their activism in terms of one set of needs leading to another. Indeed, as I will discuss, the very ways in which each woman contextualizes necessidades varies. Ursula arrived to the Colonia Paterna just as activists from the Popular Independent Front and Colonos were beginning to mobilize. According to Ursula, she participated in grassroots organizing to resolve her need for housing. Because the land takeover occurred on the Paterna Ejido, urban settlers were evicted on a number of occasions by ejidatarios, farmers on the ejidos. Ejidos were farms established by the Mexican government as part of a land reform program after the 1910-1920 revolution. A number of ejidos that formed near Mexico City were later incorporated into the expanding city, a process that was often violent as the urban poor sought to obtain land on ejidos. I asked Ursula if she knew about the violence that was occurring as a result of ejidatarios evicting settlers. Ursula discussed how she became involved in urban politics in terms of the anger she felt when ejidatarios tore her house down. I did not know what the problems were when I came here. They, the leaders of the land invasion, told me, "We are going to give you a lot, you pick which one." I went looking around, not knowing what problems I was going to have. Then they brought me to the far side of the colonia. There were only rocks. I told them that I was single and did not have anyone to help me level the ground and remove stones. Then I saw a plot that had one wall and was level. I said to myself, "It is pretty here. I like it. Here is where I am going to stay." It was the biggest conflict that I have ever experienced. I was ignorant, new to the area. And here in front of me were the ejidatarios who were against us. I put up my shack and the next day the ejidatarios with their people tore it down. Well, there my courage began. When my home was destroyed, something inside me awoke. Before this happened I was calm and passive, but afterwards I became angry. This is when I began to get involved in the movement without even wanting to become involved. 6. Through her participation in the Women's Committee, whose work focused mainly on the organization of a primary school, Ursula gradually rose to a leadership position in the colonia. She talked about her first experiences in UMS in terms of learning about the conflicts that the poor faced and the ways in which demands were made on the state. For example, in a meeting with other leaders of UMS, Ursula tells how she learned about making demands. I should note that the mention of Francisco de la Cruz in the following passage is significant since at that time he was the leader of Campamento 2 de Octubre. I remember the first time that I was sent as part of a commission. The protest was organized by Francisco de la Cruz and I went as part of the commission from Paterna. They gave me a pencil and they told me, I remember this very well, they told me, "Here is your pencil and your card, write out your petitions," and I said, "Petitions? What are petitions?" Later Francisco de la Cruz told me that they were the necessidades that existed in our colonia. And I replied, "Why didn't you say so?" 7. Ursula then points out that in her original set of demands she did not include land regularization. She did not see this as part of the necessidades of the colonia, such as potable water. Although her participation clearly broke the stereotype of women's roles in UMS as followers rather than leaders, Ursula did not mention making gender issues a central focus of her political agenda. When I asked her about being a woman and leading the colonia, she insisted that she had been chosen by the community. I did not represent the colonia. I did not have an official post. I was a part of the Committee of Defense of the colonia. I was also working on the problem of water and the painting of the water barrels. A moment arrived when people began to come to see me about their problems. I would tell them, let's go and try to solve these problems, and we would organize ourselves and go see the government officials. We hung a bell at the school, and whenever there was a problem we would ring it, and the people would gather to see what was going on, to find out if the police or agitatarios had torn down someone's house. The people started to come to see me if there was a problem. Point 8. Led by Ursula, women became key actors in resisting attempts by the state to evict Colonos. As Ursula pointed out, the police were less likely to detain or use physical violence against women. When I interviewed Ursula, she emphasized how Colonos captured men who were attempting to evict their neighbors. In one case they even imprisoned, for 3 days, a group of men who attempted to evict a single mother. Ursula talked about the inability of male leaders in the colonia to argue with authorities. According to her, she rose to a leadership position because she was more willing to confront state officials. Like Ursula, when Dona Jovita settled into her colonia, she immediately became part of a conflict over land rights. These conflicts first revolved around various attempts to force Colonos to pay for land as a prelude to the regularization of land tenure. As Colonos settled in Ajusco, they attempted to organize themselves, eventually allying with activist groups, in order to gain land tenure rights. The discourse of necesidad was employed by Dona Jovita to justify her participation in despite criticism from community members and her family, especially her husband. In her account of participating in Dona Jovita tells how her husband opposed her attempts to organize women in her neighborhood, MRPND. Dona Jovita points out, women have known how to form a dynamic organization in this neighborhood. We have known how to form a powerful movement as women, as mothers, because we have felt the necesidad of protecting, of caring for the patrimony of our children, MRPND, 35. The use of the word patrimony, patrimonio, in this context is especially revealing because it shows the extent to which necesidad can be an aspect of reproducing traditional household relations. In this sense, Dona Jovita's testimony centers on, to use Carolyn Moser's phrase, the practical needs to maintain the household. Indeed, participation in land takeovers is especially difficult for women since, in many cases, they must maintain their household despite the lack of basic services such as water, electricity, and sanitation. Dona Jovita, however, simultaneously identifies strategic needs. In her testimony, Dona Jovita constantly brings up how her husband initially criticized her for engaging in politics. She is critical of her husband and of men in general because they leave everything to women, including housework, the education of the children, and the procurement of a home and land, MRPND, 31. In Campamento 2 de Octubre, as in Lomas de Padierna and Ajusco, there were sharp struggles over land tenure between Colonos, the state, and landowners. These struggles often entailed pitched battles with the police. Pilar, in her oral history of participation in the in Campamento 2 de Octubre, explains how women worked together to demand land tenure rights while they simultaneously provided basic services for the community, such as a school. In one case, a group of women tore down a police guard station and used the materials to build a kindergarten. When the police questioned the women, they justified their actions in terms of necesidad. The police had changes of the guard, and during one change we said, let's do it. These guard houses of sheet metal weigh a lot, but we were a huge number of women. When the police arrived, they no longer had a guard station and we had a kindergarten for our children. There was a fight and we beat the police and left telling them, we have this necesidad. 3. They replied, this is not possible, the guard station is here so that the police will not get sunburned or wet. And we replied, that's too bad, we already took it. Masolo 1992, 253. Later, Pilar extends the necesidad argument to a range of women's issues including abortion rights. This is one need, among many, of Mexican society. This service ought to be free for all women. For example, single women have necesidades that people do not understand. What do they want them to be, prostitutes? They see a single woman with a child and they say that this woman has become a prostitute. Many people are beginning to understand this problem and the necessities of their daughters, and of their daughters-in-law. We discuss these matters in our meetings. The women understand. But what happens? They go to church and there they are exposed to propaganda. Masolo 1992, 276. In both of these passages, Pilar expresses the hope that by recognizing people's necessities, claims for urban services and reproductive rights can overcome the power of the police and the church. For each of these colonas, necesidad forms part of a borderland region between the domestic and public spheres, between challenging perceptions of women as primarily maintainers of the household and criticizing the state for being unable to satisfy the urban poor's necessities. The ways in which they contextualize these necessities vary according to their experiences and individual perspectives. For Ursula, the need for housing moves her into wider conflicts and broader participation in grassroots organizing. Dona Jovita emphasizes the need to provide for a future for her children and criticizes men who do not allow women to participate in grassroots organizing. Finally, Pilar justifies political action in terms of necesidad and talks about wider gender issues, such as abortion rights, in terms of recognizing women's necessities. Welding development alternatives with lo cotidiano. A number of researchers of UMS have pointed to lo cotidiano, the everyday, as a means of generating alternative modes of development. Hirnaus 1988, 75, Sandoval 1991, 305.9. Elizabeth Jellin argues that lo cotidiano represents an intersection between the institutionalized level of politics and identity, and local and family-based practices that both challenge and reproduce dominant culture. 1987, 11. Research on lo cotidiano, as Arturo Escobar points out, is still at an incipient stage, mainly because it implies a focus on culture as practice and involves understanding politics not only as what he terms the macro aspects of protest but as an attempt to reimagine everyday life. 1992, 70-71. For the case of UMS, I would argue that the interaction of everyday life with the political institutional must be understood in terms of the organization of urban space. As colonos settle into an area, there is an immediate attempt to plan the layout of their neighborhood, usually involving activist groups. As the state begins to negotiate with colonos about their remaining in the area by making land payments, a whole series of issues emerge over plot sizes, land prices, and spaces for public services. These planning issues, especially the state's attempts to charge market prices for land and control the allocation of plots, were a major point of conflict between the state and UMS during the 1970s. These conflicts often involved groups of colonas directly confronting the police. There are a variety of levels in which the UMS in Lomas de Padierna, Ajusco, and Campamento 2 de Octubre can be understood as interrelating lo cotidiano with grassroots organizing and development issues. Here, I refer not only to the ways in which colonos organize to gain basic services such as a water supply but also to a wider set of issues about the design of their neighborhood. For example, when colonos took over land in Lomas de Padierna, they set aside areas for parks, playgrounds, and a primary school that they also administered, and they allocated plots at 500 square meters per family. Colonos also insisted that they maintain control over the design and construction of their own housing to allow for the building of extended family units as well as the cultivating of gardens. By the mid-1970s, the state began to negotiate with colonos in Lomas de Padierna over land tenure rights through the newly created agency THIRD-WORLDISM, the Trust for Urban Development. A key issue for UMS became the spatial organization of the colonia, including such variables as plot sizes and parklands. These spaces, which define the experiences of lo cotidiano, became a focal point of conflict. THIRD-WORLDISM proposed the building of subsidized housing units, small two-unit homes that would fit on plots of 250 square meters. This reduction of the plot size, as well as the design of standardized homes, were immediately rejected by colonos. With the larger plot sizes of 500 square meters, Colonos would be able to build housing for their extended families as well as in many cases have space to raise animals and cultivate gardens. Ursula told me how Colonos captured THIRD-B engineers to protest the construction of subsidized housing. In 1974, the state made the policy that THIRD-B would enter the colonia to build houses. They even did an exhibition of the homes they would build. They were going to put 2 homes on 250 square meters and they were going to sell us the homes. We expressed our opposition but the engineers came anyway. In April of 1974 they entered the colonia. The bell was rung and Colonos joined together. We removed them from the colonia for the first time. The second time, the bell started ringing to warn everyone that the police were coming. Well, down the street came a whole battalion of riot police to protect the engineers. We were united, and in one movement we captured the engineers and the riot police. We put them in their jeeps and conducted a march to the ward offices. We did not allow the police or engineers to get out of the jeeps until we arrived at the ward offices. With this action our movement began to gain respect. 10. This story is one of the many that I collected about the conflicts that emerged as state planners attempted to reorganize urban space. Ursula's rejection of THIRD-B's proposal and the capture of the police escort mainly by Colonos point to a complicated articulation of lo cotidiano with the political institutional. On the one hand, these actions show how the demands had become centered on a traditional organization of urban space, individual family units, parks, and so on. On the other hand, they cast Colonos in a major role in grassroots organizing that included engaging in pitched battles with the police and organizing protests against state agencies. Dona Jovita also emphasizes the role of women in the conflicts with THIRD-B. As in Lomas de Padierna, there were a series of disputes between THIRD-B and the in Ajusco over land prices, the allocation of plots, and land taxes. 11 As the conflict became more heated, a group of women destroyed the post built to house THIRD-B officials. Dona Jovita emphasizes that the role of women in this conflict is often forgotten. Look at what people in the colonia say. They say that the post built for THIRD-B was destroyed by a bus that was driven by a drunk driver. The bus exploded. They never say, never, that a group of viejas old women destroyed the post. MRPND, 23. Throughout her account, Dona Jovita emphasizes that women were at the core of the struggles with THIRD-B. These conflicts were not only about land prices but also about recognizing the role of Colonos in planning and urbanizing the zones. Dona Jovita notes that Colonos had constructed the colonia. This was an inhospitable and inhabitable rocky area. We, us Colonos, have come to give life to something so that it is now able to live. And now comes a trust that is going to sell us what is ours. MRPND, 21. In Campamento 2 de Octubre, conflicts between the state and Colonos were especially severe because here the state sought to set an example for that had become too powerful or too radical. As Manuel Castells points out, the squatters preserved their autonomy vis-a-vis the administration and used their strong bargaining position to call for a general political opposition to the institutional revolutionary party's policies. They became the target of the most conservative sectors of the Mexican establishment. After a long series of provocations by paid gangs, the police attacked the Campamento in January 1976, setting fire to it and assaulting the squatters. Some days later, several hundred families returned to the settlement, reconstructed their houses, and started negotiating with the government to obtain a legal right to remain there. 1983, 272. Castells is right to emphasize that the demands of the became relatively modest, including legalization of the settlement and the installation of services. Castells points out that to understand Colonos' resistance to state policies and the state's harsh response to the the larger issue of organizing and maintaining political autonomy must be considered. These conflicts were not simply about providing urban services but, more, the possibility of maintaining grassroots organizations that were autonomous from the state. Beyond macro issues of political autonomy and power, as Pilar reminds us, These conflicts were also about women's participation in UMS and attempts to articulate new understandings of lo cotidiano. In talking about the burning of the colonia, for example, Pilar starts by noting that women played a large role in attempts to resist the police. After reporting how several women were beaten, including herself, she talks about how the burning destroyed the vision that colonos had developed of their colonia. It was the most brutal repression that the Campamento 2 de Octubre had suffered. I was in the kitchen. We cooked every night so that in the mornings the school kids would pass by to have breakfast and our comrades that were going off to work would get lunch. There was always a popular kitchen, those who were invited ate, colonos that did not have money, the members of commissions that were leaving for meetings or other business. There was also a library. Unfortunately the state destroyed many of the beautiful things that colonos had in mind to do. Our colonia was going to be a model colonia. Masolo 1992, 260-261. Pila's recounting of what colonos had in mind: a colonia with a popular kitchen and library, production cooperatives and facilities for raising chickens and rabbits, and other services such as a kindergarten maintained by colonos themselves, is given in the context of police repression. The kindergarten, which was constructed by colonas, was destroyed by riot police in 1975, Masolo 1992, 226. In describing attempts to defend the kindergarten, Pilar emphasizes how its construction was the work of colonas, Masolo 1992, 228. In recounting the January 1976 burning, Pilar also emphasizes how she and a group of women attempted to defend the popular kitchen against the riot police, Masolo 1992, 260-262. In her account, Pilar uses the words for riot police, granaderos, and men, hombres, interchangeably. In both the cases of the popular kitchen and the kindergarten, attempts to reimagine lo cotidiano and devise new understandings of urban development are contrasted with the actions of male police. New ways of doing politics. In the literature on women's participation in UMS, the possibility of continuous social spaces that link the domestic and public are a major focus. Teresa Caldera, 1990, for example, argues that to understand the possibilities of continuous domestic and public spheres, it is necessary to look at how women seek to devise alternatives to the violent and corrupt public sphere of male politics. Caldera begins her analysis by noting that the participation of women in UMS in Brazil, while undoubtedly based on needs, is also a result of meanings associated with the reorganization of the domestic sphere and the possibilities for transforming gender relations, 1990, 62-63. She argues that poor women initially organized to reduce the conflicts at home that resulted from their participation in UMS. For Caldera, the work of women's organizations in overcoming the opposition of husbands provides an initial impetus for challenging traditional notions of women's role in the domestic sphere. This organizing ultimately leads to poor women creating alternatives to traditional notions of woman as housewife and man of politics. A new space is being created, not only to enable women to share the equally pervasive oppression and to identify common problems, but also to construct an agreeable alternative. Within the social movements, women are creating a new identity, as the discussion of their own distinctive topics acquires legitimacy. We have already seen that this new identity contrasts with two other experiences, that of the traditional housewife and that of the man of politics. The situation of the housewife enclosed within the four-wall of her home, frozen in time, totally dependent on the man. Obviously a negative characterization is offset against an opening to the world achieved by participating in local movements. 1990, 64. The participation of women in grassroots organizing is therefore linked not only to a number of meanings relating to the domestic and female universe, the home, the family, children, disinterested work for others, cooperation, among others, but also to the creation of a semantic space that separates their action in pursuit of certain demands from politics, as well as to living a new experience as women, Caldera 1990, 64. Similarly, in discussing women's participation in UMS, Joanne Martin argues that continuity should be a key metaphor for understanding the reconfiguration of the domestic and public spheres. In her research in Morelos, Mexico, Martin notes that poor women have rejected the public sphere of politics that is based on patron-client ties and corruption. Instead, they have opted for the expansion of the domestic sphere into politics. Years of involvement with the Mexican state had convinced Buenavistans that in politics ties to community give way to the demands of patron-client relationships organized around corruption. Women's politics attempts to redeem the community by emphasizing ties between family and community over the connections between the community and the state. Emphasis on family and community does not mean that women support a policy of isolation from the state. Recognizing both the need and the danger of such external relationships, women suggest instead that only the power of a mother's devotion to her children can overcome the lure of self-interest and corruption. In short, Buenavistan women assume a continuity between the domestic and public arenas that overrides the dichotomies anthropologists have frequently seen as explaining women's subordination. 1990, 471, My emphasis. Martin's description of a continuity between the domestic and public spheres points to a creative reworking of the dichotomy's meaning. This strategy, however, is not without its critics. Kathleen Logan, for example, points out that poor women's reliance on traditional symbols in urban politics, such as parenthood, may ultimately limit possibilities for the transformation of gender identities. 1990, 156. To be sure, some colonas conceptualize grassroots organizing in terms of providing for one's children and contrast their participation with the corruption of the state. The metaphor of continuities, however, limits our understanding of the ways that colonas navigate the discourses and practices associated with the domestic and public realms. Rather than establishing continuities, colonas such as Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar are constructing a borderlands zone that is laced with power and contradiction. This zone is not fixed by two social spheres but rather is a hybrid space that is marked by improvisation, heterogeneity, and even irony. See Rosaldo 1989, 207-217. For example, Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar differ both in the emphasis they give to parenthood and in the ways in which they conceptualize co-optation and corruption. Ursula emphasizes her ability to confront authorities and to stress gaining services for colonos over questions of political ideology. Dona Jovita, in contrast, defines much of her political experience in terms of providing for the necessities of her children and in terms of her Catholic faith. Pilar focuses on the possibilities for Mexican women to become more rebellious, to reject the gender ideologies of the state and church. All three women attempt to reimagine politics in ways that go beyond the male figure of political corruption, the caudillo, political boss. Since the 1970s, colonos and urban activists have conceptualized the co-optation of leaders and the problem of political corruption in terms of the dynamic of caudillismo. The term caudillo is used to identify natural leaders, dirigentes naturales, who rule through charisma and repression and who are often affiliated with or co-opted by the state. In histories of activists often refer to the 1970s as the age of the caudillo. During this period, were noted for their reformist tendencies and their lack of democratic structure. They were led by political strongmen, leaders whose decisions and powers were almost incontestable. In summing up the tendencies of in the early 1970s, Javier Ferrer Araujo and his colleagues write, the spontaneous and local movements generally created leaders who ended up becoming caudillos because of their lack of political consciousness. They returned to the reformism that produced them and separated themselves from the rest of the movement. With frequency these caudillos were co-opted by components of the state. Ferrer Araujo et al. 1982, 30. Activists such as Ferrer, who organized colonos in the southern part of Mexico City, viewed this type of political organizing as paternalistic and easily subject to manipulation. Ursula was originally backed by members of the FPI working in Padierna because they saw her as counteracting the impact of the movement's first leader, Don Geraldo, who was labeled by activists as a caudillo. Ursula first participated in a committee of women that was involved in obtaining a regular water supply for the colonia. In talking about taking a leadership role in the colonia, Ursula refers to how men were unwilling to confront government officials, as I discussed earlier. She emphasizes how Don Geraldo became frightened and left the colonia after threats were made against him by ejidatarios. She notes that she learned to engage in urban politics without becoming corrupt. For example, in discussing her work with activists from the FPI, she states that she learned not to profit from politics. 12 Indeed, she speaks critically about how many former leaders of UMS had promised their support for the Institutional Revolutionary Party, Partido Revolucionario Institucional, or PRI, in exchange for local services. On the other hand, she argues that she was forced to stop working with students because of their political naivete, their inability to see the necessity at some levels to cooperate with the state. In the end, Ursula evicted activists from the colonia. The major point of contention between activists and colonos was participation in a state-organized Junta de Vecinos, Committee of Neighbors. During the late 1970s, most UMS resisted participating in the Junta de Vecinos, since these committees did not have any power and were controlled by the PRI. In response to a question I asked about the clearing of streets, Ursula began to discuss the issue of participation in the Junta de Vecinos. When I decided to enter the Junta de Vecinos, there were kids muchachos that were activists, some were anarchists and others Maoists, and all of that. Pauses. Well, I saw how the people were asking for water and other services and that the authorities were not helping us. I told my compañeros that it would not be a bad idea to enter the Junta de Vecinos so that we could gain services. The first time that I went to a meeting of the Junta, when I was named a representative of the colonia, there were many compañeros who said, "Mucha política." People said that I had sold out, that the authorities had given me money. Activists tried to organize the people against me. They even brought people in from other colonias in order to organize assemblies, which they held in the middle of the colonia, near the school. The block representatives told me about the assemblies and I told them, "We are not selling anything, it is not an issue of merchandise, we are not profiting. If they are organizing assemblies and the people want to go, let them go. We are going to continue working the administration of land regularization and demanding water and more schools." 13. Ursula and her group of followers argued that they were completely independent of any political groups, that they only worked on practical issues and were unwilling to participate in PRI events unless guaranteed a concrete service for their colonia. Ursula is referred to by activists and many colonos as being a caudilla, a woman who once worked for the necesidades of her colonia but who betrayed the movement. Others colonos, however, defend her ability to bring services to the colonia and her political independence. It would be beyond the scope of this chapter to explore the intricacies of arguments on both sides, such as the lack of PRI symbolism in her office. What I want to emphasize is that the very debate over the nature of a caudilla as opposed to a caudillo points to a shifting of the terms of urban politics. I had the necesidad of having land, of having this security, of having this patrimonio for my children, MRPND, 16. Dona Jovita constantly refers back to these dual perceptions, necesidad and providing for her children, in describing her participation in UMS. She describes many of the difficulties that she faced when she first moved to the colonia when it was a barren area full of rocks in terms of caring for children. She relates that because of necesidad, for example to get masa, dough, for preparing tortillas, women had to leave their children on the cerro, hill, MRPND, 11. Sometimes mothers returning from work or shopping had to frantically search for their children, who had become lost in the cerro. In talking about her struggles with her husband, Dona Jovita emphasizes that her children did not hinder her participation in the Rather, she emphasizes how her children aided her political participation, despite the opposition of her husband, MRPND, 32. She goes on to discuss the central role that women played in the Here women organized the struggle. Men played a role but women were the majority of participants. Who organized us? We women did. Women organized committees to try to gain a water supply. Women prevented them landowners and the state from taking away our land, because we are the ones who suffered. Imagine being without water. Would we not struggle to have this liquid that is so indispensable for food, for washing the children, to drink, for everything? MRPND, 31-32. According to Dona Jovita, the grassroots organizing of women remained autonomous from the dynamic of corruption and caudillismo that was prevalent among male leaders. Dona Jovita herself turned down several offers to become active in the government's community boards, saying that she had no motivation to become involved with the state. In praising other leaders, such as the well-known human rights activist Rosario Ibarra, she notes that such activists have never been involved in the government and that instead they are vocal in pressuring the state from below. MRPND, 41. In discussing political leadership within the Dona Jovita emphasizes the political naivete of some leaders, the outright corruption of others, and the non-involvement of most political parties in politics. She ends by noting that Colonos must develop a form of politics that goes beyond traditional political leadership. We do not want caudilos, we want responsible people, people that feel our problems, that are capable of resolving the problems of the people. MRPND, 41. She extends this argument by describing her move to Mexico City as a search for the promised land. Indeed, the had a strong religious component because of the activism of religious groups and priests from the local Catholic Church. Alonso 1980, 381-382. This search for the promised land involved not only gaining services and land regularization, both of which occurred in the colonia, but building a better world for her children in which the poor do not face such a struggle for land and basic services. As in the case of Lomas de Padierna, the in Ajusco became divided. Leaders were co-opted as a result of land regularization programs and the organization of the Junta de Vecinos. Dona Jovita continued to participate in as part of the Union of Popular Neighborhoods, Union de Colonias Populares, or UCP, as well as of a political party. Like Pilar, she viewed the two forms of participation as being complementary. According to Pilar, the at Campamento 2 de Octubre passed through two stages. Pilar describes the first stage in nostalgic terms. She talks about working with student activists and Francisco de la Cruz, Pancho, who led the movement in demanding land tenure and services. The second stage followed the January 1976 burning of the colonia. Pilar describes in critical terms the actions of both student activists and Pancho. On the one hand, she playfully criticizes student activists for being naive while at the same time giving them credit for organizing colonas. On the other, she indignantly criticizes Pancho for becoming a caudillo. Much of the force of this indignation comes from the fact that she had been a great believer in Pancho's abilities as a leader. He was, Pilar ironically says, more than a mother to me. In analyzing the in Campamento 2 de Octubre, Manuel Castells emphasizes that the students, with their verbal radicalism, were at least partially responsible for the harsh repression that the movement faced. 1983, 196. Pilar also points out that the students played a role in providing an excuse for the state to engage in repression. However, unlike Castells, Pilar also emphasizes that student activists played a large role in organizing women in the colonia. They made us rebellious. We have to thank them for this because we were accustomed to being passive women, always in the house, obedient to our father, our mother, and later our husband, conformist old women. They made us rebels and loudmouths. Many people who did not get a higher education obtained it here. Masolo 1992, 255. Throughout her account, Pilar uses subtle irony and humor to express the contradictory situations that colonos faced. Thus her reference to students turning women into bocanas, big mouths, is an ironic play on a stereotype about women active in politics. Later, she ironically notes that student activists were an accelerator, el acelera, a designation that denotes sarcasm. Students aided the movement but also gave it a reputation for being a guerrilla organization. You know that the student is the accelerator. Unfortunately, because of the accelerator they took us here to be pseudo-guerrillas. Masolo 1992, 255. This irony underlies a respect for the role the students played but also a recognition of the conflicts and differences that emerged between colonos and activists. In talking about Pancho, Pilar ironically reports on her own initial devotion to his leadership. Not only was Pancho more than a mother to her, an expression that has many layers of meaning, but he was also a clay idol. Masolo 1992, 265. Pilar uses these phrases to undermine her own naivete in believing so thoroughly in one man. Charisma is a major element of caudillismo. Throughout her interview she points out that colonos must stop thinking about grassroots organizing in terms of the personality of leaders and more in terms of the formation of democratic committees. This critique is similar to criticisms made by Alonso, 1980, Castells, 1983, and others, which emphasize the lack of democratic organizing within UMS during the 1970s. Pila's own recounting of how Pancho became a caudillo integrates a discussion of gender dynamics with an analysis of political corruption. Pilar points out that after the 1976 burning, Pancho became involved with selling plots and running a taxi business that state agencies helped him establish. He distanced himself from women organizers and began evicting people who did not pay contributions to his organization. Pilar notes, "It was during this time that Pancho de la Cruz, from my point of view, betrayed the movement, when he began to abuse colonos. When he formed the taxi group, the taxi drivers, the men, struggled against us, because Pancho told them, 'Look, if you evict these old women viejas you all can have their land.' Therefore the women of the campamento, accustomed to receiving blows from the riot police, well, we became afraid and we began to buy gasoline, to have bottles of gasoline to make fires, in order to make them run." Masolo 1992, 266-267. In the above passage, Pilar clearly identifies the conflict within the colonia in terms of gender dynamics, male taxi drivers pitted against colonas. Pilar criticizes the ways in which Pancho abused the contributions he collected as a deviation from the politics of necesidad. She notes that there was no necesidad for finances and making a profit. Pancho squandered monies that should have been used to make a better colonia for their children. Masolo 1992, 266. As the became divided, Pancho evicted student activists. He was eventually imprisoned for selling land that he did not own. His legacy is still under debate. When he was released from prison in the mid-1980s, several letters to newspapers argued that he was not a caudillo. Indeed, Pilar points out that Pancho still has many followers. As the movement lost its intensity because of divisions between colonos and the provisioning of services, Pilar became more active in a leftist political party. During the 1980s, regional and national councils of UMS were established, but Pilar says that she could not participate because councils wanted whole communities represented. She pointed out that she was an individual, a colona, and that she could not represent an entire colonia. She ironically remarks, "It became apparent to me that it was corrupt for me to go to meetings of the various councils because I am not the Campamento 2 de Octubre, I am nothing more than a material human being." Masolo 1992, 254, my emphasis. Webs of political participation. In the literature on UMS, studies of women's activism have relied upon a linear narrative about creating continuities between the domestic and public domains and identifying practical and gender-based needs. Discussions of gender dynamics have focused on groups of women as a whole, poor women, faveladas, buenavistans, and so on, and at a general level have considered whether gender identities are transformed in such movements, almost as a yes or no proposition. Likewise, research on social movements has debated whether these movements are new or old, autonomous or branches of political parties, without exploring how these boundaries are crossed and redefined. As Judith Adler-Hellman notes, social movement researchers must devise a more complex way of examining the histories and outcomes of grassroots organizing, one that goes beyond exploring newness and autonomy. 1992, 55. For Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar, their participation in grassroots organizing both sheds light on these debates and complicates the terms through which we think about history. In the 1980s, Ursula remained the leader of her colonia and was granted a collectivo route by the state. Collectivos are taxis for multiple riders with fixed routes. For many colonos and activists, the fact that she was granted such a route clearly indicates that she was co-opted. After Ursula evicted activists, the state attempted to remove her as the leader of the colonia, but she remained in charge, with strong backing from many colonos. In discussing transformations of gender identity, I would point to her role as a leader of the colonia and to her emphasis on political pragmatism. When I first visited Ursula in 1987, she was convening a meeting of collectivo drivers. In the meeting, about 50 men listened to Ursula give them instructions about the maintenance of the route. Looking at reports published by the political wards, including transcripts of meetings of colonia representatives in the Junta de Vecinos, it is evident that Ursula is one of the few women leaders of a colonia. Like Pilar, Ursula is both thankful for and critical of her work with activists groups. Unlike Pilar, however, she views her attempts to create an autonomous political space not in terms of participation in leftist politics but as strict political pragmatism. According to Ursula, her position is free of political ideology and allegiance to any political party. Ursula noted various difficulties that she had with the PRI, including being pressured to provide people for rallies. She stated, in line with her emphasis on pragmatism, that she only played this role when the benefits for colonos were clear. This point is deeply contested. In the 1980s, Dona Jovita remained active in her colonia even though the movement had become divided. She participated in the citywide UCP and became involved with a leftist political party, the Unified Socialist Party of Mexico, Partido Socialista Unificado de Mexico, or PSUM. In her account of grassroots organizing, she emphasizes how the role of women is being forgotten despite the fact that women were, in reality, responsible for the movement. Her articulation of gender identities focuses on providing for her children as a major motivation for participating in grassroots organizations. She discussed her political identity in terms of struggling for land and creating new expressions of her religious beliefs, viewing politics as an attempt to construct the promised land here on earth. Pilar begins her account by emphasizing that Mexican women must become more rebellious. She continually stresses this point throughout her account, exhorting colonas to see through the PRI's strategies of giving out breakfasts and other services in exchange for political support. Pilar, before moving to Campamento, had participated in the old Mexican Communist Party, Partido Comunista de Mexico, or PCM, and throughout her participation in the she was active in political parties. She points out that participants in the were affiliated with various political parties but that the movement itself was autonomous. As the movement became increasingly divided, Pilar focused her activism on working with the PSUM while avoiding participation in the various councils of organized in the late 1970s and early 1980s, such as the UCP, as discussed earlier. Point 14. Throughout her account, Pilar talks about the wider necessities of women, including abortion rights. She notes that much of her participation in the PSUM is dedicated to pressuring for such necessities. In 1982 she ran unsuccessfully as a PSUM candidate for the Chamber of Deputies. Point 15. For all three women, a key element of their participation in grassroots organizing was their association with activist groups. Groups such as the FPI represented both continuities and breaks with older forms of political organizing based on parties, the proletariat, and peasants. Point 16. To be sure, activist groups of the 1970s introduced new forms of organizing as they began to work in the colonias populares. This organizing represented a response to the October 2, 1968, massacre and an attempt to construct a more broadly based opposition movement that went beyond parties and traditional labor organizations. The relation of these new movements, such as to more traditional political and labor organizations was varied and complex. In Mexico, as in other Latin American countries, the issue of autonomy from political parties was hotly debated and remained a bitter cause of conflict among Bennett 1992, 251. Many colonos, as witnessed by Dona Jovita and Pilar, maintained ties to political parties, and other organizations, even though the they participated in had no official party affiliation. During the late 1970s and early 1980s, councils such as the UCP attempted to include within the agendas electoral politics and participation in party organizing. 17 Although these electoral issues are beyond the scope of this chapter, it is useful to point out that the activism of Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar defies any simple dichotomization between the social activism in a and political participation in a party. On the one hand, Ursula maintained a leadership role in Lomas de Padierna while viewing her relationship with the state on pragmatic grounds. On the other hand, Dona Jovita alternates between activism in and opposition parties such as the PSUM. Finally, Pilar, because of the divisions in Campamento 2 de Octubre, has moved into party politics. Her participation in the PSUM involved including and women's necesidades in the party agenda, Masolo 1992, 274-279, point 18. By the late 1980s, as Hellman notes, the links between social movements and political parties became stronger as seen in the various coalitions formed around the Cardenas campaigns, 1992, 258. Indeed, many began to participate in elections for the first time, Bennett 1992, 254. In analyzing the outcomes of grassroots organizing, Hellman notes that the issue of autonomy is often reified to the point of denying the complexities of social movements' relationships with other organizations and the state. Hellman argues that narratives about social movements should not simply examine the maintaining or loosening of autonomy but rather should explore the historical changes that occur as movements confront the state, 1992, 55. In this sense, the experiences of Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar are instructive since they point to a variety of outcomes, from maintaining a leadership role and accommodating the state to merging social movements with opposition party politics. Conclusions. I began this chapter by quoting Pilar, who describes the criticisms that women endure for their activism in grassroots organizing. Pilar transforms these stereotypes, such as the bocana, big mouth, into a more positive aspect of rebelliousness. She takes a number of negative stereotypes and transforms their meaning, while ironically reporting on the various difficulties that colonas faced with the police and the leadership of the movement, Masolo 1992. Her use of irony, such as calling student activism the accelerator, expresses her contradictory social experiences. Far from representing a continuity between the domestic and public spheres, Pilar's experiences express the ambiguities and contradictions of living in a borderlands space. Most studies of women's participation in including writings on testimonies have not paid attention to such use of irony and ambiguity. Indeed, social movement researchers must begin the task of describing and amplifying this source of cultural creativity. In this chapter, I have provided an initial overview of the characteristics and dynamics of these borderland experiences. I started by noting the centrality of needs discourses in the political programs of and the participation of colonas in grassroots organizing. Interpretations of needs, I noted, must be contextualized in a wide array of social relations including struggles over land tenure and critiques of sexism. I then examined how Ursula, Dona Jovita, and Pilar engaged in strategies for carving out a borderlands experience that fused domestic and public discourses and practices, such as welding lo cotidiano and development issues and articulating new ways of doing politics. These strategies were clearly emergent in that they were ongoing processes that responded to institutional politics, distinct social experiences, and the exigencies of everyday life. Indeed, Each colonna interpreted her understanding of needs and politics with a different set of tools, from Ursula's pragmatism and Dona Jovita's religiosity to Pila's emphasis on rebelliousness. And, as the in their neighborhoods were weakened, each colonna developed different ways of expressing their continuing political activism. Finally, I should note that these accounts of grassroots participation call into question a number of dichotomies through which and social movements in general are theorized. I refer here not only to the ways in which researchers have conceptualized the domestic and public, but also the application of other dichotomies: practical needs/strategic needs, old movements/new movements, and parties, political/urban, social, movements. To be sure, these dichotomies represent key elements of dominant ideologies and, perhaps, overly rigid notions of political activism. However, more attention needs to be given to the ways in which participants in grassroots organizing have navigated and, in some cases, reconfigured these dichotomies. Such a study would require a new way of understanding theory, beyond the development of conceptual dichotomies and linear narratives, to an examination of the contradictory sets of practices and discourses that are generated at the intersections of social experience. Chapter 11. Defrocking the Vatican, Feminism's Secular Project. Jean Franco. Discussions over the use of words often seem like nitpicking, irrelevant to real struggles. Yet the power to interpret, and the active appropriation and invention of language, are crucial tools for emergent movements seeking visibility and recognition for the views and actions that filter out from their dominant discourses. In recent decades, for example, the once derogatory word queer has been transformed into a statement of pride and a declaration of intent. Though many of us have been irritated by seemingly endless debates over the use of the words Latin American or mestizage, such debates are themselves symptoms of the perturbing actuality of racial difference, in which supremacy has been defined according to race and color. But the struggle for interpretive power is now played not on a level playing field but on a terrain dominated by conservative media who push their own clamorous narrative. In the United States, a notorious example of this uneven struggle has been the debate over political correctness. Political correctness was a designation initially used by liberals and the left to prevent hate speech and to make people think twice before using abusive terms such as nigger, wog, or dyke. For the right, however, political correctness is identified with notions of a new thought police, with the paradoxical result that people are encouraged to be politically incorrect and to demonstrate their freedom, particularly on radio talk shows, by using the very hate speech that political correctness was intended to curb. The resignification of political correctness as permission to talk dirty, far from being merely an abstract issue, has had real effects in exacerbating already sharp racial divisions. The struggle for interpretive power was never more in evidence than in the debates over gender that preceded the 1995 Beijing Conference on Women. 1. The financialization of global and neoliberal policies has placed feminism in a strategic position in opposition to fundamentalists seeking to preserve women's natural subordination and the global capitalism that has incorporated women at the lowest level of the workforce. During the preparations for the Beijing Conference, serious attempts were made by the Vatican and conservative forces to undermine feminism by staging an apparently trivial sideshow, namely, an attack on the use of the word gender. What the outcome revealed was reminiscent of the emperor's new clothes, the nakedness of the Vatican position. More importantly, it revealed the desperation of an ancient global institution, Orbis et Urbi, threatened by this Jenny-come-lately feminism now claiming global citizenship. What was at stake in this struggle over a word? What does it tell us about the Vatican's position in relation to neoliberalism and about feminism's aspiration to global citizenship? How are both these positions related to the heterogeneous politics of nation-states as they attempt to implement neoliberal economic policies? As part of its campaign against feminism, particularly feminists in its own congregations, the Vatican attacked what it believed to be the very foundation of feminist theory: gender, interpreted as the socially constructed difference between feminine and masculine. The preparatory document for the Beijing Conference had used the term gender to refer to awareness of the difference between masculine and feminine as distinct from anatomical sex, but not as a euphemism for sexual orientation as some critics charge. It notes that differences between women's and men's achievements and activities are still not recognized as the consequences of socially constructed gender roles rather than biological differences, and calls on governments to integrate gender perspective in legislation, public policies, programs, and projects too. The Vatican's attack was motivated not only by the increasing power of feminism but also by their attempts to restage the Church as a bulwark against a savage capitalism. By putting feminist struggles into the same bag as the population control policies of international organizations, it hoped to show that both were foreign to Hispanic tradition. The Church was helped by the fact that the Spanish and Portuguese word for gender, género, did not carry the same range of meanings as in English. As Donna Haraway has pointed out, the English word gender is not an easy word to translate. The substantives Geschlecht, gender, genre, and género refer to the notion of sort, kind, and class. In English, gender has been used in this generic sense continuously since at least the 14th century. In French, German, Spanish, and English, words for gender refer to grammatical and literary categories. The modern English and German words, gender and Geschlecht, adhere closely to concepts of sex, sexuality, sexual difference, generation, engendering, and so on, while the French and Spanish seem not to carry those meanings as readily. 3. But the use of género or género-sexual to refer to the socially constructed difference between masculine and feminine was also important to Latin American feminists, as Marta Lamas argued in a lucid account of the genealogy of the term. Lamas emphasized the cultural symbolization of anatomical difference and its real effects on practices, ideas, discourse, and social representation which attribute objective and subjective behavior to people according to sex. It is through the process of the constitution of gender that society reproduces the idea of what men and women should be and what is proper to each sex. Gender cannot be separated from signification and operates in all spheres, accounting not only for the symbolization of masculine and feminine but for the naturalization of heterosexuality and the criminalization of unnatural behavior. 4. Lamas distinguishes between the deep psychological formation of the human subject and the transformable social effects that follow from the logic of gender. The deconstruction of the logic of gender is crucial to what she regards as the ethical and political goals of feminism, which are to refashion symbolically and politically a new definition of what it is to be a person, a human being and a subject, whether in the body of a woman or a man. Thus Lamas makes the understanding of the logic of gender crucial not only to feminism but to humanity at large. As Lamas acknowledges, however, gender can be used strategically to avoid the consequences of female separatism. Gender may thus simply indicate the fact that the feminine cannot be discussed without also referring to the masculine, a usage that became important in U.S. academic circles and later in Latin America in order to avoid the marginalization of women's studies. The problem here is that gender then comes to be used instead of women. This substitution, which may divert attention from problems specific to women, has been criticized, although the criticism relates more to strategy and implementation than to theory. 5. It is also a fact that as feminism expands, diversifies, and reflects on itself, older theoretical constructs are bound to come into question. 6. The Vatican was, of course, not particularly concerned with the finer points of the argument within feminism. Rather, its attack on gender was a reaction to the growing number and influence of feminists on women's movements, some of which had developed under church auspices. There are now thousands of women's movements, NGOs, and feminist organizations worldwide. The delegates at the Beijing conference from Brazil alone represented over 1,000 women's and feminist organizations. 7. The Mexican delegation to Beijing included 250 feminist groups who, much to the disgust of the conservative National Action Party, PAN, gave their support to the concept of the lesbian family as a legal option in juridical and economic terms. 8. This is certainly one reason why the Vatican and conservative forces found gender to be objectionable, as Judith Butler points out. If gender is the cultural meanings that the sexed body assumes, then a gender cannot be said to follow from a sex in any one way. 9. In other words, the use of the word gender underscores the fact that heterosexuality is no longer the only option. The Vatican quite correctly deduced that the use of the word gender might have practical consequences ranging from legalized abortion to the acceptance of homosexuality, the recognition of irregular families, and the collapse of family values. Interestingly enough, the Vatican began focusing on social construction precisely at a time when it was also attempting to modify its attitude toward women because of women's increasing visibility in United Nations global conferences, and also for practical reasons, because the Church was losing its congregations to evangelical sects. The Vatican needed to attract women, but not feminists, and one way of doing this was to separate women from feminism, which in the past had been stigmatized as an aggressive unfeminine movement. Women, the Vatican believed, could be steered away from the dangerous excesses of feminism once it was shown that the language of feminism embraced unnatural practices. But what made the Vatican's hand a little too visible was that in the 2 months leading up to the Beijing conference, objections to the word gender had reached a crescendo, making it clear that the attack on the word was centrally orchestrated. For instance, in July 1994 several members of an Argentine government planning committee, which had been formed to draw up changes in the national curriculum, resigned when they found that changes had been made in their proposal, apparently by the Minister of Education. Mention of Darwin and Lamarck had been eliminated, references to sex education had been erased, and the word gender had been replaced by sex. It was the auxiliary bishop of Buenos Aires who came to the defense of these excisions, arguing that the use of the word gender was intended to provoke an ideological shift and to generate a new conception of the human person, of subjectivity, marriage, the family, and society. In short, what is proposed is a cultural revolution. Using the word gender as a purely cultural construct detached from the biological, the bishop warned, makes us into fellow travelers of radical feminism. And he went on to quote U.S. feminist Shulamith Firestone's The Dialectics of Sex in support of his argument that feminism was more extreme than Marxism. Point 10 Thus gender was, in his view, associated with sinister foreign influence. Although it may be amusing to think of the Catholic hierarchy wading through feminist theory, its attempts to demonize feminism and prohibit the word gender must be seen in the context of the global arena. The Vatican has observer status at United Nations summit conferences and is an active lobbyist. It pressures governments to select pro-life delegates and was successful in persuading President Menem of Argentina to support pro-life resolutions at a summit of Latin American presidents in Cartagena, Colombia. At the Rio Conference on Environment in 1992, the Vatican joined with delegates from Islamic countries to secure the elimination of a section of the final document that referred to family planning. The Vatican also brought pressure to bear before the Conference on Population and Development in Cairo, where its preoccupation with abortion obscured other issues. The Vatican found allies among Islamic fundamentalists when it attempted to scuttle documents favoring reproductive rights. When it was unsuccessful in its bid to erase certain clauses from the final documents, the Vatican resorted to insisting on bracketing phrases it considered controversial, a tactic that it continued to employ during the preparations for the Beijing conference. Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak, a member of the Asian Human Rights Council at the Cairo conference, remarked that the attempts of her group to relate questions of population to development were thwarted, because of the controversy generated by the Pope. The Northern Domination Women's Caucus could only discuss population in terms of abortion rights. 11. Because the Church's position is so rigid, neither abortion nor contraception are sanctioned, and is so removed from practical life, the Vatican has had to go to considerable lengths to overcome the disaffection in its own ranks, in which an effective pro-choice constituency had developed. Pope John Paul II's letter to women 12, for example, represented one attempt to mend misogynistic policies by praising women's mission as mothers, wives, daughters, workers, and nuns. In his letter, the Pope recognizes that women have frequently been marginalized and even reduced to slavery because of male domination, and he expresses regret that certain sons of the Church might have contributed to women's oppression in the past. However, he refrains from exploring the reasons for the subordination of women on the grounds that it would not be easy to attribute precise responsibility considering the strength of cultural sedimentations that, through the centuries, have formed people's mentalities. What the Pope does not seem to realize is that, when he refers to the obstacles that impede women's full incorporation into social, political, and economic life, he needs the word gender in order to explain the cultural sedimentations that account for inequalities. But to use gender would entail the acknowledgement that heterosexuality is also socially constructed. One tactic that the Vatican employed unsuccessfully was the anti-colonialism card. It charged that gender, in the feminist sense, was foreign to non-Western countries and to Latin America. The Vatican foreign minister claimed that the draft platform for action would impose a Western type of household in which the family is often characterized by an absence of children and not infrequently by deviations which cause psychological imbalances and weaknesses in its most vulnerable members. 13 In a major press conference before the start of the Beijing conference, Vatican spokesman Joaquim Navarro Valls described the draft platform for action as ideologically unbalanced, saying that it would impose a Western model of femininity that does not take due account of the value of women in the large majority of the world's countries. It also placed too much emphasis on gender and sexuality and not enough on motherhood. 14 The Archbishop of Tegucigalpa and President of the Latin American Episcopal Conference, Oscar Rodriguez, asserted that the aim of the Beijing conference was to force society to accept 5 types of gender: masculine, feminine, lesbian, homosexual and transsexual. As the pro-choice Catholics would point out, the preparatory document gives no evidence to support such a claim. The Catholic Church's position on abortion and birth control is, of course, divorced from actual practices even among the faithful. For instance, a poll taken in Lima after President Alberto Fujimori's recent decision to make contraception available to poor families showed that 95% of the population believed in God, yet 80% also believed that Peruvians were in agreement with the use of contraceptives. 15 Likewise, the Church considers abortion a grave sin, yet it is a major form of birth control in the region. In Chile, there are an estimated 170,000 abortions each year. 1 out of every 3 pregnancies in Peru ends in abortion. Since abortions are performed clandestinely and often in less than optimal conditions, this is also a pressing health issue. Abortion is the 4th most common cause of maternity deaths and the 3rd most common cause of hospitalization during pregnancy in Mexico. In Colombia, 74.5% of maternal deaths are the result of botched abortions. 16 The family as defined by the Church also has little relation to actual experience. Households headed by women are the rule rather than the exception in the poorer sectors of society. In Chile, 40% of all families are not headed by a married couple. Of every 7 babies born in that country, 1 is the child of an adolescent, and in 61% of those cases, the baby is the offspring of an unmarried mother. 17 The Vatican's position on abortion ignores the fact that for many women it is a desperate remedy and not sexual liberation. But the Church cannot, without delegitimizing itself, renounce the divine handiwork in the creation of nature and the 2 sexes. In the end it spuriously mimics the theology of liberation with a superficial commitment to the poor while deflecting attention from its policy on reproductive rights. Interestingly, it was in Chile, the flagship country for neoliberalism in Latin America, that the debate over gender became most ardent. It began even before Josefina Bilbao, Minister of the National Women's Service, Suriname, had published the government position paper. In an interview with Política y Sociedad, she tried to wriggle out of the controversy by defining gender according to the Dictionary of the Royal Academy as a group of beings who have one or various characteristics in common. Bilbao was in a difficult position. As a representative of a neoliberal country with a high stake in modernization, she would not want to present an anachronistic impression to the world. But neoliberalism in Chile is also backed by powerful conservative forces that were not prepared to entertain the legitimization of divorce, abortion, or same-sex marriage. Bilbao attempted to sidestep the issue of gender altogether, focusing instead on the conference themes of poverty, education, and political participation, the topics of the paper she later presented at the Beijing conference. 18 However, a group of conservative senators attacked her position paper because in it she had used the offending word, gender. The senators complained that Many people use the word without further clarification, claiming that masculine and feminine respond merely to cultural and sociological constructions and not to biological conditions that constitute the psychology of woman and man. According to this conception, the difference between the sexes does not have a natural origin, a view that has consequences for the individual, for the family, and for society. These ambiguous ideas were declared unacceptable. The alternative that the senators came up with, although it was eventually defeated, illustrates what lies behind the struggle over the meaning of gender. Every Chilean, said the dissident senators, had the constitutional duty to preserve the essential values of Chilean tradition. They claimed to be defending that tradition against value-oriented totalitarianism, in other words, feminism, which, they argued, would encourage the proliferation of unnatural practices. These senators defined the family as the stable union of men and women within marriage, and they deemed inadmissible any term or action that threatened the family or admitted that persons of the same sex might constitute a family. 19 Even though the objecting senators were in a minority, they effectively blocked a more openly secular position on the family and reproductive rights. As it happened, this was a rearguard action. The Vatican approved the Beijing decisions with reservations. Joaquim Navarro Valls, on behalf of the Holy See, deplored the unexpected obsession with reproductive rights, saying that on the one hand those responsible want dignity and freedom for women and on the other they take a paternalist attitude to women. Imagine the Vatican accusing the United Nations of paternalism. Clearly battle-scarred, the Vatican explained that in associating itself with the document, it hoped to elevate and develop the authentic and the useful while vigorously denouncing what is false and damaging to human development. 20. Even though the Vatican view did not prevail, their campaign raises questions about the role of fundamentalist and conservative religions in alliance with neoliberalism, despite the contradiction between the Church's attitude to reproductive rights and the demographic policies of international organizations, such as the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, whose population control policies are of a piece with strategies of capitalist development. What explains this alliance is the ethical vacuum of late 20th century capitalism. With the welfare state delegitimized, there is not much left to hold the dike against the rising tide of poverty. The organization of societies with high unemployment gives rise to repressive measures in nominally democratic societies. Yet advanced capitalism stimulates desires without discrimination or distinction so that the poor are constantly confronted with a cornucopia of consumer goods. The cost of capitalist globalization also exacts a particularly high price on women who are now an important part of the labor force at the lowest and least protected levels. In Chile, the Church earned goodwill as a protector of human rights during the military regime, but in the post-dictatorship period it is an ally of the government of concertation, which cannot quite hide the iron fist. The Vatican presents itself as the protector of the poor, and the Pope seems to embrace the ancient anti-capitalist tradition of the Church when he takes up the issue of poverty in order to rebuke the greedy. However, this is more than anything a rhetorical gesture, and it is significant that the most visible media icon of self-abnegation is not Saint Francis but Mother Teresa, who provided the poor with a place to die in and who consorted with the mighty. The situation of the poor in advanced capitalist societies is evidently a cause for alarm since it suggests the possibility of rebellion and disturbance of the kind exemplified by Neo-Zapatismo in Mexico, which declared itself the first rebellion against neoliberalism. The responses of national governments are varied but nearly always involve forms of surveillance and control. In the United States, the employed middle class increasingly enclose themselves in fortified enclaves and tacitly accept increased policing and imprisonment of the marginalized. In many parts of the world the free market has not hindered outright authoritarianism, while in some parts of Europe attempts are made to maintain some vestiges of a welfare state. In Latin America, one option for neoliberalism is to embrace the free market while relying on the Church to act as a moral conscience, even though the Church is plainly opposed to the politics of the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. In Argentina, where President Menem depends on popular support from a still largely Catholic interior, a support that is rapidly vanishing, the government has strongly endorsed the Vatican position on the right to life, as of course have Presidents Violeta Barrios de Chamorro and Arnaldo Alemán of Nicaragua. The implementation of population policies, as understood by the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, in Latin America necessarily entails a confrontation with the Church, a confrontation that few governments are willing to initiate. Only in Peru, where President Fujimori has dispensed with the pretense of democracy, could radical measures be put into effect without fear of opposition. In his inaugural address to the nation on July 28, 1995, Fujimori unexpectedly broke ranks with other Latin American countries on the issue of birth control, announcing that the state would facilitate access to family planning for poor families. "We have been and shall continue to be a pragmatic government, without taboos or sacred cows," he said in a pointed reference to the Church. Peruvian women must be in control of their own destinies. Fujimori played the modernization card, appealing to multilateral lending institutions by promising that by the year 2000 poverty would be reduced by 50% and that 50% of social spending would be targeted for women. A government document drawn up in 1993 and obtained by the Peruvian newspaper Oiga revealed exactly how large the population problem loomed in the government's scheme of things. The document forecast that, at its current growth rate, within 4 decades Peru would have to support a population of 8 million hungry, uneducated and unemployed people in a climate of absolute poverty and deeply inured delinquency. For those belonging to this social surplus, the document recommended vasectomies for men and tubal ligation for women. Not surprisingly, this language led to comparisons between Fujimori's population control drive and the Nazis' final solution. Church leaders denounced it as a proposal for the mutilation of men and women by the power of darkness. 21. Fujimori answered his critics in a speech in Beijing, in which he represented himself as a blue jeans president in touch with contemporary problems. He announced that a social miracle, which would boost women's status from that of mere survival to that of productive development, would follow his economic miracle. 22. However, his claim to be protecting women rings hollow given that Fujimori has demolished workers' rights in Peru, including health and safety regulations for women in the workplace. 23. Both multinational lending institutions and feminist groups are in favor of promoting sex education, making contraception widely available. Women, and decriminalizing abortion. However, as far as Latin American feminists are concerned, the goals of these two different kinds of organizations are not comparable. For feminists, population control cannot be separated from social issues, including the protection of human rights and the improvement of living and working conditions. This point was emphasized by the head of the official Mexican delegation to Beijing, José Gómez de León, who, in defending Mexico's support for the Beijing resolutions, also stated that the real theme of Beijing was human rights and not abortion. 24. The Beijing conference and its official delegations was an hour's distance from the Forum Huayro, where a vast spectrum of opinion was represented. However, press coverage in the West and especially in the United States was largely devoted to Chinese suspicion and defensiveness about human rights issues raised at the non-state-sponsored Forum Huayro. Because of this, the most significant decisions made by the forum were not always reflected in the media. 25. These included a more complex view of poverty in relation to its feminization, a substantial broadening of human rights, incorporating the rights of women and including the reproductive and sexual rights of persons, and also the recognition that these rights are essential to democracy. Further, domestic and sexual violence were declared incompatible with any proposal for peace and therefore for any construction of democracy. 26. Virginia Vargas Valenti described the Huayro Forum as a practical example of global citizenship and argued that women's struggle for citizenship was an aspect of the more general problems of Latin American modernization and democracy. This led her to the conclusion that, for any real democratization to take place, the relationship between the state and society and the role of the state in public policies and citizens' welfare must be rethought. Vast public spaces, in which different social groups identify their needs, elaborate their demands, negotiate their proposals, and force governments to act on measures that have been agreed to, must also be constituted. Point 27 But the difficulties of enacting even modest changes can be gauged by the fate of the Mexican delegation, which incorporated a diversity of groups representing many different interests. On his return from Beijing, José Gómez de León, General Secretary of CONAPO, Consejo Nacional de Población, and head of the Beijing delegation, chose to reply in circumspect fashion when asked if the abortion laws would be repealed. He said that the Beijing Agreement does not represent a mandate for any country. 28 The prudent tone of this reply was certainly a response to the attack from the right. The Mexican experience, like that of Chile, illustrates that a minority expressing views that are counter to modernization can still hinder change and make global citizenship virtual rather than actual. The demand for global citizenship also confronts feminists, once again, with the difficult problem of whether they can really represent the underclass. As Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak writes, because the limits and opening of a particular civil society are classically tied to a single state, the transnationalization of global capital requires a post-state class system. The use of women in its establishment is the universalization of feminism of which the United Nations is increasingly becoming the instrument. In this reterritorialization, the collaborative non-governmental organizations are increasingly being called an international civil society, precisely to efface the role of the state, and to mask the functioning of economic citizenship. Thus elite, upwardly mobile, generally academic, women of the new diasporas join hands with similar women in the so-called developing world to celebrate a new global public or private culture, often in the name of the underclass, and keep in place the immiseration of grassroots Southern women. Point 29. It is significant that Spivak couches the problem in terms of women and not gender, because gender is not a concept that is particularly useful in this debate. Indeed, it is possible that feminists may have no particular interest in defending the use of a term that has now lost even its theoretical rigor. Point 30. However, there are three reasons for not disposing of gender too rapidly. The first is that, as Marta Lamas points out, the logic of gender still operates powerfully in the structuring of both the social imaginary and everyday life in ways that are prejudicial to constituting a better society. Thus it is important to dismantle the binary opposites that support these structures. 31 The Vatican objections clearly highlighted the importance of this process. Second, even though gender may become little more than a code word for anti-essentialism, it still has its value in this regard. And third, in the context of the crisis of neoliberalism in the university, gender provides a space for criticism and knowledge production outside traditional disciplines. 32. Feminism is not a theory and it is not a social movement. This is what makes feminism unique. Although global in scope, feminism is necessarily shaped by national and regional cultures, politics, and economics. Perhaps rather than describing feminism simply as a movement with a set of objectives, one should describe it as a position, not exclusive to women, that destabilizes both fundamentalism and the new oppressive structures that are emerging with late capitalism. As a secular non-essentialist and counter-hegemonic movement, it must confront other global institutions, not only the Vatican but also the World Bank, a confrontation that involves more urgently than ever the struggle for interpretive power. Part 3. Globalization, Transnationalism, and Civil Society. Chapter 12. Latin American Feminisms Go Global, Trends of the 1990s and Challenges for the New Millennium. Sonia E. Alvarez. Most of the more than 1,800 Latin Americans who attended the NGO Forum of the Fourth World Conference on Women, FWCW, held in August-September 1995 in the small backwater town of Huairou, China appeared to revel in an effusive celebration of post-Robin Morgan global sisterhood, a festive climate of mutual recognition, exchange, and solidarity reminiscent of the Latin American feminist encuentros of the 1980s too prevailed among many forum participants, who not only had encountered a planetary venue in which to call attention to the needs of women in their own countries but also had discovered their commonalities and differences with women's struggles around the world. Women from every conceivable sector of the Latin American women's movement's mosaic of diversity. 3 And from every country in the region organized numerous workshops, demonstrations, and cultural events on themes ranging from racism and black and indigenous women's struggles to women's growing impoverishment and to sexuality and reproductive rights. Though the professed goal of the forum was to influence the proceedings and conclusions of FWCW, most at the Latin American Regional Tent, one of the liveliest and most heavily programmed of the dozens of thematic and regional meeting spaces in Huayro, appeared little concerned with and mostly minimally informed about the workings of the UN conference itself. In marked contrast, some 70 kilometers away in the city of Beijing, a relatively small subset of the Latin American participants, mostly from highly professionalized, thematically specialized, and transnationalized feminist non-governmental organizations, NGOs, focused their energies primarily on influencing the international platform for action, to be drafted by official delegations to the FWCW, and helped articulate the global women's lobby. A cadre of Latin American feminists appeared to have acquired considerable skill in navigating the often murky waters of global and regional policy arenas. The regional coordination of Latin American and Caribbean NGOs, whose 6 sub-regional focal points had labored tirelessly for nearly 2 years to try to impact the Beijing conference, held endless, and often closed, strategy meetings and planning sessions, plotted tactical moves, drafted and redrafted innumerable documents, press releases, and lobbying instruments, and worked closely with other international women's networks, whose energies had been similarly directed toward incorporating feminist demands into the UN process. And in maneuvering the circuitous corridors of influence at the FWCW, Latin American NGO lobbyists were able to enlist the support of a significant number of new allies among the official delegates, many of them feminists, sometimes former sisters in struggle, who, over the course of the past decade, had been appointed to government ministries responsible for women's issues or elected to parliament, or who had become staff members of UN agencies or other sectors of the international aid and development establishment. The different faces of feminism reflected in the contrast between the Latin American tent and the regional women's lobby, along with the endless organizing, coalition building, and lobbying efforts, the intricate political negotiations, and the contentious strategic debates about preparations for Huayro and Beijing distilled many of the important gains as well as new tensions that typified Latin American feminisms and gender politics in the 1990s. 4 Though this essay cannot possibly do justice to the richness, diversity, and complexity of what I shall hereafter refer to as the Beijing process in Latin America, I draw examples from distinct moments and events of that process, specifically from the Brazilian movement's preparations for Beijing from 1993 through 1995, the regional preparatory meetings held in Mar del Plata in September 1994, and Latin American women's participation in the NGO Forum in Huayro and in the FWCW in Beijing in August and September 1995, in an effort to analyze 5 relatively recent trends in the region's feminist politics. 5. First, I will suggest that the Beijing process highlighted the dramatic proliferation or multiplication in the 1990s of the spaces and places in which women who call themselves feminists act and wherein, consequently, feminist discourses circulate, underscoring the reconfiguration of the distinct, and somewhat narrowly defined, Latin American feminist political identity that had congealed in the 1970s and early 1980s. Second, Beijing brought to light the relatively rapid absorption of, the more digestible, elements of feminist discourses and agendas by dominant cultural institutions, parallel organizations of civil society, political society, and the state, and the international development establishment, all spheres in which feminists can today be found. Third, the increased professionalization and specialization of significant sectors of feminist movements, what I shall call NGOization, was also amply evident in Beijing-related coalitions, events, and activities in most countries in the region. Fourth, the increased articulation or networking among the varied spaces and places of feminist politics was also made apparent during the Beijing process. Individual activists, groups, specialized feminist NGOs, and their counterparts elsewhere in the region and the globe are today linked through a wide variety of heteronymous movement networks. Indeed, Latin American feminisms increasingly form, a still somewhat marginal, part of that much celebrated late 20th century phenomenon, global civil society. The transnationalization of movement discourses and practices is the fifth and final trend I will discuss in what follows. I shall maintain that, on the one hand, these trends signal a healthy decentering of Latin American feminism, a once relatively isolated and restricted movement, which, like many of the region's so-called new social movements emerging in the 1970s and 1980s in the context of authoritarian or exclusionary, or even formally democratic, regimes, can now more aptly be characterized as an expansive, polycentric, heterogeneous field of action that spans into a vast array of cultural, social, and political arenas. These feminisms' proactive capacities and cultural political influences have expanded significantly. On the other hand, I will argue that these recent developments in gender politics on a national and global scale have triggered profound contradictions within the contemporary Latin American feminist movement field, generating new conflicts, and exacerbating old ones, concerning the appropriate sites, targets, and goals of feminist politics and how and by whom movement priorities should be set. The wide-ranging Latin American feminist field of the 1990s, I will submit, is increasingly mined by uneven power relations among women. In conclusion, I will suggest that the different logics informing the Latin American tent and the regional women's lobby revealed a growing rift between the two foundational dimensions of the transformational project that inspired second-wave Latin American feminism from the 1970s through the mid-1980s, between what I shall call its ethical, cultural, and its structural institutional dimensions. To contextualize my analysis of contemporary movement advances and contradictions, it is first necessary to trace briefly how Latin American feminists configured a distinct cultural political identity during the 1970s and early 1980s. Forging a Latin American feminist identity in the singular. To improve the situation of women in a region marked by egregious social and economic inequalities, most founding members of Latin American feminism's second wave six asserted the need to engage fully in the general struggle for social justice and against savage capitalist models implanted by military and civilian political elites and their imperialist and ruling class allies during the 1960s and 1970s. Most turned their backs on the state and eschewed the conventional political arena then, rightly, viewed as exclusionary, oppressive, and self-evidently inimical to any and all claims for social justice, let alone gender justice. Many enlisted in clandestine leftist organizations and legal opposition parties and focused their energies on promulgating poor and working-class women's participation in community women's groups, grassroots survival struggles, militant trade unions, and human rights movements, working closely with the women from the popular sectors who constituted what later came to be known as the Movimiento de Mujeres, or larger women's movement. 7. But because both the dominant political culture and that of much of the intellectual and militant left were permeated by sexism, early feminists also came to understand women's oppression as profoundly cultural, cross-cutting all public and private discourses and spaces, including those of the male-dominant opposition, where women and their issues too often were consigned to the sidelines of would-be structural institutional transformations. As Nicaraguan feminist Maria Teresa Blandon summed up during a presentation at the Huero NGO Forum, the feminist movement appeared questioning out-of-date or decrepit ways of doing politics, formas caducas de hacer política, and was born with a very radical perspective of criticizing the left given their male compañeros' neglect and often outright dismissal of matters of particular concern to women, such as domestic and sexual violence, publicly financed daycare, and reproductive rights. Early second-wave feminists proclaimed the need to also center their politics on such issues, waging a specific struggle for women's rights and human dignity. Within the larger Latin American women's movement, the boundary between feminists and non-feminists came to be identified with this dual emphasis on both the general and the specific, the political and the cultural, with the feminist refusal to privilege one struggle over the other. As the hierarchical, militaristic political culture then prevalent on the left came to be identified as masculinist, and therefore as part of the problem, early feminists further declared the need to invent new ways of doing politics. Feminist struggle, they asserted, must also be pursued at the level of daily life, of interpersonal and social relations, of consciousness, and not just at the level of structures and institutions of class domination. Hence, strategies aimed at conscientization, cultural political interventions such as promoting workshops and courses on gender-power relations, addressing sexual discrimination in the workplace, teaching reproductive health, and helping participants in popular women's organizations who face domestic violence were also deemed crucial to the struggle against women's oppression. Reacting to both exclusionary and often repressive regime institutions and to the democratic centralism of the leftist opposition, feminists fashioned a distinct cultural politics that valued radical democratic practices and organizational autonomy. The resulting feminist culture, according to Maria Luza Heilborn and Angela Arruda, 1995, was imbued by such values, manifest, for example, in the decentralization of the movement and its autonomy vis-a-vis other actors. Such decentralization expressed itself in the debates about representation, direct and equitable participation, non-monopoly of the spoken word or of information, in the rotation of occasional tasks and responsibilities, the non-specialization of functions, the non-delegation of power. In sum, organizational horizontalism was extolled as the perfect incarnation of the organizational principles of radical democracy. 20. Whereas during the early years of Latin American feminism's second wave, movement practices often mirrored the organizational hierarchies inherited from the left, for example, organizing women's congresses and centralized coordinations in which different sectors of the larger women's movement would be represented, manifestos would be drafted, and palavras de orden, marching orders, would be consensually agreed upon by the 1980s, feminists had adopted more fluid, less hierarchical practices. Representational schemes of all sorts were increasingly shunned, and emphasis placed on each woman speaking for herself and not in the name of her feminist group, party, or class organization. Periodic meetings or encuentros where feminists came together to share experiences, exchange ideas, express feelings, thoughts, and emotions, Sternbach et al. 1992, 208, rather than to vote on the movement's strategic priorities, increasingly replaced more formal gatherings. In organizational terms, early feminists also emphasized absolute autonomy in relation to the left, the larger opposition, and, of course, the state, rejecting any and all injunctions, control, or submission to any and all instances external to the women involved. Heilborn and Arruda 1995, 20, even as they retained important ideological affinities to the left opposition project of structural institutional transformation. In Brazil, for example, a distinct feminist identity thus began to be articulated from within that opposition by a few women scholars and professionals and some, mostly, white, middle-class women who were active in clandestine opposition parties and radical student movements in the mid-1970s. This identity had distinguished itself from other contemporary gender identities by the beginning of the next decade. Brazilian feminism defined itself in relation to and/or in contrast to the left, both the militant or revolutionary left and the theoretical academic left, which insisted on relegating gender oppression to the status of a secondary contraction, to non-feminist women also active in the opposition, then known as the politicas, who insisted on prioritizing the general struggle and adamantly proclaimed themselves to be femininas, now feministas, feminine, not feminist, to the hundreds of grassroots women's groups many times linked to the anti-feminist, even when otherwise progressive, Catholic Church then proliferating throughout Brazil, who organized around family and community survival issues and constituted privileged publics for feminist cultural political interventions, and to the media distorted image of man-hating, bourgeois, imperialist feminist movements then emergent in North America and Europe. 9. Being a feminist, then, came to denote centering one's politics on a particular set of issues of specific concern to women, adhering to particular organizing norms, such as direct participation, procedural informality, and the lack of functional specialization, and acting in particular public spaces, for instance, in autonomous feminist organizations, to deepen the analysis of gender oppression and, in the larger Movimiento de Mujeres, to promote widespread consciousness of that oppression. The then common practice of double militancy, whereby many feminists participated both in a party or class organization to advance the general struggle and in feminist and women's groups to promote changes of specific concern to women, Sternbach et al. 1992, 217, underscored the sharp boundary constructed between the distinct Latin American feminist political identity and non-feminist identities and practices. Of course, that boundary continued to be hotly contested throughout the 1980s, particularly when, as will be discussed below, the return of civilian regimes and electoral democracy to much of the region led growing numbers of independent feminists to look toward political parties, legislatures, and the state as potentially viable arenas in which to promote changes in women's status. Brazilian feminist identity, for instance, was originally configured in a still authoritarian political conjuncture, where the spaces for its political articulation, particularly outside the opposition, were highly restricted. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, however, as legal opposition parties gained electoral strength and came to power in several states and municipalities, the radically autonomous organizational and political feminist identity described above was deeply shaken. Many feminist activists flocked to electoral politics, began pressuring for the adoption of progressive gender policies, and even went to work for some of the new local opposition governments. Latin American feminism goes plural. The Latin American Beijing process appeared to signal a vertiginous multiplication of the spaces and places in which women who call themselves feminists act today, and a reconfiguration of feminist identities, suggesting that by the mid-1990s, the boundary demarcating what constituted feminist versus non-feminist practices had been further unsettled. As the leftist opposition field in which early feminism was inserted itself became less homogeneous, less unified, and more diversified in its discourses and practices over the course of the past decade, so, too, did the region's feminist movements. With the return of electoral democracy, however flawed and still restricted, and liberal rights discourses, however hollow and neo, to much of the region, the potential spaces available for the articulation of a feminist politics appeared to have dramatically expanded. The more than 1,000 participants in the Mar del Plata NGO Forum appeared to embody the growing heterogeneity of feminist practices in the region and their dense imbrication with multiple spaces of action within and without the larger women's movement. Among them were self-professed Peronist feminists and party activists of all ideological persuasions who seemed to have embraced core aspects of a liberal feminist women's equality agenda, black feminists from Peru, Bolivia, Colombia, Nicaragua, Brazil, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay who declared allegiance to both black and women's rights movements. Prominent feminist scholars including Argentina's Maria del Carmen Feijó and Chile's Teresa Valdez now serving as consultants advising governments, foundations, and UN agencies how best to promote gender equity. Erstwhile members of clandestine opposition parties in the 1960s and 1970s who had founded feminist collectives in the early 1980s and who were now professionals in national and international women's, environmental, human rights, and development NGOs. Founding mothers of Latin American feminism's second wave including Peru's Roxana Carrillo and Brazil's Branca Moreira Alves and Ana Maria Brasileiro now working for UNIFEM, the United Nations Development Fund for Women, and other UN and development agencies, working class leaders from popular movements in Peru, Brazil, Nicaragua, and Mexico who proclaimed themselves popular feminists, directors and staff from specialized government agencies addressing women's issues, some of whom like Bolivia's Sonia Montano or Chile's Maria Elena Valenzuela had extensive prior trajectories as autonomous feminists, and Catholic theologians and lay activists from Católicas por el Derecho a Decidir, the Latin American affiliate of Catholics for Free Choice, with branches in Mexico, Brazil, and Uruguay who were intent on defying the Church's dogmatic anti-feminism. In short, the Beijing process made abundantly clear a significant decentering of contemporary Latin American feminist practices. 11 The process revealed that in contrast to the early years of feminism, many women who proclaim themselves feminist today no longer undertake their cultural political interventions primarily or exclusively within autonomous feminist groups or organizations of the Movimiento de Mujeres. Rather, by the mid-1990s, many feminists claim to be taking their transformational discourses and practices into a wide variety of socio-cultural and political arenas. And the erstwhile prevalent practice of double militancy appeared to be giving way to more integrated feminist practices aimed at impacting or transforming dominant political cultural discourses and practices from within. This decentering of feminist practices, moreover, also appeared to have contributed to a redefinition and expansion of the feminist agenda for social transformation. Many activists now affirmed that feminist struggles should no longer be confined to a set of specific issues of primary or exclusive concern to women such as sexual violence and abortion but, as proclaimed by one of the Brazilian movement's slogans during their preparations for Beijing, should also seek to see the world through the eyes of women, to view the general struggle through a gendered lens. As one longtime Argentine feminist who in recent years has worked in government put it during a workshop at the Huero NGO Forum, we must develop more than just a feminist policy agenda, we must strive to develop a feminist agenda for public policy. Latin American and Caribbean Regional NGO Forum coordinator and longtime feminist activist from Peru Virginia Vargas, reaffirmed this position in her speech to the assembled government delegates at the FWCW. There are no topics that are exclusively women's, nor can there be themes about which we are prohibited from opining and deciding. The great global preoccupations concern us. Human rights, nuclear and military disarmament, the eradication of poverty, the deepening of democracy grounded in the respect for difference, and a sustainable development centered on people are key for the future of humanity. Concrete measures to achieve gender justice must be specified. 12. Carmen Tornaria, national coordinator of the Grupo Iniciativa Peking Uruguay, further argued that feminists must recast their historic claims in response to contemporary national and international discursive frameworks concerning citizenship rights, and that feminist discourses and strategies should vary according to the historical moment. Rather than advocating women's right to abortion exclusively on the historic feminist grounds that our bodies belong to us, she contended, feminists today must also couch sexual rights, the decriminalization of abortion, as themes related to the construction of citizenship and affirm the idea that states should be secular and that there should be as much freedom as possible so that each person can exercise her sexuality or maternity as she pleases. 13. This kind of gendered perspective on the general has enabled feminists to develop innovative advocacy strategies. For example, they have argued successfully for the inclusion of women's rights within the framework of international human rights law. 14 Building on the Vienna Platform for Action and the UN Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which recognized that the rights of women and girls are an inalienable, integral, and indivisible part of universal human rights. The final document of the Mar del Plata Forum proclaims, for example, violence against women, beyond being a violation of human rights, restricts women's citizenship, obstructs their development and substantially affects the quality of life of societies. The social cost of violence practiced against women translates into lost work days, expenditures in services to victims, but even more, in the enormous costs incurred in human suffering, and has the long-term effect of perpetuating a violent and unequal social structure. 15. The Beijing process further revealed that the once rigid boundary between feminists and non-feminists was also being challenged by new movement actors who insisted on resigning feminism and who claimed to enact their feminist politics in a wide range of arenas. With the expansion of black feminism, lesbian feminism, popular feminism, ecofeminism, Christian feminism, and so on. 16 The mid-1980s and 1990s witnessed the proliferation of new actors whose political personal trajectories often differed significantly from those of earlier feminists, now referred to as the historicas or historic feminists, whose discourses emphasized the ways in which race/ethnicity, class, sexuality, age, and so on are constitutive of gender identities, and whose practices sometimes differed from the cultural politics of the early years of Latin American feminism. Afro-Latin American women participants at the Mar del Plata NGO Forum, for example, proclaimed that racism deeply marks black women's lives and entreated all Latin American women's movement activists to embrace their particular struggle. Racism as an ideological form which sustains the domination of one sector of the population by another, is one of the fundamental causes which blocks the sustainable development of non-white sectors of Latin American and Caribbean populations, who make up the majorities of our continent. This has not been alien to the women's movement, since it refers to an ideology inscribed in our social structures. Considering the struggle and participation of black women in the construction of our societies, we call on all women to incorporate themselves into our struggle to eradicate another form of discrimination. 17. Afro-Latin American women whose political trajectories often traversed both black movement and feminist organizations participated in the Beijing process in expressive numbers, proclaiming that any strategy for development, peace, or equality must necessarily consider the particularities of black women and promoting the formation of national networks that would guarantee the active participation of diverse ethnic and racial sectors of women in the Beijing meetings, Red de Mujeres 1994. Some lesbian feminists similarly saw participation in the preparatory process as an opportunity to insist that it is necessary to break the isolation and marginality imposed on lesbians. It is therefore necessary for the women's movement to incorporate lesbian specificity as an issue of relevance to all women. 18 black women and lesbians organized several sessions at the NGO Forum in Mar del Plata and also caucused separately to ensure that their specific demands were included in the forum's recommendations to ECLAC, the Economic Commission on Latin America and the Caribbean. While declaring their affinity with many aspects of the feminist political imaginary, many self-proclaimed popular feminists and rural and urban female trade unionists participating in the Beijing process nonetheless affirmed an identity distinct from that of the predominantly white, middle-class, university-educated historicas. In evaluating her experience at the Mar del Plata NGO Forum, one working-class activist from Brazil stated that although participating in a legal training course offered by feminist attorneys had helped to redeem my self-esteem, to be conscious of citizenship, to struggle for my rights, to make my own history, to be my own woman. Ser dona de mim. She had also seen rich women talking about the difficulties and violences lived by poor women, and I thought to myself that no matter how hard they tried to be authentic, they were far from knowing what we in the urban periphery, from the less privileged classes, experience. 19. On the one hand, this statement suggests that feminist interventions in the larger women's movement arguably have had important cultural political effects, yet, on the other hand, it also makes clear that feminism is being resignified as it is appropriated by women whose life experiences differ significantly from those of the founding mothers of Latin American feminism's second wave. As Teresa Aparcana, president of the Coordinadora Metropolitana del Programa de Vaso de Leche in Lima, aptly put it during a presentation at the Mar del Plata Forum, before, talking about feminism was taboo among women of the popular sectors. Yes, we are feminists today, but we are feminists of a new world, and we will not subject ourselves to other women. Most of the national and regional movement documents generated during the Beijing process emphasized the plural, multicultural, and pluriethnic character of Latin American and Caribbean societies and women's movements. The final Brazilian movement's preparatory document proclaimed the women's movement to be a kaleidoscope, declared that it had multiplied, is heterogeneous and plural, and featured extensive references to the specific demands of black women, young women, indigenous women, lesbians, and disabled women. 20. And diversity was the central theme around which activities were structured at the Latin American and Caribbean tent at the NGO Forum in Huayro. The absorption of select feminist discourses and agendas by organized civil society, political society, and national and international policy arenas. The multiplication of spaces in which Latin American feminists were active in the 1990s was both a cause and consequence of the relatively rapid appropriation or absorption of some new and historic feminist ideas and issues by the mainstream of contemporary Latin American states and societies. The tireless efforts of feminists now dispersed throughout the fabric of Latin American societies to bring their claims to bear on male-dominant civil and political society and the state would appear to have borne fruit. In the last decade, virtually all Latin American governments established specialized state agencies, ministries, and secretariats charged with improving the status of women and incorporating them into Development 21. Many of the region's new democratic constitutions contain clauses promoting women's equality in the family, the workplace, and the polity. 22 Specialized police precincts have been set up in Brazil, Nicaragua, Peru, and several other countries to prosecute crimes against women. 23 The full spectrum of political parties, progressive, centrist, and conservative, today feel compelled to pay at least lip service to women's concerns. Parliaments in countries such as Argentina and Brazil have passed legislation establishing quotas for women's representation on party electoral lists. 24 Some unions like the Progressive Central Única dos Trabalhadores, CUT, the largest trade union in Brazil, with over 17 million members, have also established representational quotas to enhance women's participation among union leadership. CUT has also adopted some feminist banners as its own, recently declaring its determination to combat sexual harassment in the workplace. 25 The UN process itself lent newfound or renewed legitimacy to many domestic and regional feminist demands for gender justice. A wide gamut of long-standing feminist claims, ranging from demands for non-sexist educational policies to more equitable participation in public and family life to reproductive rights, were rife in the language of the numerous official UN, ICLAC, and national government documents produced to evaluate progress toward gender equity over the course of the previous decade. The ICLAC Program for Action, for instance, proclaimed that its central objective was to accelerate the achievement of gender equity and the total integration of women into the development process, as well as the full exercise of citizenship within the framework of a sustainable development, with social justice and democracy. 26 The issue of violence against women, which just a decade ago was not even mentioned at the Nairobi Platform for Action, featured prominently in Beijing-related national and regional documents and was now framed as a human rights issue. 27 The regional platform also acknowledges the persistence of cultural models that exclude, silence or distort the identity and understandings of women in all areas of social life, and which are expressed in the family, in education, the mass media and art. 28 And, for the first time, enjoins governments to adopt measures to promote cultural equality and the respect for cultural diversity so as to stimulate the visible and equitable participation of women and men of all ethnic groups. 29 In several countries, moreover, feminist scholars and NGO professionals were incorporated into their government's preparatory processes and could be found among the official delegates to both the Mar del Plata and Beijing conferences in unprecedented numbers. For the first time in the history of Brazil's participation in UN conferences, for example, the Foreign Ministry recruited prominent feminist scholars to draft its official report and invited dozens of women's movement activists to participate in a number of government-sponsored public seminars on women's issues. Many of the women's movement's recommendations found their way into the official reports to the UN, and the Brazilian government ultimately approved the Beijing platform without reservations. Moreover, African Brazilian feminists participating in the Beijing process succeeded in persuading their government to include the race-specific data and policy recommendations in its official report to the UN. They played a key role in both Mar del Plata and Beijing in getting race and ethnicity included in the regional and global platforms for action, and they were represented among the official delegates to both the ICLAC and Beijing conferences. Black feminist Nilza Irasai underscored the significance of African Brazilian women's participation, stressing that the fact that race and ethnicity had been introduced to 181 countries through the initiative of the official Brazilian delegation to the FWCW establishes new parameters for the discussion of the racial question. It represents the Brazilian government's recognition, at the international level, of the fallacy of racial democracy. 30. The incorporation of select feminist claims at the level of official UN and government discourse and policy, of course, hardly translates into effective implementation or enforcement. Brazilian feminists are quick to point out, for instance, that Brazil has signed but seldom complied with prior international agreements on women's equality, such as the Convention to End Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW. They note, further, that since the return of civilian rule in 1985, Congress has enacted much progressive gender legislation that has yet to be fully implemented. As neoliberalism rolls back the state and enthrones the gendered logic of the market, it is unlikely that the necessary resources will be allocated to the promotion of gender equality by male-dominant states and international regimes, at least, not in the absence of political will and the pressure from organized mass constituencies that might help generate such will. The absorption of feminist discourses has also been, at best, partial and selective and, as Veronica Schild, in this volume, poignantly reminds us, the consequences of selective appropriation are often less than benign. Although by the 1990s many Latin American governments might more readily be persuaded that women should be incorporated into national development or that educating women is good for economic modernization, most remain hesitant to embrace feminist claims for reproductive choice, sexual self-determination, alternative family structures, lesbian rights, and so on, because to do so would significantly unsettle prevailing gender power arrangements. This resistance was also amply evident in the Beijing process, as the governments of Argentina, Ecuador, and Honduras, in particular, lined up behind the Vatican and took reactionary positions on every conceivable issue that might undermine Christian family values. 31. The reconfiguration of the Latin American feminist movement field in the 1990s. Although feminist demands are, invariably, resignified and often radically tergiversated when they enter the state or the UN arena, the inclusion of many feminists and some of their core issues into the official Beijing preparatory process in Latin America cannot merely be viewed as evidence of co-optation, and it is certainly not the consequence of the male-dominated government's largesse. Rather, this inclusion must at least partially be attributed to the effectiveness of relentless interventions by that growing number of feminists who have occupied, if not conquered, a multitude of male-dominant publics in recent years. In other words, feminist discourses now circulate in and potentially destabilize the dominant political cultures of a wide variety of social, cultural, and political actors and institutions in Latin America. The notion of absorption as opposed to co-optation implies agency. That is, Latin American feminists who have chosen to work primarily or exclusively within government bureaucracies, parliaments, trade unions, and so on, are not, always, mere dupes who have been bought off or have sold out to masculinist political cultures. Instead, as Amy Lind persuasively argues, in the past 15 years, many feminists have come to realize that the state and other institutions as well, such as foreign banks and multinationals, play increasingly powerful roles in defining what can and cannot be placed on the development agenda, 1995, 217, and thus these institutions have become crucial arenas for feminist struggle. Drawing on Jean Franco, Lind contends that feminists acting within the state or traditionally male-dominant institutions of civil and political society are also engaged in struggles for interpretive power in defining the discursive domain in which concrete decisions about development are made. 17. Moreover, as Arturo Escobar maintains, the production of new official gender discourses is not a one-sided process. It might create conditions for resistance, even if these resistances take place within the modes of development discourse. 1995, 155. Though Schild, in this volume, persuasively argues that there is a convergence between the concerted actions of the networks of women activists and professionals that make up a large segment of the women's movement and neoliberal state's cultural political project, most feminists who dedicated their organizing efforts to the Beijing process over the course of early 1990s insisted that the minimally progressive official documents and platforms it generated provided potentially powerful, at least symbolic, tools with which to resist neoliberalism's cultural offensive and wage new domestic policy battles. The disentering of feminist practices in the 1990s, coupled with the proliferation of feminist actors, issues, and claims, moreover had unsettled the distinct feminist cultural politics constructed in the 1970s and early 1980s, giving rise to a vast new range of practices and cultural political interventions. The Beijing process amply testified to the expansive reach of feminist discourses into a panoply of cultural/political/quotidian spaces and places, suggesting a significant reconfiguration of the feminist movement field. Though the heroic days of barricades and demonstrations seem to be over, at least for the time being, as Alicia Froman and Teresa Valdez argue, leading some analysts and historic activists to go so far as to say that there is no longer a women's movement, and that democracy co-opted the feminist discourse and demobilized the movement. 1995, 291. One might argue instead that the changed national and international context, more receptive, at least rhetorically, to some feminist claims, has helped reshape feminist identities and discourses and redirected practices at new targets both within and beyond the larger women's movement field. The political demands, discourses, practices, and mobilizational and policy strategies of feminist movements are today spread widely, and sometimes invisibly, through the social fabric, constituting political communicative movement webs 32 that stretch into and across feminist collectives and NGOs, popular women's organizations, trade unions, parliaments, the academy, the church, the media, and other organizations and institutions. In what follows, I will critically assess the extent to which this heterogeneous, multifaceted Latin American feminist field still demarcated a common ethical political field of references and differences for collective action and political contestation. 33 A shared discursive matrix, which, according to Eder Sater, 1988, refers to distinctive ways of approaching reality which imply different attributions of meaning. Do the Femocrates 34, as some activists refer to feminists from the movement who have entered the state or the development establishment, continue to share a common field of references with popular feminists, trade unionists, radical lesbians, and independent feminist collectives? I will suggest that, though Latin American feminisms remain informed by a shared normative imperative, namely, eradicating women's subordination, the diverse, and sometimes divergent, practices, growing power imbalances, and uneven access to cultural, material, and political resources of subjects differentially situated within the field represent serious contradictions and new challenges as Latin American feminisms approach the new millennium. The NGOization of Latin American feminisms. In the 1990s, a relatively new phenomenon, the feminist NGO came to play a prominent and highly controversial role in sustaining and articulating the constitutive webs of the expansive Latin American feminist movement field. Indeed, the absorption of some of the more culturally acceptable items of the feminist agenda fostered the increased specialization and professionalization of growing numbers of feminist NGOs dedicated to intervening in national and international policy processes. 35 On the one hand, dominant institutions incorporated select items of that agenda, in part because growing numbers of feminist activists have devoted their organizational energies to that end over the course of the past decade. On the other hand, the very creation of governmental and intergovernmental institutions dealing with women's issues, the proliferation of legislation targeting women, and other forms of institutionalization of the feminist transformational agenda during the 1980s generated increased demand for extragovernmental institutions that could produce specialized information about women's status to be more readily and effectively fed into the policy process, something that the autonomous feminist groups or collectives of yesteryear, guided by the more informal, anti-hierarchical, functionally undifferentiated feminist culture so aptly summarized by Heilborn and Arruda, 1995, would have been hard-pressed to accomplish. The growing developmentalization of women as new client groups of states and international regimes, Escobar 1995, 155, moreover contributed to NGOization by infusing the more professionalized sectors of the feminist movement field with significant material resources. Maria Aparecida Schumacher and Elizabeth Vargas, 1993, maintain that the spread of NGOs in Brazil in recent years is intimately related to the erosion and inefficiency of the national state. The big multilateral agencies, United Nations, World Bank, in possession of voluminous funds for investment in the Third World, until the 1970s almost exclusively financed governments. The changing evaluation of the performance of official organs reoriented the flow of such resources. The wastefulness, malversation of funds, the rotativity of government technical personnel, are at the origin of this shift. Thus, organizations of civil society came to represent an interesting alternative. Presenting a clearer action profile and presenting themselves as available for better defined partnership relations, the NGOs appear as an efficient mechanism for the implementation of public policies, be they progressive or not. 362 to 363. As specialized governmental agencies such as Suriname, the National Women's Bureau, in Chile, CNDM, the National Council on Women's Rights, in Brazil, CONAMUA, the National Women's Council, in Venezuela, and INAMUA, the National Women's Directorate, in Ecuador were typically understaffed, underfunded, and often far removed from centers of power within the state. They increasingly delegated or subcontracted data gathering, policy assessment, and, increasingly, implementation, and other forms of project management to feminist NGOs. 36 Although many advances in gender policy can be attributed to the organizational efficiency and political pragmatism of these new movement actors, critics note that in taking on research or service activities commissioned by state and international agencies, feminist NGOs sometimes act like rather than non-governmental organizations. In other words, some NGOs are seen to be providing public services that formerly were, and still ought to be, the purview of the state. 37. Although the concept of non-governmental organization is indiscriminately deployed in development discourse to refer to any social actor not clearly situated within the realm of the state or the market, from peasant collectives and community soup kitchens to research-oriented policy think tanks within contemporary Latin American women's movements, the term feminist NGO has come to denote particular kinds of groups with orientations and practices distinct from those of the historic feminist groups of the 1970s and early 1980s. Indeed, most Beijing-related documents produced by both movements and governments echoed the ever more common distinction made among feminists between NGOs and the movement in recent years. The former characteristically have functionally specialized, paid, professional staff and, sometimes, a limited group of volunteers, receive funding from bilateral and multilateral agencies and, usually foreign, private foundations, and engage in pragmatic strategic planning to develop reports or projects aimed at influencing public policies and providing advice or asesoria to the Movimiento de Mujeres and varied services to low-income women. 38 Though sometimes engaging in similar asesoria and policy-oriented activities, the feminist movement is commonly understood to be made up of militant feminist groups or collectives that fit more neatly into the foundational feminist mold described above. They have largely volunteer and often sporadic participants, rather than staff, more informal organizational structures, and significantly smaller operating budgets. Their actions, rather than projects, are guided by more loosely defined, conjunctural goals and objectives. Feminist NGOs decidedly took center stage during the Latin American Beijing process. It was these relatively new movement actors whose numbers have risen dramatically since the mid-1980s who were called in as consultants by ICLAC and many national governments to provide expert input into official preparatory documents. It was they who received, often sizable, grants from bilateral and multilateral aid agencies and private national and international foundations to organize Beijing-related activities, produce reports and publications, and so on, and it was NGOs, according to most women's movement participants and observers, who dominated the political and organizational dynamics and who controlled the purse strings of the women's movement's parallel Beijing preparatory process in Latin America and elsewhere. Indeed, in a highly controversial move, the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, the primary bilateral funder of the Latin American NGO's participation in the coordination for the Beijing conference, insisted on dispersing funds through focal points consisting of a single NGO or a consortium of NGOs in each of 6 subregions. 39 In most countries, NGOs skilled in the art of lobbying and who possessed policy-specialized staff, who had previous experience in the UN process, and who earned handsome foreign funding were the ones who orchestrated national and regional Beijing-related events, defined the larger women's movement's Beijing agenda, and organized the pre-FWCW coordination described below. The increased articulation and transnationalization of Latin American feminist organizations, agendas, and strategies. The Beijing process itself induced activists most often at the initiative of or under the leadership of feminist NGOs to forge new local, national, regional, and global coalitions, reinforcing the growing tendency to transform the largely informal linkages fashioned during the 1980s through numerous local and regional encuentros into the more formal, structured redes, networks, or articulations of the 1990s. To be sure, NGO participation in and global coalition building for the UN process was dramatically intensified as a consequence of the rapid sequence of world conferences of the 1990s 40, and this process of participation and articulation of global civil society was actively encouraged by bilateral and multilateral agencies and private philanthropy alike. As one Uruguayan feminist put it, the veritable funding frenzy for unrelated activities reflected the shifting cycles of fashion of the agencies of international cooperation, which went from support for research centers, to grassroots organizations, to NGOs, to local networks, to regional networks, and now global networks. 41. In Brazil, a few feminist NGOs professionals who had participated in previous UN conferences began organizing for Beijing in the fall of 1993. With the support of UNIFEM, they held a national meeting in Rio de Janeiro in January 1994 to develop strategies for Beijing. Close to 100 representatives of women's groups from 18 states voted to create a coordinating body charged with overseeing movement efforts to bring Beijing home to Brazil. They formed a national coalition, the Articulation of Brazilian Women for Beijing 95, and launched an unprecedented nationwide effort focused on drawing public attention to the importance of international conventions on women's rights and raising public awareness of gender inequality. With the professed goal of enhancing the domestic impact of the Beijing Conference, this coalition secured funding from international foundations such as the Ford Foundation, the MacArthur Foundation, German and other European agencies, and over half a dozen others, and promoted the creation or reactivation women's movement forums 42 in 25 of Brazil's 26 states and the Federal District. State women's forums promoted 91 local meetings and debates to evaluate progress toward women's equality over the course of the two undesignated decades for women and to take stock of the obstacles still faced in the struggle for gender justice. Over 800 women's organizations were involved in this unprecedented national articulatory process, unquestionably infusing renewed mobilizational energies into local women's movements, especially in more remote areas of Brazil where the movement was still weak or incipient. More than 700 local delegates traveled from the far reaches of Brazil to attend the National Conference of Brazilian Women toward Beijing held in Rio de Janeiro in June 1995. And approximately 300 Brazilian women ultimately made their way to the NGO Forum in Huairou, as compared to the mere 30 or so who had participated in the forum during the Third World Conference on Women in Nairobi in 1985, with some 40 of these staying on to participate in the Global Women's Lobby at the FWCW. National and regional issue-specific networks, or identity networks, also largely articulated by feminist NGOs linking black women's organizations, indigenous women, lesbian rights advocates, socialist feminists, domestic workers, feminists in political parties, and individuals and groups working on issues ranging from feminist ecology to violence against women to reproductive rights similarly have propagated dramatically in recent years. 43 and also played a prominent role in the Beijing process. Between 1993 and 1995, pre-existing specialized networks and pro-Beijing coalitions alike held innumerable seminars and conferences specifically oriented toward drafting and voting on documents that would contribute to official government reports to the UN as well as, ultimately, to the Beijing Platform for Action. And, in marked contrast to the more fluid, informal feminist encuentros of yesteryear, participation in these preparatory meetings was typically restricted to card-carrying members of feminist networks, feminist social scientists, policy analysts and other specialists, and designated representatives of local women's groups and forums, in the case of Brazil, or of sub-regional focal points, in the case of the Latin American and Caribbean NGO coordination regions. Though only a relatively small number of feminist NGO professionals were directly involved, the unprecedented number of specialized strategy meetings held by the regional coordination organizers themselves reflected the fact that feminist advocacy efforts have become increasingly transnationalized in recent years. 44 As one internationally prominent Brazilian NGO professional stated, Beijing confirms the notion that the gender agenda is an agenda without frontiers. It generated a global agenda. Regional coordination members and the innumerable documents they produced made continual reference to the salience of intervening in planetary policies through the construction of an international civil society. For Mar del Plata NGO Forum coordinator Ana Falu, Beijing represented the first time that Latin American women had come to a world summit with such a highly organized, formally structured regional network. Although globalization and the various regional economic integration initiatives certainly work to enhance feminist awareness of the importance of impacting transnational policy arenas, Falu further suggested that international cooperation had helped foster this process because USAID's convocation was appropriated by the movement. 45 The Beijing process also strengthened the region's heretofore tenuous links to international feminist NGOs outside Latin America, which had experienced a significant boost when a Brazilian national feminist network, the Coalition of Women's NGOs for the Environment, Population, and Development, hosted the Global Women's Lobby, dubbed Planeta Fêmea, Female Planet, at the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992. Funding from North America for Beijing-related preparatory activities enabled Latin American NGO professionals to participate in North American feminist-controlled global meganetworks, both virtual and real. See Linz Ribeiro, in this volume, such as Bella Abzug's Women's Environment and Development Organization, WEDO, on a more even footing than ever before. As evidenced by the selective inclusion of feminist demands in the Mar del Plata and Beijing platforms, the growing articulation and transnationalization of some actors within the Latin American feminist movement field, coupled with the movement's increased NGOization, have arguably bolstered the proactive capacity of feminism in national and international policy processes and augmented its influence in global, regional, and national policy arenas. To be sure, feminists have been central actors in the configuration of what Keck and Sick Inc., 1992, have dubbed transnational issue networks. A transnational issue network includes a set of relevant actors working internationally on an issue who are bound together by shared values, a common discourse, and dense exchanges of information and services. Such networks are most prevalent in issue areas characterized by high-value content and informational uncertainty. They involve actors from non-governmental, governmental, and intergovernmental organizations. What is novel in these networks is the ability of non-traditional international actors to mobilize information strategically so as to gain leverage over much more powerful organizations and governments. Sick Inc. 1995, 3-4. The Beijing process suggests that the increasingly formalized linkages between Latin American feminists working in NGOs and those acting within male-dominant policy arenas, political parties, state institutions, and multilateral agencies have significantly improved the leverage of feminist rights advocates in recent years. Global feminism and its discontents, tensions and contradictions in an expansive, heterogeneous social movement field. While the trends discussed above represented significant advances for feminist politics in the region, they also posed new challenges and triggered fresh tensions within an increasingly diverse, complex, and often fact-y social movement field. The proliferation of spaces of feminist action, which now include transnationalized, formalized networks, professionalized NGOs, the state, and international development apparatuses, is not easily reconciled to historic feminist cultural political practices, triggering continual negotiations of, and often contentious debates over, the appropriate sites, targets, and goals of feminist politics, and indeed over the very meaning of feminism itself. The contrasting discourses and practices engaged in by the Latin American tent at Huayro and the Beijing regional lobby were viewed by many as emblematic of a growing rift between differentially situated actors within the Latin American feminist movement field. Although many heralded the absorption of movement demands in the FWCW and ICLAC platforms and in official government reports to the UN as a triumph, a qualitative leap, others insisted that feminist demands are not exhausted in the transformation of the state. Many feminist critics and activists in the larger Movimiento de Mujeres condemned what they viewed as excessively narrow, state-centric strategies that appeared to respond more to the logic of patriarchal domination than to an alternative feminist worldview, and that seemed to underplay the importance of continued feminist struggle in the realms of fomenting gender consciousness and challenging patriarchal cultural norms. As one Uruguay feminist proclaimed during the Mar del Plata Forum, we have to work to transform the patriarchal cultural logic, we cannot only intervene in the institutional. In an essay that circulated widely during the 6th Latin American and Caribbean Feminist Encuentro held in November 1993 in El Salvador, Chilean feminist Margarita Pisano foreshadowed many of the criticisms later leveled during the Beijing process by feminist activists wary of the prospect that, as one Brazilian expressed it, the feminist movement is becoming a UN conference. Political pressure strategies based on lobbies have a subtle and dangerous limit, a not too well demarcated frontier with the traffic of influence. If we direct our energies at influencing the system and its powers, we profoundly weaken the power of social movements like feminism and its possible allies, which have been constructing a transformative project of civilizational change. Groups in power are very clear on this game. It involves an intentionality of dividing to impede the connections among transformative projects. It is ingenious to think that with the logic of lobbies and negotiation, we will achieve a utopia that can permeate the human imaginary. For that we need a force capable of putting forth as a realizable desire a utopia that breaks with the dynamic of domination. 46. Pisano's feminist accomplices, an informal network of radical women from throughout the region who declare a great discomfort before current discourses, their proposals for change and the lack of imagination and creativity they contain pointedly distance themselves from the others, the institutionalizadas, who, according to the complices, in part feel themselves to be producers of this masculine culture and adhere to the projects and systems it has produced. 47. Indeed, new boundaries within the Latin American feminist field were apparently being drawn, and sharp, dualistic distinctions were rife in activist discourses concerning the Beijing process, the bureaucratic institutional movement versus independent feminists, the specialists versus las metafóricas. 48. The Movimiento de Mujeres versus the Movimiento de Proyectos de Mujeres, the movement of women's projects, los angistas, the NGOers, versus el movimiento. Some regard feminists who have entered the state as constituting a new gender technocracy that is abandoning core foundational feminist principles. As one Paraguayan feminist expressed with dismay during a Huayro workshop, I see my feminist comrades going down a completely alienated path, rebelliousness is being done away with, we are conforming to their rules. Her concern was echoed by a Mexican feminist during a Huayro workshop entitled Latin American Feminisms. 20 years later, feminism has ceased to be marginal and is now institutional. The cost of this institutionalization has been great. It seems that we have forgotten about process. The most urgent of our problems will not be resolved here in Beijing. I don't think we should wager so much on a conference, we must go back and look in the mirror. The latest form of institutionalization, in the form the feminist NGOs, has been particularly controversial within the larger feminist field, and the Beijing process exacerbated existing tensions between the angistas and the others. During a Huayro Forum workshop entitled Metaforo, Los Cumbres Mundiales y el Movimiento de Mujeres, Metaforum, World Summits and the Women's Movement, organized by Grupo Iniciativa Peking Uruguay to critically discuss the implications of feminist participation in the UN process, a Peruvian feminist suggested that the summit's thing caught us very disorganized. This has to do with the genesis of NGOs in Latin America. We moved very quickly from consciousness-raising groups to NGOs. And this has created new tensions. The differential power wielded by some NGOs and their predominance during the Beijing process was criticized by a Chilean participant. We entered this process in a very disordered fashion. Some NGOs had a greater protagonism because they obtained funding. There are some who have taken control han tomado el mando. To be sure, the Beijing process suggested that because resources provided by the international development community enabled some feminist NGOs to gather policy-relevant information and maintain permanent staff charged with interfacing with UN, government, and media representatives, these more professionalized, policy-oriented strands of the feminist field have become privileged interlocutors with public officials, the media, and bilateral and multilateral aid and development agencies. Acknowledging that women's NGOs have been occupying an important space, a Bolivian activist asked to whom NGOs were accountable, as they appeared to her to be principally legitimate by the patriarchal powers. Even when feminist NGOs explicitly deny that they represent the women's movement, they are too often conveniently viewed as doing so by elected officials and policymakers who can thereby claim to have consulted civil society by virtue of involving a handful of NGOs in a particular policy discussion. As one longtime Brazilian activist put it, it has been common to refer to the NGOs as if they constituted the feminist movement proper. And it is also frequently that the members of NGOs portray themselves as representatives of the feminist movement. Suddenly we forgot all of our reflections on the necessity of expressing plurality and difference have been forgotten. A new relationship of power has been established within the movement. We now form part of a scenario in which some possess the information, have access to sources of funding and its allocations, therefore, they are the ones who effectively decide. Borda, quoted in Schumacher and Vargas 1993, 363-364. The problem of representativeness is further complicated by the fact that Latin American NGOs typically are not membership organizations, and they generally adopt routine procedures or mechanisms that would make their actions more accountable to larger movement constituencies on behalf of whom they profess to act. Given these new divisions and power imbalances within the feminist movement field, forging minimally unified or consensual movement strategies, even around conjunctural activities like preparing for the FWCW, has become an ever more vexing challenge. Considerable controversy surrounded the very creation of the Articulation of Brazilian Women for Beijing 95, its sources of funding, and its political objectives, for example. Some feminists objected to the very idea of creating a centralized coordination at the national level, maintaining that no such body could adequately represent the movement and fearing that a national coordination might be vulnerable to political manipulation and co-optation. The predominance of professional, internationally funded NGOs among those advocating such a coordination further fueled suspicion among grassroots groups and less institutionalized sectors of the women's movements who increasingly see themselves as further removed from national and international policy arenas and funding sources. The issue of funding was also fraught with contention, as many in the movement objected to the designation of USAID believed responsible for supporting the military dictatorship and promoting population control and sterilization abuse in Brazil as the principal bilateral funder for Latin American participation in the Beijing process. Still others opposed the USAID exigency that funds for the Beijing process be administered by a single national focal point, fearing, again, excessive centralization and potential manipulation. Finally, conflict raged about the ultimate objective of organizing around the Beijing conference. Some insisted on the importance of increasing feminist input into the government's document to the UN, which they saw as crucial in developing more effective future advocacy efforts in the policy realm. Others preferred instead to prioritize the remobilization and revitalization of the women's movement itself, focusing their organizational efforts toward changing culture and influencing public opinion. Though the Articulation of Brazilian Women was successful in mobilizing thousands of women around Brazil 49, this movement network, along with other pro-Beijing and thematically specialized national and regional networks, was widely criticized for failing to fully democratize information about the Beijing process, centralizing decision-making, and monopolizing resources and representation of the women's movement. From the outset, Some São Paulo feminists stridently objected to the first world country's imposition of an agenda for Beijing and organized their own encounter-like meetings to assess the undesignated women's decades, arguing that who should speak about the 20 years of women's struggles should be the women who lived through this history. Until now, we have seen an elite of the movement getting together and making proposals to us. 50. Contending that the Latin American and Caribbean regional coordination was controlled by small groups of privilege, grupitos de privilegio, and was plagued by masculinist vices, dissident activists from Argentina, Bolivia, and Mexico organized a parallel meeting during the Mar del Plata Forum, alleging that there had been a process of exclusion of autonomous movement groups and those that are most contestatory. During a Huero workshop called to evaluate the preparatory process, a Chilean NGO feminist echoed these sentiments. There was a gap in terms of information, people who have felt excluded, information about the conference did not reach the base, and therefore the process has weakened the movement. Such criticisms were tempered by the growing recognition that, as one Uruguayan stressed, we have to overcome the populist mentality that we must include everybody in all processes. There is a need to specialize this type of lobbying work. We have to overcome a confrontational mentality, leave aside principismo. While acknowledging that specialized articulations have greatly enhanced the policy effectiveness of the movement, a number of participants in the Beijing process further complained that national, regional, and global feminist networks are often less inclusive, internally democratic, or fluid than the term network would appear to imply. The Colombian feminist theorist Magdalena Leon argued that the movement today is a tangle of networks on redes, and a Bolivian activist maintained that the networks are ensnaring us, las redes nos están enmarranando, and that, though actively promoted by international funders, many regional networks lack a real presence in our countries. Still other critics argued that feminist NGOs and networks' increased focus on national and international policy arenas has distanced them from the grassroots, from the needs and concerns of local women leading, as one Peruvian put it, to a divorce between the popular movement and the feminist NGOs. Beijing means very little to most women in our countries. Some complained that global agendas were not being set by the movement and asked with concern, up to what point are we being accomplices? Are they channeling the movement toward the form of functioning of the UN? As representatives of sub-regional focal points and NGO professionals spent the better part of the early 1990s traveling around the region and the globe to strategize for Rio de Janeiro, Vienna, Cairo, Copenhagen, and Beijing, it seemed as though some among the more transnationalized sectors of the Latin American feminist field had inverted the classic slogan "Think globally, act locally," and seemed instead to be acting globally and thinking locally. Concluding reflections. The NGOization and transnationalization of the Latin American feminist field appeared to have led increasing numbers of feminists to privilege some spaces of feminist politics, such as the state and the international policy arenas, over efforts to transform prevailing representations of gender, emphasize changes in consciousness, and promote cultural transformation through local grassroots-oriented organizing and mobilizational activities. The danger, as foretold by some of the critical voices cited above, is that the cultural ethical dimension of the foundational feminist transformational project might be increasingly neglected by growing numbers of feminists and ignored, and ultimately silenced, by dominant political, cultural, and economic institutions. Though the battles waged by the so-called institutionalizadas within the conventionally defined political arena must be understood as cultural struggles over the meaning of received notions of citizenship, development, the family, and gender, as the enactment of one of many possible sorts of feminist cultural politics, the neglect or silencing of other forms of cultural political intervention such as local mobilization and conscientization work with women of the popular classes might ultimately compromise the very quest for more equitable gender policy. In the absence of such work, feminists might lack the broad social base or political constituencies that would enable them to press more effectively for the implementation of the many new rights and entitlements recently earned through increased engagement in political institutional arenas on a national, regional, and global scale. Still, I have also tried to emphasize that recent feminist advances in the realms of policy and rights are themselves a consequence of the dramatic disentering of the Latin American feminist movement field into a vast range of institutional and extra-institutional spaces and places, of relatively successful feminist cultural political incursions into the discursive terrain of male-dominant parallel organizations of civil society, political society, the state, and international institutions. Moreover, the Beijing process suggests that this profusion of feminist spaces has not necessarily led to a fragmentation of feminisms. Rather, though feminist ideas, energies, and activities are today diffused into a variety of new realms, the Beijing process confirmed that they remain articulated through increasingly formalized political communicative networks or webs that configure the ever more heterogeneous, spatially and organizationally dispersed, and polycentric Latin American feminist field. These multilayered articulations can be viewed as constituting what Nancy Fraser, 1993, has called subaltern counterpublics that, in turn, are increasingly imbricated with dominant publics. These alternative publics have helped widen discursive contestation 51 around issues of concern to different groups of women that might otherwise have remained excluded from dominant publics. Moreover, because the multiple threads of feminist movement webs span vertically as well as horizontally, they construct crucial linkages between movements and institutional political arenas, linkages that have enabled movement demands and discourses to be translated into programmatic items on party and union platforms and into national policies and international conventions. I would suggest that some of the other so-called new social movements that emerged in Latin America over the past 2 decades, such as the environmental and human rights movements, may have been similarly reconfigured since the late 1980s. Perhaps such movements have not merely disappeared or been co-opted or swallowed up by dominant institutions, as some scholars have maintained. 52 Rather, if we were to remap the recent trajectories of their activists, their issues, their discourses, we might well find that they are still very much present in new arenas such as national and international NGOs or specialized government agencies, while still operating within a discursive matrix that is at least partially shared with a wide range of other actors in a particular movement field. However, the preceding analysis of the Latin American Beijing process should prompt us to explore the continual discursive contestations and power struggles that often characterize such expansive, heterogeneous fields of movement action. Clearly, some of the new spaces/places wherein feminist politics are today enacted, such as the state, professionalized NGOs, and the development establishment, confer greater access to power as well as differential access to material, cultural, and political resources than others, such as grassroots organizations. Though the many different women who transit within the Latin American feminist field still recognize one another as such, even when they frequently doubt the ontological legitimacy of the other, new hierarchies and power relations are being forged within that vast, complex field, and the parameters of legitimacy, interlocution, accountability, and representation are continually renegotiated and contested. In other words, the disentering of the Latin American feminist field has been accompanied by an intensification of power imbalances among women acting at different levels and occupying different spaces within that field. As we enter the new millennium, which, in Beijing speak, Cierre de las Mujeres, will belong to women, devising effective mechanisms and procedures for democratizing relations within that field constitutes one of the most formidable challenges faced by the region's feminisms. Finally, the manifold democratic contradictions made evident by the Beijing process should further caution us against uncritically extolling the virtues of global civil society, for it, too, is a terrain mined with highly unequal relations of power. Though feminist theorist and international NGO professional Charlotte Bunch declared Huero to be a global town meeting of women, some, few, women clearly had greater access to the town's coffers and the town's male elders than most others. Though civil society is certainly crucial to the democratization of dominant national and international publics, it must remain a central target of the democratizing efforts of feminists and other progressive activists worldwide. 53. Chapter 13. Cybercultural Politics, Political Activism at a Distance in a Transnational World. Gustavo Lins Ribeiro. Globalization, the information era, and non-governmental organizations are highly complex, much debated topics that are both the causes and the results of many changes in political, social, cultural, and economic life. In this chapter, I will explore the entanglement of these issues to shed light on the emergence of another dimension of political and cultural life, the virtual imagined transnational community that can be better understood through an analysis of cybercultural politics. My aim is to advance two powerful political dimensions, witnessing at distance and activism at distance. I locate my own discussion within the growing literature on global citizenship and planetary civil society, and on the impact of new communications technologies on the formation of new subjectivities, collectivities, social, economic, and institutional needs, ideologies, utopias and dystopias, and flows of people, goods, and information. 1 Although this approach cannot be circumscribed to a given region of the world, most of my examples are marked by a Latin American perspective. Since my interest is to examine how cyberspace alters the cultural politics of collective and individual political actors in a shrinking world, I will limit myself to presenting a few arguments concerning globalization and transnationalism that are central to my reasoning. I will then briefly describe two computer networks that, among many, are important loci of political information and action for non-governmental organizations, NGOs. My choice is based upon the fact that these networks are not only intimately and functionally related but are also highly influential within the environment in which they operate. The Association for Progressive Communications, APC, which is intended to be global in scope, is a consortium of 18 nationally based networks. Alternex, a member of APC, is also of international scope, given the interconnections currently available for networks on the Internet, but it is primarily designed to serve Brazilian NGOs. Before concluding, I will consider these issues in light of the experiences of activists of one of Brazil's most well-known NGOs, the Brasilia-based Institute of Socio-Economic Studies, INESC. Globalization and transnationalism. The adage that the world is shrinking is certainly an apt one. The development of the transportation, communications, and information industries, the globalization of financial markets, and the diffusion of segments of productive processes through different areas of the world have led to an increase in the circulation of capital, information, and people never experienced before in world history. At the same time that the control of scientific and technological development intensifies an often unequal competition among economic actors, there is a noticeable growth of the importance of services in the economy. This is an era of flexible accumulation, of post-Fordist capitalism, Harvey 1989, that corresponds to a variety of economic and political actors with new ideologies and goals. A significant number of social scientists, economists, and geographers are explicitly working with transnationalism and with its close relative, globalization. 2 For the purposes of making an analytical distinction, I consider globalization mostly as a historical economic process directly related to the expansion of capitalism, to the shrinking of the world. In this connection, the process of globalization creates the economic and technological basis that makes possible the existence of transnationalism. Although it obviously has cultural and political implications, globalization differs from transnationalism in the sense that politics and ideology are the privileged realms of the latter. The organization of people within imagined communities, their relationships to power institutions, and the reformulation of identities, subjectivities, and the relationships between the private and public spheres are the main thrust of the discussion on transnationalism. Citizenship, for instance, is an issue more pertinent to transnationalism than to globalization. Institutions and political subjects geared to the logics of Fordist capitalism are undergoing profound transformations with diverse impacts on their power of agency. An often mentioned illustration refers to the relative weakening of the nation-state vis-a-vis the unleashing of transnational forces and actors. The emergence of global fragmented space generates new relationships between different localities in spite of the mediation of the nation-states where they are situated and between these localities and the world system. New communication media, especially the Internet, create, under the aegis of computer and electronic capitalism, possibilities for the existence of a virtual imagined transnational community, Ribeiro 1996. Levels of integration, transnationalism, and imagined communities. The social representation of membership to a level of integration is often expressed in terms of an inclusive logic that may be analytically simplified as the relationships between local, regional, national, and international levels of integration. Point 3. The appearance of novel forms that relate space to politics. The nation-state, for instance, generally puts into jeopardy the modes of representing membership to socio-cultural and political economic units. In his analysis of the changing relationships between processes of individual and collective formation prompted by contemporary global integrative forces, Norbert Elias, 1994, 148, considers that the transition to a new level of total integration of humankind, with a more complex and wider type of human organization, generates, like in similar situations, conflicts of loyalty and consciousness, given, among other things, the resulting representational and institutional instability as well as the concomitant presence of disintegrating processes and the transference of power from one level to another. The transnational level of integration does not obey the same classificatory logic of inclusiveness as other levels do. It crosscuts, as a transversal axis, the different levels of integration in such a manner that it is extremely difficult to positively relate transnationalism to a circumscribed territory. Its space can only be conceived as diffused, disseminated in a web or a network. I can thus say that a transnational level of integration does not correspond to spatial realities as the other levels do. In fact, transnationalism typically manifests itself through a different articulation of real space and through the creation of a new domain of political contestation and cultural ambience that is not equivalent to the space we normally experience, the so-called cyberspace and cyberculture. This is why the techno-symbolic basis for the emergence of what I call the virtual imagined transnational community is the global computer network, commonly known as the Internet. Many factors concur in the creation of the transnational condition. In a previous article, I considered the existence of 6 clusters of conditions that create the constraints through which transnationality can exist: historical, economic, technological, ideological, symbolical, social, and ritual, Ribeiro 1994b. In Apotere's vision, 1990, the global cultural economy develops from the disjunctive interplay of different scapes, ethnoscapes, mediascapes, technoscapes, finanscapes, and ideascapes. Sclair, 1991, 6, in order to avoid state-centrism, bases her analysis on 3 different levels of transnational practices. The transnational corporation, TNC, is the major locus of transnational economic practices. The transnational capitalist class is the major locus of transnational political practices, and the major locus of transnational cultural ideological practices is to be found in the culture ideology of consumerism, my emphasis. Other considerations are equally important: processes of deterritorialization and reterritorialization, inter- and transnational migratory flows, identity fragmentation, the introduction of new political and social actors, the advent of new individual skills, and the development of an international pop culture geared to the mass media and entertainment industry. Bash, Schiller, and Blanc 1994, Gupta 1992, Ortiz 1994, Rosna 1992. But, at this point, I wish to highlight what I deem to be the emergence of a new imagined community. For this reason I must focus on communications technologies that are also technologies of community creation, Stone 1992, especially on the newest and most powerful manifestation of interactive communication operating at a global scale, the Internet. Only thus we will be able to understand how cybercultural politics enhances interplay between political actors anchored in different levels of integration, transnational flows of political information and articulation, and witnessing and political activism at distance. Benedict Anderson, 1991, showed, in retrospect, how important print capitalism was to the creation of an imagined community that would develop into a nation. I suggest that electronic and computer capitalism is the necessary environment for the development of a transnation. Anderson emphasized the central role that visual representations, printed languages, the proliferation of publishing houses, the mass production of books and newspapers, print as commodity traded in the vernacular print market, and the coalition between Protestantism and print capitalism played in eroding the previously existing sacred imagined communities and in creating national imagined communities. These forces displaced Latin, the elite language, as the only written language, thereby greatly enlarging the numbers of readers, and engendered new administrative vernaculars closer to common speech. They also generated communion and imagined linkages by fixing an assemblage of related vernaculars and dialects and by creating a sense of simultaneity, of unified fields of exchange and communications, Anderson 1991, 47, between fellow readers who gradually became aware of the hundreds of thousands, even millions, of people in their particular language field, and at the same time that only those, so belonged. These fellow readers, to whom they were connected through print, formed, in their secular, particular, visible invisibility, the embryo of the nationally imagined community. For me, cyberfellows are the embryo of the transnationally imagined community. The Internet and the virtual imagined transnational community. First developed as part of an American defense project, the Internet, the network of networks, is presently interconnecting millions of people all over the globe. It has become the most powerful symbolic transnational means of interactive communication. In practice, the Internet's global distribution is skewed, especially considering regions of the world such as the Middle East, Latin America, and Africa. In the United States, where more than 50% of the world's Internet-connected computers reside, the rest are dispersed throughout more than 100 other countries. White middle-class males predominate among a pool of users who are seen as a market of affluent, educated consumers, Bornelis 1995, 4. For a world elite, virtual reality now exists in an online, parallel world, a sort of hyper-postmodern universe, where time, space and geography are non-existent or non-important, Escobar 1994, Lacqui and Ryer 1994. Computer networks have generated their own culture and space that are frequently, but not exclusively, designated as cyberculture and cyberspace. For Arturo Escobar, 1994, 214, cyberculture refers specifically to new technologies in two areas: artificial intelligence, particularly computer and information technologies, and biotechnology. The diffusion of new technologies brings into light two regimes of sociality, techno-sociality, and biosociality, that embody the realization that we increasingly live and make ourselves in techno-biocultural environments structured by novel forms of science and technology. Cyberspace, on the other hand, refers to the growing networks and systems of computer-mediated environments. As a spatialized, computer-mediated network of interactions, cyberspace is seen as enabling full co-presence and interaction of multiple users, allowing input and output from and to the full human sensorium, permitting situations of real and virtual realities, remote data collection and control through telepresence, of intelligent products and environments in real space. Novak 1991, 225, Escobar 1994, 216.5. Cyberspace is thus the universe a user enters when plugging into a network. There, the user will not only feel within a high-tech virtual world but will also meet other users, norms, worldviews, procedures, and discourses that comprise a cyberculture subdivided into many different subcultures. The Internet is a global virtual archipelago within an electronic ocean that calls for navigators who embody its virtues and who are fascinated by these same virtues. It exposes the Internet to the dazzling works of speed, simultaneity, and virtuality, to the immediate, conscious experiencing of the shrinking of the world, to the mesmerizing sensation of access to an infinite availability of information and interlocution, with the opposite feeling of information overload, its frustrating counterpart. Cyberculture takes to paroxysm some of the most powerful promises of modernity, including the assumption of a single global diversified community, existing in real time, in a parallel dimension, with its many fragments, unified only through abstractions, imploding over actors' heads haunted by former pretensions to resolved and organic identities. The reconfiguration of bodies and identities, made possible by the virtual global crowd and virtual, global, decentered, fragmented space, potentializes the anonymous cosmopolitan experience within the planetary virtual web. The manipulation of identity is now as easy as playing video games, a fact that partially accounts for the expressive numbers of teenagers on the internet. Identity manipulation and the fascination with the infinite availability of information and interlocution, without the exposure to the dangers that may accompany facing difference in the real world, together with the feeling that you are here and in many other places at the same time, that you can choose to create universes of your own, provide a sensation of self-enlargement that is even more understandable when combined with the growing predominance of loneliness in mass societies. The enlarged self is now ready to colonize the real world from the virtual one. Virtuality is a key concept in understanding the type of culture generated by the transnational community. 6 Sensitivity to virtuality seems to be a general characteristic of human beings, since we are capable of being symbolically transported to other places, imagining what is not here and, more, creating realities from structures that are pure abstractions before they become empirical facts. Virtual communities and apparatuses existed prior to computer networks. Moviegoers, radio listeners, TV watchers, and ham radio enthusiasts can be counted among these. One result of the development of technology is a quantitative and qualitative enhancement of the virtual universe. But what is the difference between an imagined community and a virtual one? The difference lies in the fact that an imagined community is an abstraction symbolically and politically constructed, while the virtual community is more than that. It is a reality of a different kind, an intermediate, parallel state between reality and abstraction where simulation and simulacra have lives of their own. 7 The virtual reality is there, it can be experienced, manipulated, and lived as if it were real. Once you have finished your sojourn in the virtual universe, you can re-enter the real, hard world. There is a hybridization between the real and the virtual, between the synthetic and the natural. Quiao 1993-96. The culture of the network, with its codes, protocols, and emerging writing styles, also presupposes the existence of a linguistic competence, something that, as Bourdieu noted, 1983, 161 ff, cannot be separated from power analysis. Who speaks, to whom, through what media, and in what constructed circumstances are vital elements of any communication process. Some studies, for instance, Weber 1994, Edwards 1994, Stone 1992, indicate that people have to be socialized into newsgroups. Lurkers, people who read postings to newsgroups without interacting themselves, first write in an apologetic and respectful fashion. Their writings may ask for welcome or claim membership. They explicitly acknowledge the rules and conventions of the newsgroup, and the need for safety on the group. Weber 1994, 2. Like in other situations, the creation of criteria of inclusion and exclusion to control and delimit the group, Williams 1989, 407, is also at stake in the structuring of virtual communities. As a means of transnational communication, the Internet raises the interesting question of the emergence of an international auxiliary language, to borrow a 1931 phrase from Edward Sapir, 1956. The development of computer English, a transnational Creole, that is not threatening the presence of many national languages, points to a process of debabelization that is occurring within the virtual imagined transnational community. In such a context, however, we may imagine 3 likely scenarios. In 1, English gains autonomy as the Internet language, reinforced by the consolidation of its global commercial, military, scientific, and diplomatic functions, and by other phenomena such as the expansion of cable TV and of mass pop culture hegemonized by the United States. A second scenario would see computers gain autonomy, given impetus by user-friendly software based primarily on the utilization of icons. Finally, a third possibility would be the development of a Tower of Babel software program capable of translating all languages on the Internet. The socio-linguistic issue is rapidly becoming a cultural and political one. In Latin America, for instance, there are groups such as Hispanerd dedicated to promoting the Hispanization of the Internet and to discussing the future of our culture in the information age. There are initiatives along similar lines in different countries, Argentina, Cuba, Peru, Mexico, and among the Latino community in the United States, the Midwest Consortium for Latino Research, for example. Point 8 Still, hybrid situations often occur in which a sort of bilingual interaction develops. One reads a message in Spanish and answers in English, or vice versa. In Hispanerd there was the case of a Brazilian who, after apologizing for his poor Spanish, used a translation software program to recast his message originally written in Portuguese. Members of transnational political imagined communities, like members of other imagined communities, especially ideologues, tend to have hyperbolic opinions about their role in the real world. See, for example, Lacqui and Ryer 1994. They often think of themselves as capable of freely manipulating the system once they are entitled as users of this new order, just as people probably felt in the prehistory of bourgeois democracy, nation-states, and the free market. Children of both globalism and the computer age see themselves as creating a new world, a new situation, mediated by high technology, where access to the network is simultaneously a sort of postmodern liberation and an experience of a new democratic medium that empowers people to flood the world system with information, thereby checking the abuses of the powerful. NGOs everywhere praise this potentially liberating force. But every technological innovation is ambiguous, containing in itself both the potential for utopia and dystopia. Feinberg 1990. The Internet does not fit the image of a liberal free market uncontrolled and responsive only to individual manipulation. Although we should explore the idea of a decentralized control mechanism, it may be argued that the Internet is controlled by a hierarchy of connections, the highest points of which are located in the U.S. government, in security agencies, and in private corporations that in case of necessity may always exercise their digital power. Giuseppe Coco, in an article on the relationships between information, communication, and new forms of capitalist accumulation, 1996, 23, states that the Internet may be interpreted as an attempt to transform the partial advantage accumulated by the U.S. in the first phase of the emergence of the information economy, into a new hegemonic project at the industrial, political, and cultural levels. Herbert Schiller, 1996, 92-93, working along similar lines, notes the long-standing recognition by the U.S. leadership of the centrality of information control for gaining world advantage and that the free flow of information, in its implementation, has meant the ascendance of U.S. cultural products worldwide. American dominance in the satellite and electronic information industry has its roots in pragmatic imperial geopolitics. Control of information instrumentation, invariably, goes hand in hand with control of the message flow, its content, surveillance capability, and all forms of information capability. 93. Schiller concludes that the strength, flexibility, and range of global business, already remarkable, will become more so. The capability of the state, including the still very powerful United States, to enforce its will on the economy, domestic or international, will be further diminished. This may be partly obscured for a time because the national security state will have at its disposal an enhanced military and intelligence capability, derived from the new information technologies. For this reason, the American state will be the least vulnerable, for a time, to the forces undermining states everywhere. 103. More prosaic factors limit the implementation of virtual democracy: the cost of computers, related equipment and services, access and knowledge to the codes of the network, education, knowledge of the English language, and the control of the functioning of the system by many different computer centers. 9. Perhaps it is a common characteristic of all imagined communities that they give the impression that everyone is equal once qualified with the necessary competence. However, the virtual imagined transnational community shares, so far, many more primordial sentiments, ties, and characteristics with the emerging new states, Geertz 1963, than with civil ones. This is why it is more interesting to investigate this community's cultural politics than its political culture. Cybercultural politics. Cybercultural politics can be divided into two different, but interrelated, realms. One is defined by the political activity within the Internet itself, the other by the relationship between computer networks and political activism in the real world. These realms will increasingly become more imbricated given the new configuration of interdependency of electronic and magnetic means where economy, information, and politics circulate in a fashion that is vulnerable to the anarchical or organized manipulation of individuals and groups. Schwartau 1995. The Net, Cyberpolitics and Cyberactivism. The Internet's prehistory involves four different stories of origin. Besides the military, the Internet is often associated with the community of computer and electronics engineers and with the scientific and academic community who have a need to exchange information. Finally, there are the heirs of the California counterculture, with their dreams of an alternative media that would empower a highly democratic and secondarily anarchical community. These origins still inform the Internet's cultural politics, along with the different discourses of the groups struggling to impose a hegemonic interpretation over its purposes and destiny. Issues such as freedom of speech versus censorship, public space versus private space, and large corporations and capitalist interests versus community needs are some of the most hotly debated topics around which many cyberactivists organize. At the same time, the rapid commercialization of cyberspace is increasingly transforming the Internet into a virtual shopping mall, with e-money as the global currency with which one can buy anything from pornography to information on stock markets. 10 Since my primary goal in this article is to discuss the relationship between NGOs and electronic networks, the second realm of cybercultural politics, in this section I will explore a few of the different ways in which the Internet is opening a new field of political conflicts and contestation. Arthur Crocker and Michael Weinstein are two of the most provocative analysts of the power struggles occurring over the Internet. They point to the advent of new fetishes and power systems, of the wired body, of what they call the virtual class, 1994. Notwithstanding their quasi-delirious rhetoric and hypercriticism that sometimes reefy techno-power, Crocker and Weinstein are acid demolishers of cyber-authoritarianism and of the hysteria created by technotopia in favor of the Internet, the privileged space for the exercise of power by the virtual class. Mainly composed of pure capitalists and visionary capitalists specialized in computers, this class is grounded in the communications industry. Once the expansion of the electronic frontier is established, the virtual class seeks to subdivide cyberspace for the purposes of capitalist accumulation and political control. What is at stake is a competition for rights to intellectual property. The democratic possibilities of the Internet comprise the initial seduction for the construction of the digital superhighway, the privileged monopoly of global data communication, and for the subordination of the network to the predatory commercial interests of the virtual class. A fierce struggle is occurring within the Internet between the virtual class and its opponents. For Crocker and Weinstein, the wireless body or the hypertexted body is the locus of the major political and ethical conflict of late 20th and early 21st century experience, 1994, 17. A sort of humanist residue within the universe of cybernetic fetish, the wireless body is a moving field of aesthetic contestation for remapping the galactic empire of Technotopia 11. Based upon the disseminated, fluid, and fragmented characteristics of the Internet, a group of cyberactivists, the Critical Art Ensemble, proposes a new interpretation of the dynamics of power in the present and a mode of counterbalancing it, the electronic disturbance. For them, power does not consolidate any longer in bunkers that can be taken over. Sedentary structures, typical of former modes of exercising and circulating power, are at service of a nomadic power exercised by a nomadic elite that moves from centralized urban areas to decentralized and deterritorialized cyberspace, transforming itself into a transcendent entity that can only be imagined. Critical Art Ensemble 1994, 17. Therefore, nomadic power must be resisted in cyberspace rather than in physical space. A small but coordinated group of hackers could introduce electronic viruses, worms, and bombs into data banks, programs and networks of authority, possibly bringing the destructive force of inertia into the nomadic realm. Prolonged inertia equals the collapse of nomadic authority on a global level. Such strategy does not require a unified class action, nor does it require simultaneous action in numerous geographic areas. The less nihilistic could resurrect the strategy of occupation by holding data as hostage, instead of property. By whatever means the electronic authority is disturbed, the key is to totally disrupt command and control. Under such conditions, all dead capital in the military/corporate entwinement becomes an economic drain. Material, equipment, and labor power, all would be left without a means of deployment. Late capital would collapse under its own excessive weight. 25. Another point that is necessary to consider is the fascination with information availability within the network. For the Critical Art Ensemble, 1994, 132, although the current situation can be partly described as information overload, it is also defined by insufficient access to information, creating a peculiar case of censorship. Rather than stopping the flow of information, far more is generated than can be digested. The strategy is to classify or privatize all information that could be used by the individual for self-empowerment, and to bury the useful information under the reams of useless junk data offered to the public. Instead of the traditional information blackout, we face an information blizzard, a whiteout. This forces the individual to depend on an authority to help prioritize the information to be selected. This is the foundation for the information catastrophe, an endless recycling of sovereignty back to the state under the pretense of informational freedom. To avoid whiteout and locate relevant information within the opaque, overwhelming mazeways of the Internet, activists need to have a clear agenda and a precise definition of their interests. Point 12. Most activists in physical space are unaware of the political discussions and struggles that are occurring within cyberspace. Many different actors, including government agencies, political parties, unions, and NGOs, all with different ideologies, whether progressive, conservative, or repressive, make use of computer networks. Workers, for instance, may find on the Internet a perfect ambience to resurrect their presence in a globalized and transnational economy in a manner relatively free of corporate and national constraints, as demonstrated by an online newspaper, the San Francisco Free Press, http://www.ccnet.com/sf_free_press/welcome.html, produced by San Francisco strikers in 1994 and read by unionists around the world, Lee 1995, 64. Many trade unions, federations, and confederations have their own networks in countries such as Australia, Brazil, Canada, Great Britain, Israel, South Africa, and the United States. Eric Lee, 1995, 67, ends his article on the forging of worldwide solidarity in an optimistic vein. Thanks to the Internet, a century-long decline in internationalism has already been reversed, and for thousands of trade unionists who log in every day, internationalism already has been reborn. But I will focus on the use that NGO activists, particularly environmentalists, make of electronic networks, because these actors are highly sensitive to new ways of enhancing political action and to ideologies that boost transnationalism. The Internet and NGO political activism. The realization that ecological frontiers do not coincide with political ones, together with the identification of many supranational and global environmental problems, such as acid rain, nuclear hazards, the depletion of the ozone layer, and global warming, have provided environmentalism with a clear transnational discourse. One planet, one globe, and think globally, act locally are slogans that epitomize this propensity and the need to articulate on a global level. Environmentalist NGOs often act like brokers between different actors involved in the developmentalist drama. Local populations, social movements, government agencies, political parties, unions, and multilateral agencies make up the political field where NGOs intervene. Reliable and up-to-date information, obtained in the transactions between these actors, is one of the most valuable assets that enable NGOs to carry out their activities. In this connection, they are highly dependent on communications to operate properly. NGOs are also known for their capacity to establishing different, often ad hoc coalitions between various actors in the political field when they intervene to achieve specific goals. To the extent that this flexibility permits pragmatic and heterodox alliances that prove to be effective in many circumstances, it is also responsible for a certain ideological and political fuzziness that may result in endless debates about tactics, strategic initiatives, and appropriate discourses. Networking pragmatism, thus, is an effective instrument, reflected by the NGO's strong ability to move from local to national, international, and transnational scenarios, but it also engenders a relative loss of homogeneity in the resulting political subjects who often exist as target-oriented coalitions that are dismantled once the given task is accomplished. This is why NGOs and their networks may be characterized as pragmatic, fragmented, disseminated, circumstantial, and even volatile political actors. Their strength comes from these characteristics that enable them to match the fluidity of a changing political field with more effectiveness than traditional political actors, who are often bound by the dictates of internal ideological, organizational, and political coherence and cohesiveness, with consequent weight and institutional investment of energy, which provides an external identity qualifying these political actors as representative of a segment, of a corporation, or of precisely delimited interests. But the NGO's primary weakness also derives from these characteristics, since networking pragmatism dissolves them as political actors who could have a larger presence if they were consolidated into a more homogeneous and coherent subject with a shared programmatic objective. Thus NGOs and their networks are a new political subject creating new forms of action and impasses to older mechanisms of political representation and action. Since they are not invested with the claims of universal or corporate representation typical of the Enlightenment's meta-narrative responsible for the institutional and ideological profiles of most of the traditional political actors and apparatuses, NGOs can indeed be an effective fragmented, decentered, political subject in a postmodern world, but the cost of flexibility, pragmatism, and fragmentation may well be reformism. Their capability to promote radical change may weaken. The pragmatism inherent in the interconnection of different nodal points of agency within a temporary, circumscribed field is also one of the pivotal forces of the structuring of electronic networks. Thus, accustomed to networking in physical space and hungry for effective means of communication and for information, NGOs rapidly found electronic networks to be another useful and powerful milieu for their organizational and political needs. Networking in real politics seems to find an ideal mirror in the many possibilities of networking in cyberspace. Coalitions may be formed with various actors operating at different levels of agency. Transnational communications and alliances can be effective with little or no control by nation-states. Conscious of the potential of this new means of communication and integration, NGOs promoted and praised its use. Articles published in Le Monde Diplomatique by leaders of Third World NGOs highlight the electronic network's potential for worldwide empowerment and democratization of information. The news of the assassination of the Brazilian environmental leader Chico Mendes in 1988, the denouncement of brutalities against arrested Russian unionists in 1993, and the worldwide mobilization against the Clinton administration's interpretation of the Rio 92 Convention on Biological Diversity, also in 1993, are examples of the effective use of the Internet given by Carlos Alberto Afonso, 1994, and Roberto Bisio, 1994. Point 13. Both authors value the emergence of virtual communities and the speed, simultaneity, low operational costs, and capability to retrieve texts from different addresses as powerful weapons available to global civil society. For BISIO, the participation in an electronic debate has a clear democratic characteristic. The point of view of a large world institution has exactly the same weight, considering its visual presentation, as that of a popular group working at the village level. Without the attraction exerted by fancy paper and editing, readers are sensitive only to arguments. Documents from both sides are simultaneously transmitted to the whole world, and receivers can immediately react with their own commentaries. BISIO is also aware that the need to diffuse access to this new technology must be accompanied by the diffusion of new equipment and telecommunications infrastructure if the gap between North and South is not to widen. Until now, the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, UNCED, held in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, has been the largest stage to demonstrate the significance of NGOs and electronic networks in contemporary cultural politics. 14 The UN granted unprecedented visible participation to NGOs in the official conference and installed a computer network that kept the transnational virtual community informed of the events and decisions being made in Rio de Janeiro. Environmentalist activists who could not attend the Global Forum, the assembly of transnational citizens that paralleled UNCED, commonly known as the Earth Summit, could participate in this mega-global ritual of the transnational community via cyberspace, Ribeiro 1994b. The UNCED also revealed an important actor, the Association for Progressive Communications, APC, a network that from Rio 92 through Beijing 95 has been responsible for linking UN conferences with the virtual imagined transnational community. Electronic networks for NGOs. Cyber activists count on different organizations to promote and defend their interests, such as the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the Internet Communications Affairs Association, the Internet Society, the Association of Online Professionals, in the United States, the Association for Community Telematics, in Australia, the Digital Citizens Movement of the Netherlands, the Network Society of New Zealand, Community, in Great Britain, and many others. 15 These institutions are often more oriented toward what I previously defined as the political activity within the Internet, cyberpolitics and cyberactivism. But, as we know, cybercultural politics also involves actors who struggle to enhance the political efficacy of computer networks for civil society in physical space. Here the APC is certainly prominent, not only because it has gathered an impressive number of members and affiliates but also because of the power it has been capable of garnering, based on its political and technical know-how, in the process of becoming an institution representative of NGO opinions on these subjects and a broker between powerful governmental organizations and supranational agencies of global governance such as the UN. 16. In the 1980s, several non-profit computer networks were set up in different countries. Many environmental NGOs took leadership roles in establishing networks to serve their information and communications needs. From 1987 to 1990, the following networks emerged: the Institute for Global Communications, or IGC, in the United States, 17 Greenet, Great Britain, Pegasus, Australia, Web, Canada, Nicaragua, Nordnet, Sweden, and Alternex, Brazil. According to Afonso, 1994, these were led by NGOs that collaborated to establish international email services in order to exchange information on the environment. In May 1990, APC was founded as a non-profit organization to coordinate the operation and development of these 7 independent networks and to stimulate the creation of others. By August 1995, the APC had become a consortium of 18 international member networks serving 30,000 community activists, scientists, natural resource managers, educators, policymakers, nonprofit organizations, and NGOs in over 130 countries. It is the largest global computer networking system dedicated to social and environmental issues and to enhancing the effectiveness, organizational ability, and capacity of NGOs. 18. The IGC and APC are divisions of the Tides Foundation, a nonprofit, charitable institution based in the United States. The APC's organizational structure comprises the North American Regional Office in the United States, the International Secretariat in Brazil, and the APC Coordinating Council, or Board of Directors. It is a flexible organization that allows its members to operate in autonomous fashion. It fosters ideological pluralism and the development of new international networks. The APC Coordinating Council experiments with its own medium. It formulates policy primarily online, also holding quarterly meetings and voting online. The Council only holds one face-to-face meeting a year. The APC maintains a multinational political structure that promotes transnational forms of political integration within cyberspace. APC leadership and members have connections with different segments and initiatives of electronic capitalism. Members of the IGC have worked with Hewlett-Packard and have received funding and computers from Apple. IGC technicians, assisted by technical staff from other APC networks, have developed an APC Unix-based software that is provided free or at low cost to APC members. In 1994, the IGC Advisory Board was searching for one member with significant business expertise, who is also well connected to the computer industry. Salin 1994. Greenet, the British network, at one time ran commercial networks for Apple UK. In addition, Sun Microsystems has donated equipment to some networks. Compared to systems such as CompuServe and American Online, each with millions of users, APC appears to be a small undertaking. But it would be tedious to list all the users who benefit from the association. I will mention but a few. They include a variety of environmental interest groups, industries, commercial groups, federal and state government offices, universities, and scientific and research groups. EcoNet users, for instance, include the Environmental Defense Fund, Earth First, the Rainforest Action Network, Greenpeace, Amnesty International, Oxfam, the Third World Network, the World Resources Institute, the World Wildlife Fund, the Center for Our Common Future, the National Audubon Society, the Army Corps of Engineers, Dow Chemical, the Cable News Network, CNN, Network Earth, the Atlantic Richfield Company, and the U.S. Department of Energy. 19. The diversity of users of these networks facilitates not only a rich exchange of information but also the establishment of several partnerships between different actors. Web, a Canadian network that encompasses hundreds of environmental organizations, all levels of government, and many businesses, is involved with many projects of the federal government and the Ontario provincial government. The latter created a fund of $100 million to develop networks and networking infrastructure. APC users include a range of people and groups active in the environmental political field, including governmental organizations, NGOs, scientists, private corporations, and concerned individuals. The APC is a demonstration that this kind of computer network can be a diversified, fragmented, albeit unified subject, hegemonized politically and administratively by NGOs. This structure is replicated in less inclusive organizations such as Alternex, the Brazilian network of NGOs and an APC founding member. Alternex was created in 1989 in Rio de Janeiro by one of the most prominent Brazilian NGOs, the Brazilian Institute of Social and Economic Analysis, IBASE, in partnership with the IGC and with the support of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, the Brazilian Agency of Cooperation, of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Italian Agency of Cooperation, CESVI, and other international organizations. 20 In November 1990, together with the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, IBASE, participated in a project to install and operate an Internet node in Rio de Janeiro, becoming the first computer network service operated by an NGO in Latin America to have a permanent connection with the Internet, a privilege for the Brazilian civil society. Carlos Alberto Afonso, quoted in Aguiar 1995. Although in 1994 80% of Alternex users were based in Brazil, the network had accounts in more than 35 countries, mostly in Latin America, where its staff helped to create other networks. Salin 1994. Today, The Alternex server allows access to other APC networks, the Internet, and the Brazilian National Computer Networks, RNP, exclusively run, until recently, by a federal agency, the Brazilian Council for Scientific and Technological Development, CNPq. Within Alternex, individual users predominate over institutions. Among the latter, more than 70% are non-profit organizations. Other institutional users include government, corporate, and business groups mostly related to the computer industry. Individual users are primarily professionals, university professors, scientists, and political activists. Alternex regional distribution replicates Brazil's uneven development. The largest number of users is concentrated in the rich southeastern region, 1,778 as of April 1995, and the smallest figure, 54, being found in the Amazon region, see Aguiar 1995. Alternex's 22 public conferences in Portuguese and Spanish represent only 30% of all the public conferences within the network, but since they were initiated they have been fueled by more than 120 institutions, of which the great majority are NGOs. Predominant among these is a group of 44 institutions acting in the areas of transference of information/knowledge/technologies, followed by 40 environmental and ecological organizations, Aguiar 1995. The largest and most influential Brazilian NGOs use Alternex as a medium of communication. Among these I chose the Institute of Socioeconomic Studies, INESC, a Brasilia-based NGO, to examine how electronic networks are actually used by political activists. Activism and electronic networks. INESC is primarily dedicated to monitoring the activities of Brazil's National Congress on issues involving human rights, the environment, Indian rights, popular movements, agrarian reform, and the advancement of democracy. Its office in Brasilia is completely computerized, and a systems manager oversees the operation of the computer system. INESC has a highly experienced staff composed of anthropologists, sociologists, journalists, economists, lawyers, and other professionals. In the late 1980s INESC, long a member of Alternex, participated in the first discussions about the need to socialize and democratize advanced systems of communication for Brazilian NGOs. 21. INESC activists define their organization as basically an information and communications NGO that makes available to social movements, political parties, other NGOs, intellectuals, and concerned citizens critical information on the day-to-day activities of Brazil's National Congress. Thus, their need for information and communications capabilities is high. All activists recognize the great importance of computer networks for their activities. Email is a predominant form of interoffice communication, saving paperwork and time that was previously spent in meetings and in disseminating crucial information among all members of the organization. Email also allows coordinators to control the internal flow of information and to ensure that each staff member receives their messages and acts accordingly. Alternex is used to distribute email, to participate in virtual conferences, and to send and receive documents. Together with letters, bulletins, newspapers, and other printed matter, regular and cellular telephones, and the fax machine, the network is considered a necessary communications tool for INESC's political and administrative work. In this sense, the network did not act as a substitute for another medium but represented a welcome addition, since it opened up new and different possibilities. First, the network is viewed as a very inexpensive medium. Although it is recognized that the installation of computer equipment and networks in general reproduces the stratification already existing in the NGO community in Brazil, the largest NGOs having joined electronic networks long ago and owning more and better equipment and software, it is also believed that Alternex empowers smaller NGOs since it provides regional, national, and international communications at very low cost. Second, the dissemination and capillarity of the global electronic networks, together with their speed and simultaneity, are characteristics cherished by a community highly dependent on information, contacts, and exchanges with qualified sources. Furthermore, the Internet allows for the storage and organization of information. Other possibilities not explicitly mentioned by INESC activists but discovered by Christina Inu in her research on NGOs and electronic networks include finding information otherwise unavailable and obtaining global access to information on local facts, and local access to global issues, especially to UN and World Bank related activities, 1995, 116. For INESC activists, the Internet is most valuable for establishing and maintaining contacts at the national and international levels. Although the Internet is also used at the local level, the telephone and face-to-face interactions are still more highly valued since they are in the end more effective than colder, more impersonal forms of communication. Trust, friendship, reputation, predictability, hierarchical position within a social network, and even charisma are elements of political activity that certainly cannot be reduced to technologies of communication. Point 22 There are features of face-to-face interaction, gestures, tone, pitch, indexicality, and even of telephone conversation that are highly informative. These features are concealed in computer-based interactions. In some crisis situations, the intensity of communication is highly amplified when activists recur to all means available: letters, faxes, telephone calls, email, and personal visits. Since computer networks are part of the apparatuses of time-space compression, it is not surprising that the annihilation of distance, speed, and simultaneity play a central role in users' evaluations. One environmentalist said that hours before a preparatory meeting of the UNST in New York, he could retrieve vital official UN information at the last minute that gave him political leverage vis-a-vis other negotiators, such as officials of Brazil's foreign ministry. The use of the electronic network, thus, allowed him to influence the results of that important meeting. Point 23. In this connection, it would be expected that in faraway places Alternex would become a more decisive factor. However, one activist who worked with another NGO for almost 2 years in the Amazon region reported that although the local office where she was placed had computers connected to Alternex, the staff did not know how to use them. Furthermore, the local telecommunications infrastructure was so inadequate that even fax transmissions were frequently interrupted. These are not uncommon drawbacks. On the contrary, perhaps the two strongest obstacles to the diffusion of computer technologies and networks are users' ignorance and antiquated telephone systems. The installation of up-to-date high-tech telecommunications infrastructures is clearly related to macro development policies and replicates the unequal distribution of wealth within and across nations. The diffusion of computer literacy, although related to wider determinations such as standards of living and education, is a phenomenon that also takes place via informal mechanisms of socialization encountering different structures of personality. Inu, 1995, 113, considers that the present time is an adaptation period in which there is a mismatch between the Internet's potential and what is effectively used. Indeed, a greater degree of computer literacy is, today, a valuable asset for NGO activists with different impacts on hierarchical structures. It is becoming a condition for self-achievement. Another differentiating factor is proficiency in English. Given the transnational and international fields in which most NGOs operate and the crucial importance of foreign funds and partnerships, this is hardly surprising. Within electronic networks such as Alternex and other APC affiliates, as well as the Internet, the overwhelming predominance of English is recognized as a limitation. Aguiar, for instance, states that the problem with this large offering of information is that the greatest amount of the hundreds of conferences existing within the system is capable of being accessed only by a selected number of persons that dominate the English language, since only 30% of the conferences are in Portuguese. This is radically against the primordial objective of democratization of information to civil society, since it excludes, for instance, thousands of union and community leaders, high school teachers, municipal administration employees, amongst many other multiplying agents that should be stimulated to use the net. The scarcity of material in Portuguese is also related to the treatment of subjects of interest to the Brazilian user, to the need of critical analysis of the national reality and even of a Brazilian perspective on world issues. In the present, what is being primordially disseminated is the worldview of certain foreign NGOs and social movements, above all from the US, and the thoughts of the United Nations on international relations and on important structural issues of poor countries. One INESC activist said that computer literacy and English proficiency are decisive since they enable individuals to have access to more information, in a milieu where information and power are components of the same equation. These linguistic and techno-symbolic objective factors, rooted in globalization and transnationalization processes, may thus have unforeseen impacts on organizations' cultural politics, hierarchical structures, needs, and demands. They also provide another indication that the virtual transnational imagined community represents a world elite even when we consider its most progressive members and institutions. But we must recall that global political articulations, notably those promoted by the environmental movement, be they virtual or real, also empower local actors, often giving them a national and global visibility/capability that they would hardly otherwise achieve. Wapner 1995, Albert 1995. Linguistic and cultural issues will remain a major political battlefield in cyberspace, and some activists are aware of this. Demands for the translation of major documents affecting a nation or its politics and economy, what an INESC activist called the democratization of language, are already being negotiated with large multilateral agencies such as the World Bank. We are again facing the dual, paradoxical movement of globalization, the simultaneous fostering of integration and fragmentation. Rosna 1992. Conclusions. Computer networks undoubtedly enhance the capabilities of political activists. They allow virtual coalitions, a swift and inexpensive means of communication with global capillarity, and data availability that multiplies the opportunities for individuals and groups to denounce, articulate, and campaign. The virtual communities that networks create are powerful weapons for generating transnational solidarity on many pressing issues. The Internet, thus, is an important tool for empowering individuals and groups by linking them into distant developments, making them more aware of how micro-actions might aggregate to collective outcomes and affording them a multitude of access to the course of events. Rosna 1992, 285-286. Besides the fact that the Internet is based upon a very special, intelligent, and interactive machine, the possibility of manipulating networks is also a result of the history of the diffusion of computers, which, in turn, generated the context for the discussion of electronic democracy and the empowerment of digital citizens. Only after computers had already become relatively common domestic appliances did they begin to be used in networks as communications media. This made possible, as Reingold, 1994, maintains, the establishment of a medium of communication of many to many, in which a centralization by powerful political and economic agencies has not occurred, or, perhaps, in view of the growing commercialization and censorship on the Internet, I should say has not occurred yet. Indeed, given the intelligent characteristics of the electronic network and of some of the segments of its virtual community, the vulnerability of economic, political, and military information is such that it engenders various problems of security, with the consequent appeals to cryptography and the restriction of freedom of speech and circulation within cyberspace. In this connection, war of information scenarios, Schwartau 1995, are created, where keepers of the establishment may confront hackers, cyber Robin Hoods for some and heroes for others. The interest that American security forces have in the Internet is already a well-known fact. David Korn, 1996, comments on a paper written by an official of the Department of Defense calling attention to cybersmart lefties and to the potential use of the Internet for counterintelligence and disinformation purposes. The IGC is particularly pinpointed due to its reputation as an alternative news source and its worldwide connections. According to Korn, the paper refers to IGC conferences that might be considered noteworthy by the Pentagon, including ones on anti-nuclear arms campaigns, the extreme right, social change, and multicultural, multiracial news. At the same time, there are recurrent news items on the internet indicating the control and censorship the Chinese government exerts over computer networks. According to one internet source, such control entails, among other things, the registration of internet users at their local police station. In Latin America, Guatemala is mentioned as a country whose government has policies discouraging the widespread dissemination of the internet. Inu, 1995, 79, quotes a passage by Terranian, 1990, 14, 15, that summarizes the dual and paradoxical role information technologies play, since they can extend and augment our powers, for good and evil, for better or worse, for democracy or tyranny. On one hand, they have provided the indispensable tools and channels for the centralization of authority, control, and communication typical of modern industrial state. But on the other hand, they have also supplied the alternative channels of cultural resistance and ideological mobilization for the oppositionist forces. The discussion on the role of the new technologies of communication and information is bound to endure and to provoke many exchanges between apocalypticists and integrationists, Eco 1976. But I agree with Levy when he states that unfortunately, the image of technique as an evil potency, isolated and against which it is impossible to struggle, reveals itself to be not only false but catastrophic. It disarms the citizen in front of the new prince who knows very well that the redistributions of power are negotiated and disputed in all terrains and that nothing is definitive. Levy 1993, 12. This is why I offer the notions of witnessing and political activism from a distance. A Latin American example will provide a necessary innuendo. The use that the Ejército Zapatista de Liberación Nacional, or EZLN, of Chiapas, Mexico, made of the Internet on several occasions is a powerful illustration of how cyberpolitics can intervene in real politics. 24 For instance, the FZLN was able to halt an impending attack of the Mexican army by alerting the transnational virtual community, which responded by flooding the Mexican government's electronic mailboxes with protests. Mexico's Secretary of Foreign Affairs, recognizing the effectiveness of this initiative, stated that the war in Chiapas was an internet war. Preciso 991 October 30, 1995 48. Such an outcome is only possible because of the existence of what I call witnessing at distance, or the virtual power of global public opinion, of the transnational community. Communications technologies, including texts, paintings, photos, and records, given their capacity to disperse and enlarge a subject, Levy 1993, Stone 1995, have allowed for the transmission of audiovisual information that was not directly witnessed by the subject. In a sense, thus, witnessing at distance is nothing new. However, under the empire of the mass media, in the age of information and electronic reproduction dominated by the immediacy of the image and the circulation of simulacra, witnessing at distance operates to a much larger degree than ever before. It has become a powerful political weapon of mass societies, enhanced by the development of the means of communication. 25 The latecomer is the global computer network that, alongside exchanges of written, visual, and audio information, stimulates the creation of the transnational virtual community. Witnessing, besides being an existential and empirical force, activates different forms of commitment embedded in moral and sometimes religious values. Wapner, while commenting upon the use that transnational environmental activist groups, especially Greenpeace, make of mass media to bring hidden spots of the globe into people's everyday lives, asserts that this enables people to bear witness to environmental abuse. 1995, 321. Furthermore, Wapner shows that bearing witness is a type of political action that originated with the Quakers. It requires that one who has observed a morally objectionable act, in this case an ecologically destructive one, must either take action to prevent further injustice or stand by and attest to its occurrence. One may not turn away in ignorance. The moral importance of bearing witness is certainly not exclusive to Quakers. But witnessing at distance cannot only be conceived of as a floating entity, a segment of a moral economy, that appeals to enlightened individuals in dignity. It needs to transform its moral outrage into changes in the real world, into action. And this is what the Internet allows, the existence of activism at distance with a strong capability of intervening in the course of real events. Only the Internet allows for instantaneous, collective, decentralized activism at distance. In another paradoxical operation of cyberspace, it enlarges the public sphere and political action through the virtual world and reduces them in the real one. Images of violence perpetrated by political or institutional agents and the possibility that related information will be widely disseminated represent an effective means of controlling abuses. But neither witnessing nor activism at distance are entirely efficient weapons at the disposal of political activists. This recognition brings up the difficult topic of the relationship between power and information. First, a ruler may dispose of a large quantity of information indicating positions against the ruler's own real or presumed actions, although this does not mean that the ruler will necessarily take them into consideration. Second, pressure exerted by activism at distance capable of harming those in power is part of the reality of politics, but it can reasonably be assumed that decisions made by those power holders are mostly measured in terms of real-world power alliances and calculations. Finally, all political subjects struggle for visibility in mass society's battlefields and resort to different media to achieve their goals. What determines whether an issue gains wide recognition is a complex amalgamation of social energies deriving from many different contexts, including fortuitous events. It is true that the diffusion of information is positively correlated to the democratization of access to power. However, if we take into consideration that books, public education, and the mass media have destroyed neither the profound existing social inequalities nor the abuse of power, we can predict that computer networks will come no closer to representing a true libertarian panacea. In spite of virtual reality's growing importance in the contemporary world, power is, in the last instance, defined by social, economic, and political relationships that are played out in the real world. Chapter 14. The Globalization of Culture and the New Civil Society. George Uedeke. In this chapter I will explore ways in which the transdisciplinary field of cultural studies can address changing patterns of cultural identity. I will particularly focus on how the current processes of globalization have generated discussions about the role of civil society as the medium through which the conventional compromise between the state and the diverse sectors of the nation, the e pluribus unum, is renegotiated. This revision is often brought to the fore by localities that have the most to gain or the most to lose from the vicissitudes wrought by globalization. Civil society has become the concept of choice as many movements for reform and revolution have been chastened by the eviction of socialism as a political alternative, at least into the near future. The current dominance of neoliberalism, the set of policies that include trade liberalization, privatization, the reduction, and in some cases near elimination, of state-subsidized social services like healthcare and education, the lowering of wages, and the evisceration of labor rights has contributed to the left's shift in political attention from the takeover of state power, which in many cases has not resolved the question of sovereignty, to issues of civil and human rights and quality of life. Conventional and even progressive political parties have succeeded in doing very little to counter these policies, both because the institutionalized political process is largely dysfunctional in responding to social needs and because enormous pressures from international financial interests not only have discouraged reform but have actually worsened conditions, such as the ever-increasing gap in income distribution. Consequently, the most innovative actors in setting agendas for political and social policies are grassroots movements and the national and international non-governmental organizations, NGOs, that support them. These actors have put a premium on culture, defined in a myriad of ways, a resource already targeted for exploitation by capital, and have established a foundation for resistance against the ravages of that very same economic system. In what follows, I first outline a brief history of how cultural studies has dealt with the issue of cultural identity. Next I go on to review how globalization has altered the objects and methods of the study of culture, particularly in relation to Latin America. Then I look into the specific effects of neoliberalism on Latin American political and social movements. Finally, I examine the Zapatistas in Chiapas, Mexico, as a new kind of indigenous movement that departs from conventional notions of both leftist political movements and grassroots organizations. Globalization and cultural studies. Until the 1980s, most cultural studies traditions in Europe and the Americas had a national frame. Greater emphasis on the global context of cultural practices in the 1980s and 1990s is the result of the effects of trade liberalization, the increased global reach of communications and consumerism, new kinds of labor and migration flows, and other transnational phenomena. Also significant in this regard was the implosion of the communist bloc, brought about in part by propaganda and by economic and even military warfare on the part of the United States and its allies. This world historical event not only focused the world's gaze on global economic restructuring and its ideological underpinnings, but it also brought to light a series of conflicts that appeared to be new: the rise of presumably dormant nationalisms, the emergence of religious and ethnic fundamentalisms, and the determination to redraw geopolitical boundaries as a response to globalization. Some of these observations have been factored into assessments of political and cultural conflicts in the United States and Europe, particularly in reference to the rightward turn in politics and the recrudescence of racial and ethnic strife. They have been less important in analyses of the ongoing transformation in the rest of the Americas. However, other aspects of globalization have been particularly significant. Most importantly, long-standing institutional arrangements, from government proprietorship of industry to public subvention of culture and education, have been undergoing considerable change. This alteration is most often attributed to economic restructuring, particularly policies such as the reduction of the public sector, the privatization of national enterprises and social services, and the evisceration of labor laws that create new opportunities for profit and reduce the operating expenses of capital. These have been seen as the means to integration in a streamlined U.S. economic bloc that can compete with the renewed economic muscle of Europe and East Asia. Other global trends considered significant in the transformation of Latin America are: the new global division of labor ensuing from global economic restructuring, deregulation, the development of capital markets, the denationalizing impact of new technologies on telecommunications and the mass media, the rise of global marketing, the exponential growth of international travel and the tourism industry, and the political and social effects of an expanded narco-traffic industry that has permeated the centers of power not just in Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia, but also in Brazil, Mexico, and, some have argued, even Cuba. Such a focus on the global was certainly not part of the framework of cultural studies as the field emerged in the late 1950s and was institutionalized in the early 1960s at the Birmingham Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies. Its frame was English, to the exclusion of other sub-nations or colonies of the United Kingdom. Richard Hoggart, 1992, Raymond Williams, 1958, 1965, 1977, E. P. Thompson, 1963, and others were interested primarily in helping to shift the focus of national culture away from the tradition of the best that has been thought and said, characteristic of the legacy of Matthew Arnold, toward a valorization and study of the practices of working-class Britons. In later, Gramscian-inflected characterizations of the enterprise, this shift was described as a complex struggle for hegemony, that is, the shaping of meaning into an articulated whole that makes sense to diverse sectors of the nation, although within that whole the interests of the dominant classes, though contested, are ultimately served. Gramsci 1971. Unlike the more conventional notion of ideology, the worldview of the dominant classes, in its simplest formulation, culture, in this view, was defined as the struggle over meaning. That is, culture is no one's or no one group's property, as would be the case in ideology, but is rather a stratified process of encounter. The founders of cultural studies no longer saw culture as a civilizational achievement but as the strategies and means by which the language and values of different social classes reflected a particular sense of community while nevertheless adapting to the place made available to that community within the contest of cultures that makes up the nation. Transdisciplinary fields of study, like communications and American studies in the United States or the anthropological and sociological study of culture in Latin America, were also conceived within a national framework up to the 1970s. The major exceptions were the dependency theory of the 1950s and 1960s and the critique of cultural imperialism, prevalent among leftist academics particularly in the 1960s and 1970s in Latin America as well as in other peripheral or third world regions, and among the minority academics and intellectuals who struggled to establish ethnic studies departments in the United States. Dependency theorists focused on the unequal exchange imposed by central economies on those of the periphery, Barron 1958, Dos Santos 1970, as well as on the influence that this asymmetry has in structuring internal class relations with independent countries, Cardoso and Filito 1973. Cultural dependency is derived from this model insofar as not only class interests but also class tastes and values are thought to be determined by the cultural models of the center, Franco 1975. This perspective was echoed and taken further in books like Para leer al Pato Donald How to Read Donald Duck. The authors, Ariel Dorfman and Armand Matlart, like many others at the time, saw the U.S. media as a weapon in the service of U.S. imperialism. Similarly, the Black Power, Chicano, and Nuyorican, Young Lords movements of the late 1960s attacked the collusion of the media with the military-industrial complex as well as the racist imperialism at the heart of American society and foreign policy. With their focus on the power of institutions of production and distribution to spread capitalist and colonialist values, most of these critics gave little attention to the processes of reception, how readers and viewers might resist, appropriate, or otherwise modify mass-mediated messages. In the British context, even Hogarth, who sought to demonstrate, and advocate, the resilience of British working-class culture, worried that the newer, American-style mass art would lead to a subjection that promises to be stronger than the old because the chains of cultural subordination are both easier to wear and harder to strike away than those of economic subordination. He saw this as a cultural colonization that promised progress, as a seeking of material possessions, equality as a moral leveling, and freedom as the ground for endless irresponsible pleasure. Hogarth 1992, 187, 263. In tune with the radical tenor of the period but drawing quite different conclusions from it, Marshall McLuhan, as if dismissing the kind of backward-looking resiliency advocated by Hogarth, urged educators to accept the cultural implications of the new electronic technologies of mass culture. To do so, he argued, would better prepare youth for participation in a media-saturated public culture. Also anticipating the anti-imperialist charges made by Dorfman, Matlart, and others, he counter-argued that Hollywood is often a fomenter of anti-colonialist revolutions and quoted Sukarno to back up his point, by showing that a people have been deprived of even the necessities of life. Hollywood helped to build up the sense of deprivation of man's birthright, and that sense of deprivation has played a large part in the national revolutions of post-war Asia. McLuhan's New World Order did not portend greater inequality, instead it was envisioned to be conducive to a recreation of the world in the image of a global village. McLuhan and Fiore 1967, 100, 131, 67.1. McLuhan's global dreams, which were unabashedly utopian, resurface now and then, particularly in the participatory visions that the Internet produces in its most enthusiastic surfers. But even as these dreams are blown to galactic proportions, there are critics like Richard J. Barnett and John Kavanagh, Leslie Sclair, Saskia Sassen, and others who examine the mayhem that hovers at the frontiers of utopia. The protagonists of globalization, according to these critics, are not the new technologies per se but the global corporations that have brought about a simultaneous integration of economies, the disintegration of politics, and a decrease and downgrading of employment, thus leading to the proletarianization of the middle classes and the greater immiseration of the poor as corporations thrive. As Barnett and Kavanagh note, the technologies, informatics, telecommunications, biotechnology, on which social transformation is premised are anything but labor-intensive, thus adding to the scarcity of jobs already affected by economic restructuring. Barnett and Kavanagh 1994, 426. For Sclair, it may not be accurate to consider consumers cultural dupes or to characterize capitalist consumerism as U.S. cultural imperialism. However, national corporations like Mexico's Televisa and Brazil's Globo do just as well or better in promoting the culture ideology of consumerism in these countries. Sclair 1993, 32. Sasson, 1991, shows how finance and media conglomerates have altered the material and social spaces of global cities, including those in the periphery like Sao Paulo and Mexico City, forming or deepening new spatial arrangements whereby pockets of wealth are surrounded by stretches of inner cities and shanty towns whose residents provide the cheap labor that underwrites the lifestyle of the professional managerial classes. Although most leftist views of globalization are pessimistic, the turn to civil society in the context of neoliberal policies, and the uses of the new technologies on which globalization relies, have opened up new forms of progressive struggle in which the cultural is a crucial arena of struggle. The multi-class Viva Rio movement in Rio de Janeiro, for example, has converted most of the areas of social life abandoned by the neoliberal state healthcare, labor, neighborhood development, facilities for street children and the homeless into an agenda for organizing civil society. Their most innovative and risky premise is the bridging of concerns of the middle class and the poor. For example, middle-class apprehensions about security, greater and more effective policing, are linked to the poor's demands for civil and human rights, protests against police brutality. Viva Rio also brought poor youth groups, particularly enthusiasts of funk music and dance, who were feared by the middle classes together with other sectors of society in a project to disseminate funk music as one of the most important cultural features of the city. Although there are risks that such a linking of concerns might yield preference to the demands of elites, as occurred when the military occupied the city's favelas in late 1994, Viva Rio's emphasis on neighborhood development for the poor serves as an effective counterweight. Utica forthcoming b. The Zapatistas, whom I will treat in detail below, have made use of the internet and other media in new ways to create wide-ranging networks of solidarity, not only to foster the rights of indigenous groups and democratization in Mexico but also to organize a worldwide movement against neoliberalism. Globalization and culture in Latin America. In the past 2 decades, new approaches to the study of culture in Latin America have begun to consider globalization, although the 2 unconventional examples mentioned above, Viva Rio and the Zapatistas, have yet to be incorporated into this new scholarship. As I mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, most interpretations of Latin American cultures have been carried out from a national perspective. The major exceptions, dependency theory and anti-imperialism, ultimately hark back to appeals to the purity and health of the authentic nation in the face of foreign cultural contamination. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, as several Latin American countries were making the transition from authoritarian dictatorships to democracy, or, more exactly, to electoral politics without the oversight of the police state, anti-imperialism was left behind as an ineffective analytical framework that did not adequately engage a series of new realities, such as the actions of international NGOs with agendas that addressed human rights, gender and racial equality, the landless, street children, and the environment. This international linkage to certain social movements, as well as the transnational flows of communications, information, gendered identity images and lifestyles, and their relation to the breakdown of formal politics, created a new imaginary that could not be faithfully captured by the anti-imperialist framework. This is not to say, of course, that enormous inequalities cease to exist between North and South. This shift was registered in the very conception and practice in the cultural sphere. As the hold of the national imaginary ebbed due not only to the pull of the transnational but also to the tug of grassroots initiatives, the cultural sphere became increasingly important. The imbrication of the transnational and the grassroots, most evident in the action of NGOs, produced situations in which culture could no longer be seen predominantly as the reproduction of the way of life of the nation as a discrete entity separate from global trends. Taking these circumstances into account, Chilean sociologist José Joaquim Brunner, for example, rejected the idea that modernization is inherently foreign to a supposedly Novo-Hispanic, Baroque, Christian, and Mestizo cultural ethos. For traditional elite intellectuals, including major exponents of the literary world, this ethos becomes inauthentic as it is colonized by other ethical values. In Brunner's assessment, certain folkloric stereotypes had been folded into a representation of the popular as an inherent magical realism, which ultimately smacked of essentialism. The literati put forward this imaginary of the transcultural and hybrid as a means to valorize, and thus legitimize, the contradictory mixtures typical of Latin American cultural formations. This is not to say that the literati were wrong about Latin American national cultural formations, they are in fact hybridized. The critique focuses, rather, on the representations and ideological uses made of that mixture, uses that moreover are historically contingent. Point 2 Brunner argued that these mixtures were generated by the differentiation in modes of production, the segmentation of markets of cultural consumption, and the expansion and internationalization of the culture industry. Latin America's peculiar forms of hybridity were therefore not cause for an essentialist celebration of their marvelous qualities or for a denunciation of their inauthenticity. Brunner preferred to focus on those features that, from a more historical and sociological perspective, register the emergence of a modern, transnationalized cultural sphere in heterogeneous societies. 1987, 4. Echoing Echo Beto Ladau and Chantal Mouffe, Brunner argues that the intellectual of today must necessarily abandon the traditional role of articulating a national common sense, especially if that sense is based on some representation of a generalized popular that assimilates a myriad of differences. The national popular preserves the old desire to give culture a unifying ground, be it a class, racial, historical or ideological one. When culture begins to deterritorialize, when it becomes more complex and varied, assumes all the heterogeneities of society, is industrialized and massified, loses its center and is filled with light and transitory expressions, is structured on the basis of a plurality of the modern, when all this takes place, the unifying desire becomes reductionist and dangerously totalitarian or simply rhetorical. 1990, 21. Brunner redefines the terrain of cultural activity such that it necessarily encompasses areas that have been outside of the domain of traditional intellectuals, including the literati, and also areas that, in the current conjuncture, run the risk of being left to the experts of techno-bureaucratic engineering of not only economic but also social and cultural development. In other words, appeals to the national popular may actually make it more difficult to address and take some measure of control over the transnational phenomena that increasingly define the culture. It is incumbent on intellectuals and critics, then, to understand how these phenomena are produced and not disdain them because they do not conform to an idealized critical discourse thought to be necessary for the conduct of society. This is the task that Jesus Martin Barbero takes on in the realm of the media, particularly in relation to urban youth cultures, whose symbols depart quite markedly from those of the national popular. Many activists and scholars of grassroots social movements seem to have a measure of disdain for youth cultures because they seem to fly in the face of the kind of sovereign culture that affords the nation a foundation for resistance to cultural imperialism. Point 3 Martin Barbero's De los Medios a las Mediaciones put forth an important critique of the idea that transnationalization was just a new and more sophisticated form of imperialism. Transnationalization, despite its homogenizing tendencies, has also been an important factor in helping to see through the blackmail of the state and in breaking through the older totalizing political strategies of the left, thus enabling a critique of the fetishizations of the popular and its reconstitution as the democratic action of political subjects. 1987, 225-226. In order to register the possibilities of democratic action in these media-saturated civil societies, it is necessary to criticize and move beyond the limiting ideological and theoretical positions that presented the relations and conflicts between culture industries and popular cultures as external to each other or simply as a question of resistance. If we can get beyond this Manichaean dichotomy, it becomes possible to rethink the relations between culture and politics, to connect cultural politics to the transformations in political culture, particularly in relation to the latter's communicational implications, that is, to the weave of interrelations that social actors constitute, and thus to think of mass communications not as mere problem of markets and consumption but rather as the decisive space in which it is possible to redefine the public and to construct democracy. It is precisely in this endeavor that cultural studies and media studies speak to each other. Martin Barbero, 1993. The possibility of a progressive politics of mass communications is not only evident in the recontextualized reception characteristic of youth cultures, it is perhaps the most salient aspect of Zapatista activity, as is proposed below. Situating his media analysis in the context of postmodernity and transnationalization, Martin Barbero emphasizes two results, one positive and the other negative, of the fragmentations, decentrings, heterogenizations, and hybridizations brought about by these phenomena. On the one hand, insofar as the traditional spaces of collective gathering are disarticulated, a process that deurbanizes everyday life and makes the city less likely to be used, the audiovisual media, especially television, become the means to return the city to us, to relocate us in it, in its imaginary territories. Martin Barbero, 1993. The funk youth cultures about which Vienna, 1988, and Utica, 1994, have written make use of pop music and dance as a means to take back the city, which, according to the elites, does not belong to them. Furthermore, the mass media can recover the traces which can enable the recognition of pueblos, both people and country, and the dialogue between generations and traditions. Martin Barbero also advocates the study of the changes in images and metaphors of the national, the devaluation, secularization and reinvention of myths and rituals through which this contradictory but still powerful identity is unmade and remade both from a local and transnational perspective. Martin Barbero, 1992, 50. Nestor Garcia Canclini's Culturas Hibridas, translated as Hybrid Cultures, 1990, is probably the best-known study of Latin American hybridization in a transnational era. His Consumidores y Ciudadanos, 1995b, and many other books and articles tackle problems presented by processes of globalization and regional integration. Already by the late 1970s, Garcia Canclini had framed his study of Mexican popular cultures, especially the artisanal production of indigenous peoples, within the framework of globalization. It should be noted that in Latin America, the term popular culture refers to the cultural practices of sundry subordinate cultures, rather than to mass culture, as in the United States. This does not mean that popular culture is necessarily considered authentic and untouched by the mass culture industries, a claim that Garcia Canclini, like Brunner and Martin Barbero, rejects out of hand. On the contrary, Garcia Canclini argues that these subordinate cultures are not allowed any autonomous or alternative development, and their production and consumption as well as social structure and language are reorganized in order to make them receptive to capitalist modernization. Garcia Canclini, 1982, 29, 1993, 8. In Mexico, this process has been brokered by the state, coextensive with the Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, which has ruled uninterruptedly for almost 70 years. The institutionalization of the ideology of indigenismo was carried out as a compromise solution to popular struggles in the aftermath of the Mexican Revolution. Under Lázaro Cárdenas's centralization of a populist state in the 1930s, real gains were made in the redistribution of land to indigenous groups and in labor laws for the emergent industrial proletariat. However, as the state apparatus grew to mammoth proportions, it increasingly put the interests of modernization and development over those of the popular sectors. This ultimately resulted in a sorry situation whereby the peasantry, in particular indigenous peoples, retained their status as the symbolic base of the nation but were excluded from effective participation and were left out in the distribution of resources by the very same state that represented them. The ability of the Mexican state to negotiate its contradictory existence began to founder in the 1960s, as a series of labor and student strikes challenged state repression and corruption. In October 1968, at least 400 but possibly over 1,000 students were massacred at the Plaza of Three Cultures in Tlatelolco. By the late 1970s, a coterie of anthropologists and sociologists including Guillermo Bonfil Badilla and Garcia Cancellini challenged institutionalized indigenism as well as the role of intellectuals and academics. Bonfil Badilla, for example, called for a redefinition of the researcher as a collaborator in the projects of subaltern communities. He proposed this collaboration as a needed retooling for social scientists who were seeing their traditional functions disappear, not only due to the paradigm crisis in the social sciences but also to recent political and economic transformations, such as the advent of neoliberalism and privatization. These changes displaced anthropologists from their function as facilitators of national integration in the pact that had been struck between the state and civil society in the post-revolutionary period under Cardenas, Bonfil Badilla 1991, 18-19. Garcia Cancellini, in turn, called not only for refashioning the institutions of the organization, production, marketization, and consumption of popular culture but also for the creation of a new public sphere and even a new tourism industry from which to rethink and re-experience culture, 1982, 161, 1993, 114. Culture under neoliberalism. Such calls for rethinking the relation of the state and civil society have become even more relevant since the early 1980s, when the Mexican government adopted neoliberalism. They have also had an enormous impact on cultural identity, particularly since the terms by which the state addressed its national constituency have changed significantly. Under Miguel de la Madrid, 1982-1988, Carlos Salinas de Gortari, 1988-1994, and now Escobedo Zedillo, 1994, nationalist, anti-imperialist discourse was dropped along with trade barriers, long thought to be the bulwark of sovereignty. Now free trade with the United States was courted and decentralization implemented. In this context, for example, emerging private and public institutions in search of new legitimacy altered their approach to the national identity of culture, which was now put to work in the global arena, as in the splendors of 30 Centuries blockbuster exhibition. The cultural difference expressed by means of art was no longer used to take a nationalist, defensive position vis-a-vis the dominant models of Western modernity, particularly the United States, as in the case of the muralists, but rather for staging showcases that demonstrated that Mexico was on a civilizational par with its trading partner to the north. This seems to have been the purpose of the Myth and Magic exhibition at Monterrey's Museo de Arte Contemporáneo, exemplar of would-be First World Art Institution, UDK forthcoming a. Anthropological institutions and the discipline of anthropology itself, like the art world, also found it necessary to reconvert in the context of globalization and shifts in the self-perceptions of the Mexican nation. The role of the anthropologist vis-a-vis state institutions like the Instituto Nacional Indigenista changed, which added to the crisis of social scientists and intellectuals discussed above. The transnationalization of the media, evident in Televisa's offerings, and the prevailing consumerist ethos contributed to changes in cultural identity, evident in the growing preference for Hollywood and other U.S. audiovisual imports, Garcia Cancellini 1995b. Privatization initiatives, downsizing, and the decentralization of the public sector, particularly in relation to culture, have begun to shift the center of attention away from a centralized, national context toward regional cultures, a process that is given impetus by the geographically differential impact of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. Although it may not be advisable to speak of the culture of neoliberalism, these changes have taken place under neoliberal policies. Before going on to examine new cultural manifestations in this context, a brief account of neoliberalism is in order. Neoliberal economic policies found fertile terrain in Latin America under the draconian conditions of the early 1980s. An enormous foreign debt had accrued as a result of state-led development and the failure of import substitution in the face of a fierce competitiveness unleashed by the global imposition of market values and free trade. The reduction of a state that guaranteed employment and regulated capital, the privatization of state-owned enterprises and services, the targeting of scarce resources, and decentralization were instituted as part of the structural adjustment programs prescribed by such international finance institutions as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, institutions that had the power to sanction investment. Economic integration into the world economy meant reduced state power to shield citizens from the ups and downs of the world market, the disciplining of labor by the criterion of competitiveness, and the unprecedented dissemination of the ideology of the free market. The irony is that trade liberalization, which, it was argued, would increase employment, has not only not done so in the three NAFTA countries but has led to a decrease in real wages and jobs since the early 1980s, Shorrock 1996. According to Alejandro Foxley, neoliberal policies like stabilization, trade liberalization, and privatization, if implemented successfully, should lead to a final stage of increased investment and productivity. Crucial to the ability to move from one phase of development to another is political legitimacy, which is countered by increasing poverty and unemployment. Stabilization of the economy in the face of the debt crisis, for example, was carried out by a set of policies that decelerated growth, which in turn led to unemployment, lowered wages, and reduced government expenditures in the social sector. The other phases have also had a negative impact on the quality of life of the general populace, particularly the lower classes. Privatization, for example, is deployed as a means to increase productivity, since state-owned enterprises that are favorable to labor are taken over by private concerns that initiate downsizing and technological modernization, both of which lead to unemployment and a competitive labor market, i.e., lower wages, that enhances participation in the world economy. These social hardships, Foxley argues, must be offset by a strong social component that will neutralize the negative equity effects of the first two phases, 1996, 3. The question that remains is whether the transition to the third phase of increased investment and productivity can be achieved with a more egalitarian income distribution. For Foxley, this depends on the handling of exchange rate and fiscal policies. Reducing inflation by adjusting the exchange rate can produce a trade deficit and, as in the case of Mexico, diminish foreign currency reserves until they become insufficient to back up foreign investment. Devaluation, which is the usual remedy for this problem, is instituted by increasing interest rates and reducing government expenditures, both of which lead to further unemployment and the fraying of the safety net. But even without devaluation, privatization itself leads to a shrinkage of the safety net and greater hardship for low-income sectors, since the state has virtually relinquished its capacity to regulate enterprises it once owned. 4. The question then might be why social capital has not been increased. Foxley suggests that a vigorous civil society may be able to develop the needed social capital to democratize economic and political life. This might beg the question of what will foster that civil society. In many Latin American countries, it is less the state than grassroots initiatives and considerable aid from NGOs, many of which are foreign, that has nourished civil society. We might say that just as the state must manage the contradictions of neoliberalism, so also must civil society, for it has been assigned the role of ensuring stability along with transformation, Reinfeldt 1995. Civil society has a double origin, in neoliberalism's need for stability and political legitimation, and in grassroots organization for the sake of survival in the face of structural adjustment. There are thus two kinds of civil society activity, or at least two directions in which civil society might move, toward stability or toward ungovernability, both terms used by those analysts, usually on the economic and political right, who favor the transition to neoliberalism. Reinfeldt has formulated a model of national evolution through four mentalities: tribal, which constitutes the basis of identity; institutional, which provides efficient decision-making and control; market, which generates greater productivity and social diversification; and network, which fosters mutual collaboration among members of a distributed, multi-organizational network, resulting in a strengthened civil society through the actions of social movements as well as environmental, peace, human rights, and other networks of non-governmental organizations. Reinfeldt, 1995. This form of civil society offers the stability that the state can no longer provide in periods of great, and painful, restructuring. But this last mentality may also result in the strengthening of uncivil society, which Reinfeldt exemplifies by reference to subversive groups such as criminal networks, example narco-traffickers, terrorists, and rightist militias, as well as leftist organizations and insurgents like the Zapatistas. What is instructive in Reinfeldt's analysis is the notion that civil society must be managed in the interest of maximizing political stability and economic transformation. For Reinfeldt and other advocates of neoliberalism, civil society should be linked to the market in order to nudge it in the direction of maintaining the capitalist system, which is thought to be the only soil fertile enough for democracy to take root. Consequently, even a civil society that works against neoliberalism, for example, the Canadian, U.S., and transnational NGOs that provide support for the Zapatistas, is ultimately a benefit to market society because it corrects the excesses of the market and thus stabilizes and legitimizes the system. Civil society will in the long term, if not in the medium term, help Mexico evolve into a true market society. Such activity will in turn further destabilize the corrupt, inefficient, and institutionalized interests of the PRI, which has ruled for nearly 7 decades. It also promotes the diversity that, according to Reinfeldt, is necessary for the market system to operate. The function of the state, then, is to manage, not eliminate, these forces of civil society so as to keep ungovernability, or, rather, the demands of democratization, at bay. We see here a rightist version of Lacan and Mouffe's vision of radical democracy, 1985, but with the significant difference that the multiplication of antagonisms that would presumably further the process of democratization ends up working in the interests of capital. The contradictory conditions under which civil society is fostered: the state manages and controls third sector organizations by means of official certification 5, and these flourish in opposition to or in spite of the state, holds simultaneously as NGOs that have state sanction nevertheless attempt to undermine the very means by which the state attempts to co-opt them. This is the case in organizations such as the Museos Comunitarios, about which I say more below, that are funded by the state yet in some cases maintain covert relations with contestatory groups, including the Zapatista National Liberation Army, EZLN. This is also typical of journals and university and cultural organizations that work to disseminate the information that flies in the face of the government's and the international finance institutions' interpretations of social conditions. Many such organizations receive funding from federal arts and cultural funding agencies. The Zapatistas and the struggle for civil society. Although it is true that a renewed civil society composed of new social movements emerged in the 1970s as a force mobilized against authoritarian states in Latin America and Eastern Europe, it is under neoliberalism that this new society has flourished and integrated with the state and the market. Hence the significance of a movement that would challenge the new status quo precisely on its very own terms. However, the possibility of rethinking politics and culture in Mexico received an unanticipated shot in the arm with the insurgency of the EZLN on January 1, 1994. Their action consolidated the frustrations with one-party authoritarian rule, and to this date the calls for reform and relinquishment of that rule have not disappeared from public discussion. The state, together with the media conglomerates, particularly Televisa, had blanketed public space with neoliberal hype, a reversal of former nationalist stances. In support of NAFTA. 6, the Zapatistas took the opportunity presented by NAFTA and capitalized on the public's attention by timing the onset of their insurgency for the day on which the agreement went into effect. Although the Zapatistas engaged in battle in the first month and in sporadic skirmishes over the next 2 years, they are not a guerrilla army in the conventional Latin American style, like Castro's rebels, the Sandinistas, the Salvadoran Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front, FMLN, or even the Shining Path. More than armed combat, they have engaged in a struggle over the definition of the public good, both national and transnational, and have demonstrated an expert use of global resources, particularly the news media and the Internet. As such, they have initiated the kind of intervention into civil society that Bonfil Batalla, Garcia Cancellini, and many others had called for, but that was impossible to achieve from a purely intellectual or political standpoint. The Zapatistas made the call to institute a new civil society on January 1, 1996, in the Fourth Declaration of the Lacandon Jungle, as a response to a national plebiscite for peace and democracy that they had conducted in the fall of 1995. The EZLN created the Zapatista Front of National Liberation, FZLN, a civil and nonviolent organization, independent and democratic, Mexican and national, which struggles for democracy, liberty, and justice in Mexico. The aim of the front is to organize the demands and proposals of all sectors of the opposition, although not the Conservative National Action Party, or PAN, against the state party system, which is the main obstacle to a transition to democracy in Mexico. Furthermore, the front will draft a new constitution that addresses the demands of the Mexican people and that retains Article 39 of the current constitution. This article states that national sovereignty resides essentially and originally in the people. All public power derives from the people and is instituted for their benefit. The people have, at all times, the inalienable right to alter or modify their form of government, EZLN 1994, 34. The Zapatistas' call for a nation of many worlds contrasts with the bankrupt national project of the PRI. In the world of the powerful there is no space for anyone but themselves and their servants. In the world we want everyone fits. In the world we want many worlds to fit. The nation which we construct is one where all communities and languages fit, where all steps may walk, where all may have laughter, where all may live the dawn. Enriquez and Rojas 1996. More recently, however, the government has adopted much of this multicultural discourse. This is evident in the Programa de Cultura 1995-2000 announced in January 1996 by Rafael Tovar y de Teresa, President of the Consejo Nacional de la Cultura y las Artes, which states that culture contributes to the manifestation of the ethnic and social diversity of the country, Poder Ejecutivo Federal 1996a, 2. See also Poder Ejecutivo Federal 1996b. The Zapatista program is unabashedly utopian, particularly its decision to stay out of electoral politics and yet to wield influence over Mexican society to help create a national forum in which diversity is recognized. This is a new way of conceiving of power, a social power rather than a coercive power. FZLN Representative Priscilla Pacheco Castillo characterizes the question of power thus: when we say we don't want to take power, we don't mean we will remain neutral about power. When we talk of organizing society, we are talking of power, but a different kind of power. We have a different conception of power, it is more a social kind of power. It does not have to be represented in a government, Spencer 1996. The major result of Zapatista actions has been to establish dialogue among the many sectors of civil society as well as to compel the government to join these discussions, Enriquez and Perez 1995. Their only safeguard has been the watchful eye of the world, whose attention they have been able to secure by threatening to expose the state's lack of commitment to democracy. By launching their offensive when they did, the Zapatistas blackmailed the state, which would otherwise have probably wiped them out, unfettered by the rhetoric of democratization that accompanied NAFTA. Just as importantly, the Zapatistas planned an artful guerrilla media war. In a country in which the media are oriented to the state and its policies, the Zapatistas have been able to carve a space for themselves and their civil society project by remaining newsworthy, virtually rewriting the manual for marketing and pushing the normally unidirectional means of communication into a back-and-forth dialogue, Lopez 1996, 30-31. The emphasis on direct speech, as if a real public sphere in a mass-mediated society were possible, has been criticized for its romanticization of indigenous cultural practices, example the priority of face-to-face, collective decision-making over electoral representation. When the Zapatistas publish a communiqué in which they state that the flower of the word will not die, because it comes from the depths of history and the land and can no longer be usurped by the arrogance of power, Enriquez and Rojas 1996, they are couching a sophisticated bid for public reception in a language that resonates with the cultural legitimation of pre-modern discursive forms. The Zapatista Manifesto in Nahuatl not only lays claim to a prominent place in the Mexican nation but also affirms that democracy will come when the culture of the nation is refashioned from the perspective of indigenous peoples. This entails dredging up the claims to recognition and dignity made throughout history in the many tongues silenced by the reigning culture, the official indigenismo of the mestizo state. But the rebellion that rises with a brown face and a true tongue was not born today. In the past it spoke with other tongues and in other lands, in Nahuatl, Paipe, Kiliwa, Kyukapa, Kachami, Kumie, Yuma. By speaking in its Indian heart, the nation maintains its dignity and its memory, Enriquez and Rojas 1996. The Mexican state's adoption of neoliberalism is expressed not only by a new set of rhetorics but also by policies that depart from the consensus of the past. The 1992 constitutional reform of Article 27, for example, reorganized land tenure and permitted title holders of ejidos, land vested in the community, to enter into commercial contracts, thus introducing corporate capital into collective farming. Although this measure pushed some land-holding farmers into export production, particularly the larger ones, most small farmers were isolated from the institutional and financial supports that would have allowed them to continue to farm in the face of unfavorable market conditions, Barkin 1995. The result was a further erosion of the material base of rural society, which ultimately contributed to the Zapatista rebellion. Neoliberalism, in fact, has been seen by the Zapatistas and other opposition groups as a threat to their continued existence. The national dialogue convened by the EZLN on the rights and culture of indigenous peoples emphasized that the culture of neoliberalism must be dismantled if indigenous peoples were to gain autonomy under a new federalism, Pires and Morqueco 1995. The Zapatistas have been able to make common cause with many sectors of the Mexican population in this united front against neoliberalism, especially since the government's policies have had a disastrous effect on the vast majority of the population. The Zapatistas have also extended their opposition to neoliberalism to the international arena, calling for an intercontinental forum against neoliberalism in their January 1996 First Declaration of La Realidad, La Jornada 1996. Besides the meeting held from July 27 to August 3, 1996, other anti-neoliberalism meetings are being planned for Berlin, Tokyo, an African city yet to be determined, Sydney, and Mexico City. An important feature of the agenda is to organize a broadly based internationalist culture, a new international of hope, to counter the culture of neoliberalism. The culture should include all individuals, groups, collectives, movements, social, citizen, and political organizations, neighborhood associations, cooperatives, all leftist groups, non-governmental organizations, groups in solidarity with the struggles of the peoples of the world, bands, tribes, intellectuals, musicians, workers, artists, teachers, peasants, cultural groups, youth movements, alternative media, ecologists, squatters, lesbians, homosexuals, feminists, pacifists. The discontent with neoliberalism has even driven many members of the ruling PRI to fall over themselves in the rush to criticize, opportunistically, their own party's economic policies and to call for a recomposition of the political system, concurring with the opposition that Mexico's sovereignty is at stake, La política debe ser instrumento. The PRI brought the crisis on itself, but the new consensus that there must be reform has to be credited to the Zapatistas more than to any other sector of the opposition. What exactly, however, does a recomposition of the political system mean in Mexico? From a U.S. perspective, one might imagine a system of representation whereby all manner of interest groups, including the so-called identity groups of multiculturalism, gain proportional representation in the myriad institutions of the state, the corporate sector, and civil society. However, this U.S.-style representational mode of distributional equity has not been adapted by the newly born Movement of National Liberation, MLN, and the Broad Oppositional Front, FAO. The latter is formed independently, albeit with EZLN guidance, from over 500 organizations, Correa and Lopez 1996. Even the recently signed agreement with the government on Indian rights, particularly regarding political and cultural autonomy, the right to adopt their own forms of government in their communities or towns according to their customs, Preston 1996, is not conceived within such a system of representation. The agreement includes the right to multicultural education, whatever that might mean in the Cayapancan or Mexican context, including teaching in indigenous languages. However, the Zapatistas have stressed again and again that they are not an identity group and that their efforts are aimed at transforming the entire nation, at reinvigorating civil society for all. The autonomy they seek is neither integrationist nor separatist, as even the government negotiators have come to accept, Rojas 1996. This marks a significant departure from the terms of indigenismo, which had presumably integrated indigenous communities since the establishment of the Instituto Nacional Indigenista. As Rodolfo Stavenhagen explains, the real identity and unity of the indigenous peoples of Mexico is provided at the community level. The administration of municipalities that include indigenous communities will require the negotiation of satisfactory juridical constitutional formulas. Autonomy, like integration in the United States, however, does not produce miracles. It is but a juridical framework within which the national state and indigenous peoples can freely and constructively confront the large-scale problems of poverty and well-being, identity and equality, Stavenhagen 1995. Unlike African Americans before the Civil Rights era, indigenous peoples in Mexico had been represented by indigenist ideology as an integral part of the nation. Integration via the Instituto Nacional Indigenista has operated more like an asylum than a home, however. While community was the Indians' own criterion for identity, the state re-articulated that identity in keeping with its own nationalist project, refying customs as objects and beliefs as myths and institutionalizing them in such neutered spaces as the National Museum of Anthropology. The very notion of patrimony whose, for what purposes, for whose observation, has, indeed, become a contested category, as diverse groups seek to wrest control of the means of symbolization from the state institutions that claim proprietary rights over customs, habits, ritual objects, and so on. Mexican critics have spoken of the Mexican state's pyramidal cultural apparatuses, and none could be more emblematic than the National Museum of Anthropology. It will be instructive, therefore, to briefly examine the terms according to which a new museological movement has been generated among indigenous communities. The Museo Comunitario, Community Museum, movement, which began in 1986, although facilitated by national and international professional museological institutions, has sought its raison d'être in local practices and, thus, has been relatively independent of the proprietary conservationist ethos of the ideology of national patrimony. As a recent report issued by organizers from these museums explains, the indigenous people who established them valorize the objects and practices to be displayed and enacted in relation to the needs of their community, to the reproduction of the community. To the degree that this is the case, that valorization may contain features that go beyond scientific and aesthetic principles, and may be legitimized by the sacred, Barrera Basals et al. 1995, 28, 33. The first Museo Comunitario was established in Tlaxcala, Oaxaca, by the decision of the community. After an archaeological find was made in their community, the Shandani residents decided to set aside a space where they could record and concentrate their activities, including an exhibition of the work of artisans and the systematization of their healing practices. Until they established their museum, this community had not revealed in public the activities that are now displayed and enacted. The museum itself is not identified by a building, a collection, or a particular audience. Its display is the interaction of the community with itself and with other communities. The exhibits are not laid out in writing but are the result of much organization and cultural activity that adheres to the community's socio-political, mythic, and religious rhythms. In many cases, the museological practice is so intertwined with the reproduction of the community itself that the exhibition may consist of practices that further the local economy, such as the systematization of the knowledge involved in coffee growing and the opening up of the community to tourism. The exhibition La Vida en un Sorbo, El Café en Mexico, A Sip of Life, Coffee in Mexico, for example, was initiated by the National Coordinating Committee of Coffee Growing Organizations, CNOC, which is composed mainly of indigenous producers. The museum not only reproduced the ritual coffee growing techniques but also provided a place for growers to sell their coffee and thus dispense with the intervention of intermediaries such as distributors. The community museums are interesting in and of themselves. But I raise this example because the community I am referring to participated in an international discussion that demonstrates the degree to which even the smallest of indigenous groups can be inserted into transnational networks that have an impact on questions of identity and representation. This community was invited by the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of the American Indian, NMAI, to participate in a discussion entitled Ethnic Identity, Community Museums and Development Programs in September 1995. 25 other Latin American Indian groups were invited. The discussion was meant to be the first event in an attempt to expand the concept of the American Indian beyond the borders of the United States. What makes this meeting interesting is that it raised many problems about the conceptualization of identity, ethnicity, and nomenclature that may not become evident until two or more systems of thinking about these issues come into contact. The director, Richard West, explained that these groups were invited to educate the Smithsonian about the real meaning of the objects that were housed there. The Smithsonian took the guiding premise that a museum should consult the people who provide the objects on exhibit and not just collect the objects. Barrera Basals and Vera Herrera 1996, 23-24. The participants were told that the Smithsonian would use this knowledge in order to represent Native peoples exactly as they themselves wanted to be represented. This motive raised many concerns and elicited doubts from some that their cultures could be adequately represented. A ma'am from Guatemala raised objections about the representativity of the collection and said, "We did not come to exhibit ourselves, we are not objects." Another participant opined that preserving the bones of his forebears was counterproductive. Yet another, a Shuar from Ecuador, objected to the idea that the museum should document indigenous cultures because they are disappearing. "What is needed," he said, "is to document culture for the cultural self-development of the community. The notion of a disappearing culture is erroneous, surely put forward by an anthropologist, Barrera Basals and Vera Herrera 1996, 24-25. The most heated discussions, however, involved nomenclature and the criteria for assuming the identity of an Indian. The museum officials variously used the terms Indian, indigenous, Native American, tribal, people, community. These terms made some of the participants feel uncomfortable, as if it did not matter what they called themselves. One participant from Peru said that his neighbors only referred to each other using the term peasant. Instead of El Día de la Raza, Day of the Race, they should celebrate El Día del Campesinado, Day of the Peasant. Barrera Basals and Vera Herrera 1996, 26. An observer of a similar event, the Festival of American Folklife, organized by the Smithsonian Center for Folklife Programs and Cultural Studies and held in June and July 1994, reported that the system of racial representations, conflicts, and transactions of U.S. society tends to racialize the lives of other peoples. A very complex matter that must be examined in relation to workings of international and transnational agencies. Motto 1995a, 23. The differences in systems of identity categorization were commented on with great concern when the participants were told that in the United States one can be an Indian on the basis of blood even if one doesn't belong to an indigenous community. For the NMAI, the problem of representativity is solved because 50% of its board members have at least 1/16 Indian blood. The participants expressed their view that such an institution should be administered by Indian communities. It's not enough, they argued, for the director to be a Cheyenne, which raised the question of what is important in the constitution of identity. Some groups considered participation, instead, as the way to determine belonging. The Latin American Indian participants were not impressed by the racial component of the so-called ethnic minorities at the Smithsonian. They argued that this was not a blood or race issue. Instead, it is a wide-ranging set of assumptions, presuppositions, beliefs, myths, values, experiences, and ties that researchers themselves have defined as the horizon of intelligibility or territory of meaning, Barrera Basals and Vera Herrera 1996, 37. Structures of feeling are what produce group belonging. Not even the use of the same language is sufficient to nurture the sense of belonging. This discussion brings to the surface the complex negotiations of cultural reproduction and identity, particularly for marginalized or subordinate groups, that are now negotiated in a transnational sphere. I have referred to this process as transnational cultural brokering in a study on the exhibition of the work of Latin American artists in U.S. museums and galleries, UDK forthcoming A. The process, however, is endemic wherever metropolitan institutions, whether national or international, seek to help out local communities, most often with best of intentions. 7 This is evident in the mixed agenda put together by the co-sponsors of the Festival of American Folklife, on which I have been commenting. The Inter-American Foundation, for example, seems to have a different agenda from that of the Smithsonian. According to reports, the former organization took a somewhat technocratic approach to questions of community development. One participant, a development specialist at a multilateral banking institution, said he was very pleased with the program, and added, "This is not a program on culture and development, but on how the Inter-American Foundation understands culture and development." Motto 1995A, 28. Although not necessarily accepting the framing terms of the discussions, the participants did not conflict in any significant ways with the hosts. Motto hypothesizes that the lack of conflict reflects a degree of satisfaction with the kinds of projects included in the program, a desire not to offend one's hosts, and most importantly the development of attitudes of trying to satisfy expectations that funding recipients attribute to the donor agencies. 1995A, 40. An interesting contrast is provided by some of the EZLN communiques. Subcommandant Marcos, who has sought out the aid of international civil society, i.e., NGOs and solidarity groups from North America, is keenly attuned to the predicaments that arise in the kinds of situations reviewed above. He refers in one communique, for example, to two photographers who showed up in the Lacandan jungle to take some shots of Zapatista life in order to present it in a global event on the internet. They justified their visit by presenting themselves as journalists with testimonial and artistic intentions. Marcos, in somewhat tongue-in-cheek fashion yet quite seriously, as becomes evident as the narrative progresses, finds the photographers guilty of perpetrating the crime of image theft. To undo their crime, Marcos takes the camera into his own hands and turns it on the photographers, whom he considers apocryphal agents of public history. By focusing the instrument of representation on them, he aims to reach the world that looks at their photographs. This reversal, the communique continues, is an attempt to bridge the distance between spectator or photographer and the Zapatistas, the objects of their prurience. Marcos proposes establishing a different kind of relationship by turning the gaze back onto the spectators and photographers. On this bridge, they are themselves transformed into actors who, by definition, must assume a role. Like one of Julio Cortázar's narrators, Marcos propels the viewers and readers into the story as actors who must choose a side, to engage in the always institutionalized quagmire of representation or to act out the relation to civil society in a different way. Marcos's little allegory does not assume that images tell the truth. Rather, it is in the taking hold of the instruments of image-making and framing that one can challenge the truth of representations. This is, of course, a tale familiar to anthropologists and media critics who have challenged the conditions under which subjects are turned into represented objects and are thus bereft of the power to tell their own story. In fact, the report on community museums makes explicit reference to the new forms of negotiation of Indian rights that the Zapatistas, careful not to be taken in by the intermediary role, initiated, Barrera Basals et al. 1995, 29. In this particular case, Marcos is referring to the indigenous peoples who make up the mass of the EZLN and who heretofore have only appeared as images in museums, tourist guidebooks, crafts advertising. The eye of the camera seeks them out, the text goes on, as an anthropological curiosity or a colorful detail of a remote past. What is it that has altered the terms of representation? The eye sights of the rifles that they have taken up have forced the eyes of the cameras to look in a different manner. The Zapatistas may not own the means of representation, but they have found creative ways of exercising a measure of control over representations of their activities. In good part, this measure of control depends on the solidarity of other agents, particularly sympathetic newspapers like La Jornada, but also local radio stations and transnational media, especially the Internet. We have come full circle from the anti-imperialist denunciations and fears of Dorfman and Matlart. The Zapatistas' expert handling of the electronic media shows that there is no inherent contradiction between technological modernization and grassroots mobilization. Halleck 1994, Cleaver forthcoming. In fact, the Internet has allowed the Zapatistas to question spectators and readers, to travel through cyberspace and invade, like a modern virus, the memories of machines, and of men and women. Halleck 1994. A word of caution is in order. Subcommandant Marcos and other members of the Zapatista Directorate are also intermediaries, and as such are themselves susceptible to the critiques discussed here. They are, of course, aware of this. For this reason they have said, we the Zapatistas want everything for everyone, and nothing for ourselves. It is also for this reason, perhaps, that although they identify themselves as indigenous people and demand political and cultural autonomy, they have not set the terms of the representation of Indian identity. Their agenda is the organization of civil society. Conclusion. The organization of civil society, as I argued above, is not an uncontradictory feature of progressive action. It is to a large degree imposed by neoliberalism, and as such its success can only be limited, especially if we gauge it against the dreams of power of traditional leftist movements. Many of the arguments reviewed here concerning new kinds of social movements, particularly those that concentrate on organizing civil society, must stand the test of history. Currently there is much enthusiasm and hope that civil society will serve as the basis for renewing the state-nation compact. The problem is that the results can be contradictory. Will the state reform called for by the Zapatistas, which the PRI signed in July 1996, give greater political leverage to the conservative pen? Will the decentralization of the state's monopoly of cultural representation create openings for the media and private enterprise to extend their reach? And does not the effervescence of NGOs cut two ways, helping to buttress a public sector evacuated by the state and at the same time making it possible for the state to steer clear of what was once seen as its responsibility? There is also the uncertainty that ensues from a movement that has to date waged its most effective battles in the realm of publicity. To what degree does such activity depart from the already overdetermined character of publicity in a capitalist society? Of course, there is no reason why consumer capitalism cannot be wielded against itself. The production of a CD-ROM, announced in July 1996, will allow interested parties to walk through the Lakandan jungle and get to know the Indians and their plight. But will such a medium take on the character of interactive electronic entertainment? Such questions form part of a larger context in which any action must be evaluated. Michel Foucault, 1983, coined the term governmentality to refer to the ways in which action is already channeled by the institutional arrangements of a society. 8 This concept points out the limits to action. Even if the PRI were to be separated from the state, would the arrangements that have held for almost 70 years be altered enough for true democratization to take place in Mexico? Can action in the terrain of civil society bring about such an alteration of institutional arrangements? The notion of governmentality is more or less neutral with respect to social change. That is, it does not evaluate such change negatively, as does the concept of governability. What it does emphasize, however, is that all action moves along the tracks of structures of possibility provided by institutional arrangements. This structuring accounts for why the movements may not have the same significance in countries where institutional arrangements are different. One might ask why a movement like the Zapatistas has not emerged in a country like Brazil where there are significant numbers of landless groups. There is a movement of landless rural workers, the Movimento Sem Terra, that has gotten the attention of the government, which has promised action on its behalf. However, the differences and potentials of the Zapatistas and the Movimento Sem Terra are quite marked. The Zapatistas achieved the attention of the entirety of the Mexican nation and indeed of the world precisely because Mexico had entered a free trade agreement with the United States. That agreement gave the Zapatistas a certain leverage, a chance to blackmail the state, rather than forcing it militarily, into meeting some of its demands. Another feature of the Mexican nation-state is, as I have explained above, a 7-decade-old practice of situating national culture in centralized, pyramidal institutions. Transnational processes, in conjunction with the demands of grassroots organizations, have resulted in numerous protests against that centrality. Brazilian cultural institutions are not similarly centralized, and the Brazilian state does not invest as much as the Mexican state in subsidizing the intellectual artist class, which ultimately keeps this class buffered in a sphere of perhaps ineffective critique. The Zapatista movement, therefore, marks a significant departure from the protagonism of intellectuals. There are some similarities, of course. The electronic media are monopolized by one mega network in each country, Televisa in Mexico and Globo in Brazil. But the control of publicity by these networks has been cannily sidestepped by the Zapatistas. Their use of the Internet, facilitated to a large degree by solidarity groups in the United States and Europe as well as by sympathetic intellectuals in Mexico, can serve as an example to movements in other countries. It remains to be seen whether other movements will earn the same degree of legitimacy currently enjoyed by the Zapatistas. Chapter 15. Rethinking the Spatialities of Social Movements, Questions of B. Orders, Culture, and Politics in Global Times. David Slater. Contemporary currents in social theory and cultural studies increasingly reflect a pervasive sense of time-space compression. Concepts of velocity and mobility and the remapping of territorial identities and cultural dispositions mark the terrain of much recent analysis in this regard. Moreover, terms such as globalization, the global-local nexus, critical globalism, and the global condition one all reflect a widening sensibility of the need to reach beyond national boundaries. Stretching across these boundaries and making global connections has been a characteristic of some of the new forms of mobilization, of resistance and movements that have been contextualized as nomads of the present, Melucci 1989, capturing an important sense of fluidity and flexibility. Resistances and oppositions have increasingly been seen as independent from any encapsulating universalist discourse. Archipelagos of resistance and reverse discourses that have the potential to be connected across space, but that are also distinct, specific, and embedded in local and regional contexts, have emerged in many different societies, encouraging in some cases the use of the term new social movements too. Leaving aside for the moment the question of how these social movements might be interpreted and in what manner their origination and continuing presence could be treated theoretically, it is abundantly clear that their existence has been connected to a range of significant themes from development to democracy, from citizenship to culture, and from environment to emancipation. These sites of knowledge have their own intersections, but it is a reflection of the growing interest in movements that their investigation and critical analysis connect to an ever-growing gamut of themes and issues. As the centrality of class has waned, the revival of interest in civil society, and in state-society relations in general, has been accompanied by a search for alternative forms of doing politics in a variety of cultural contexts and against a backdrop of normalizing projects of global order and power. As I shall argue below, and as is discussed in this volume as a whole, the connections between social movements and cultural politics, and in particular the cultural framing of doing politics, have become a key theme of inquiry, which can be expanded and rethought by incorporating a spatial imagination. Movements and the remapping of the political. One potential area of inquiry that has remained underexposed concerns what I shall refer to as the imbrication of geopolitics and social movements. Thus, in some discussions of the interconnections between movements and democracy, or development, or cultural change, the territoriality or more generally the spatiality of movements, power, and politics has been marginalized. 3. It is certainly the case that the way we can think about politics and the political has been connected to movements and to resistances, but in the literature on social movements, the difference that the geopolitical can make has not always been taken as a significant issue. I will argue here that the geopolitical has a certain duality and can be examined in relation to the territoriality of politics within national boundaries as well as to the transnational flows and penetrations of different kinds of power. In the context of social movements, struggles for the decentralization of political power within a given national territory and for a radical restructuring of the territorial power of the state can be identified as exemplifying the more inner-oriented form of the geopolitical. This is not meant to suggest that there are no links to the transnational or global contexts of political contestation, rather, the primary focus is on the inside, whereas there are other instances, other kinds of movements that, although also having an inside, are deeply involved in a transnational arena as well, as can be seen in the example of some environmental movements. Falk, 1993, 39, has referred to this phenomenon as globalization from below. In a parallel way, it is possible to argue that in the analysis of democracy and processes of democratization there is also an inside, the territorialization of democracy within a given nation-state, and an outside, the struggle for a democratization of institutions that operate at the global level but that have multiple effects within the territorial polities of the countries of the South. Clearly, in the cases of social movements and democracy, the inside and outside of the geopolitical are not to be realistically seen as separate but as overlapping and intertwined in a complex of relations. Connolly, 1991a, has maintained that democratic political theorists and international relations theorists would seem to have little to say to one another. On the one hand, intrastate political theory tends to concentrate on internal issues such as rights, justice, community, obligation, identity, and legitimacy, whereas on the other, interstate theory examines external questions of security, alliances, violence, war, and subversion. For Connolly, this particular discursive division of labor allows the effects of changes in the contemporary era to fall through the gaps of democratic theory. What is then needed is a realization that democratic politics must extend into global issues because, increasingly, the most fundamental issues of life are not resolvable within the confines of the territorial state. For more generally, it is contended that one of the key requirements of the current period is to supplement and challenge structures of territorial democracy with the politics of non-territorial democratization of global issues. Here, one can think of a number of movements that reinscribe the meanings and practices of democratization. Feminist movements that continue to struggle for the liberation of women from all types of oppression have constructed new forms of organization and solidarity that connect transnationally. In Latin America, for example, the biannual feminist encuentros held since 1981 have consistently expanded, taking on a variety of themes from autonomy to issues of community leadership. Alvarez, in this volume, and Jaquette 1994. Along another path, as Garcia, 1992, and Wapner, 1995, have both indicated, transnational environmental groups extend their activities beyond the territorial confines of a given country. In these two examples, gender relations and environmental issues have become focal points in the rethinking of the spatialities of democratization. For Connolly, these kinds of movements would exemplify the point that non-territorial democratization can ventilate global issues through the creative interventions of non-state actors. In their turn, these interventions could potentially reinvigorate the internal democracy of territorial states. However, non-territorial democratization lacks a secure regional base and, it can be argued, is less firmly anchored in the terms of its accountability. Democratization beyond a territorial anchorage, as Held, 1995, has indicated, also tends to emerge as a series of demands and claims that are still relatively nascent in their formation, although this would certainly be less true of the women's movement. In contradistinction, the territorial state, in global times, tends to rest on increasingly fragile and precarious ground, with pressures from below often opening up fissures in its territorial control, while the globalization of financial, economic, and cultural power increasingly impinges on it from above. 5. It is particularly important to emphasize the continuing ways in which much social and political theory in the context of interpreting social movements, or democracy, or the state has tended to evade the difficult question of the inside and the outside and their dialectic. In a related intervention, Connolly, 1991b, draws our attention to the way in which a certain rather pervasive undercurrent of political theory constructs a boundary between an inside, self, and an outside, other. Behind the boundary we have our own world of community, membership, internal understandings, morality, distributive mechanisms, democratic accountability, obligations, and allegiances. On the other side, outside our own constructed world, there are alternative worlds of strangers, hazards, external principles, and uncertain moralities. There would not be very much that connects these other worlds to us politically, morally, or culturally. The threat of anarchy and alterity outside would intensify the inclination to regard shared understandings and common principles of membership as adequate norms of political judgment within the state, and would fortify the view of the territorial state as the highest unit of political loyalty, identification, and democratic participation. In this kind of context, there would be little room for the possibility of what Campbell, 1996, has referred to as radical interdependence across borders. While Connolly's critique of the split between an inside and an outside, which is constitutive of much political theory, is highly relevant for a whole series of issues, not least for those interpretative modes that classify and contextualize social movements within a self-containing inside, it is equally worthwhile to note that the theory Connolly is evaluating is Western, and that the forms in which political theory has evolved in the societies of Europe and North America cannot be realistically divorced from the colonial and imperial imaginations and projects that are rooted in those societies. Thus, although the heterogeneities and complex differences within the categories of West and non-West or North and South have to be constantly kept in mind, geopolitical memory, the recalling and representation of those crucial divides in the nature, scope, and magnitude of power relations needs to be taken as a central part of our own contemporary project of critical analysis. 6. It is here too that the cultural practices and forms of representation that are inscribed within power relations give a further specificity to the development of spatial politics. As Ortner, 1995, has suggested in a timely intervention, one of the salient themes in rethinking our analyses of resistance concerns the question of cultural dynamics and the ways in which the forms, moments, and absences of resistance need to be linked to what is referred to as the thickness of the cultural process, within which there may well be a complex of shifting loyalties, shifting alliances, and also shifting categories. If modern politics is a spatial politics, with its crucial condition of possibility being the distinction between an inside and an outside, between the citizens, communities, and movements within and the enemies, others, and absences without, it is also the case that the characteristic universalisms of so much Western social and political theory have expressed a continuing amnesia toward the geopolitical penetrations, fragmentations, and power relations within which modern accounts of universality have been articulated. Furthermore, when modern politics has been viewed as world politics, many accounts have tended to assume that world politics refers not only to some determining structure but more relevantly to processes that occur in realms somewhere beyond society. In contrast, social movements have frequently been seen as phenomena that occur within society, existing in juxtaposition to those key political structures that give them their essential meaning, namely, states and the state system. Moreover, within this inner realm of society, social movements have tended to be interpreted as part of civil society, which in turn has been distinguished as separate from the political affairs of the modern state. In this sense, the ways in which social movements have been analyzed have tended to reproduce an approach to politics that is confined to a pre-given realm implicitly constructed as non-problematic. Social movements may well be linked to the political domain through their impact on state policies or on the priorities of political parties, but any connection to global politics would characteristically be made through the mediation of the inner political system. This particular perspective tends to treat politics as a domain that is separate from the economic and the social, and to draw demarcating lines between an international political realm and an outer domain of world politics. In an earlier series of comments on this theme, I suggested that a binary division has often been drawn between the realm of the political, bounded within the state, and political parties, and the space of the social, framed around the family, the school, religion, the individual, movements. Alternatively, I argued that the political dimension could be endowed with a certain duality, whereby it could be seen as inscribed within the different spheres of the social whole and also as constitutive of the terrain on which the fabric and fate of the social whole is decided. Slater, 1994. Hence, what is and is not political at any moment changes with the emergence of new questions posed by new modes of subjectivity. For instance, the personal is political and different kinds of social relations. This is not meant to imply that the political eliminates the social conditions from which its meaning can emerge. Gender, religious belief, the environment, nationality, regionalism, and so on, may become political at certain moments, but they are not only political. Furthermore, cultural heterogeneity across societies will alter the ways in which the political is constituted. For example, the specificity of religious practices, as in the case of Brazil, has affected the mode of oppositional expression, Krishka, 1991, and in the context of indigenous movements, the historicity of cultural meanings and practices has a crucial political impact. See, for example, Warren, in this volume. A primary feature of the political relates to the questioning of the socially given, of what appears to be socially natural and uncontested. When the given is not accepted as such but referred back to its earlier constitution, its potential instability is revealed and reactivated. Lacan, 1990, 212. That instability is inseparably bound up with the pluralization of the origin or with the disruption of the implicit notion of a singularity of foundational meaning, as Foucault, 1984, 79, expressed it in his discussion of genealogy and Nietzsche. What is found at the historical beginning of things is not the inviolable identity of their origin, it is disparity. The desedimentation of the social entails laying bare its political content, and since the social is expressed through a plurality of forms, the desedimentation of the socially given, in its plurality, reveals the potentially protean nature of the political. In this context, it has been remarked that contemporary social movements have challenged and redrawn the frontiers of the political. This can mean, for example, that movements can subvert the traditional givens of the political system: state power, political parties, formal institutions, by contesting the legitimacy and the apparently normal and natural functioning of their effects within society. But, also, the role of some social movements has been to reveal the concealed meanings of the political encased in the social. Social struggles can be seen as wars of interpretation within which the orientation and significance of their demands and reivindications are constructed through their practice. It is within a related approach to social movements that Walker, 1994, 674-675, in his imaginative intervention, argues that perhaps the most interesting element of social movements concerns the ways in which they may contribute to the reconfiguration of the political under contemporary conditions. Issues of interpretation. Perhaps one of the most fascinating and complex questions surrounding any treatment of the conjunction of social movements and the political concerns the issue of interpretation itself. For Walker, 1995, 311, much analysis of the novelty of social movements is characterized by a crucial limitation, which is that the horizon of inquiry is already given by historically specific understandings of what it means to speak of community, a class, an interest, an identity, or a movement of action. As a consequence, one tends to encounter questions of whether social movements constitute a break from or a continuation of class politics, whether they reflect a reinvigoration of civil society or an abandonment of the state, whether they constitute mobilizations that are free from previous forms of populism, or whether they capture a continuation of liberal pluralism. In these kinds of positionings, social and political phenomena are not infrequently insinuated with implicitly pre-given and consensual meanings. Walker goes on to assert that for all its sophistication, the literature on social movements still seems bound by framings of political possibility that preclude casting doubt on established conceptions of political community and identity. Thus the possibility of the newness of social movements is circumscribed by a specific rendition of what it means to be political, and of where the political is to be found. Walker 1995, 312. Looking at some of the recent discussions of social movements, Monk 1995, Jordan 1995, Scott 1995, Scheffner 1995, Wayland 1995, one can find examples of the basic thrust of Walker's critical contention, and one is struck above all by a common assumption that politics and political strategy, as well as class and materiality, are somehow already pre-given in their significance and location in the broader analytical arena. It is also as if certain categories exist on a pre-discursive terrain whereby conceptual markers such as class and materiality are constructed as the radically unconstructed. Butler, 1990, in her influential analysis of feminism and the subversion of identity, argues that in the cultural interpretation of sex and gender, the production of sex as the pre-discursive must be understood in terms of the power relations that produce the effect of a pre-discursive sex, thereby concealing the very operation of discursive production. Similarly, with certain kinds of arguments about social movements and political change, one still encounters interpretations that implicitly grant a pre-discursive, independent meaning to categories of class, materiality, and agency, thus drawing a screen over the way in which those concepts have been discursively constructed. As Butler, 1992, 13, notes in a subsequent article, agency can be viewed as belonging to a mode of thinking about persons as instrumental actors who confront an external political field, and if we agree that politics and power exist already at the level at which the subject and its agency are articulated and made possible, then agency can be presumed only at the cost of refusing to inquire into its construction. One of the primary questions emanating from these kinds of arguments concerns the definition of politics and the political and their relation to our theoretical understanding of social movements. In many contributions to the debate on social movements, no distinction is made between politics and the political, and as noted above, it is quite often the case that politics is referred to in a way that already presumes a meaning that is consensual and foundational. However, I would not suggest that there is an already fully formed theoretical framework that we can grasp and immediately apply. Our conceptual and thinking spaces are striated by a series of destabilizations and uncertainties that make any such quick alternative framing quite inappropriate. There is a sense in which many of the concepts employed to explain social and political phenomena appear increasingly precarious and partial. In times of rethinking, revisioning, reimagining, the notion of taking soundings, or the emphasis on fluidity if not vertigo within the fields of analytical inquiry, reflect the presence of a shifting, mobile terrain. Previously staked out domains of knowledge, lined by the contours of linked categories and constructs, are being increasingly destabilized and disrupted by ideas coming out of the border zones that traverse and transgress these older and erstwhile ensured domains. One such idea concerns the way in which we may rethink politics and the political. Mauve, 1995, 262 to 263, for instance, in a viewpoint that connects to Lefferts' earlier work, 1988, writes that for her the political relates to the antagonistic dimension that is inherent in all human society, an antagonism that can take many different forms and that can be located in diverse social relations. In contrast, politics can be taken to refer to the ensemble of practices, discourses, and institutions that seek to establish a certain order and to organize social life in conditions that are always potentially subject to conflict precisely because they are affected by the dimension of the political. In this light, politics can be seen as the attempted pacification of the political, or the installation and embodiment of order and sediment practices in a given society. Depoliticization is the most established task of politics, and, as writers such as Honig, 1993, and Rancière, 1995, have suggested, it can be argued that key branches of political philosophy and theory have displaced the political as a means to realize the closest approximation of political good in the midst of the disorder of empirical politics. Rancière's suggestive notion of the pacification of the political can be exemplified in a number of additional ways that are specifically relevant to our own discussion. First, in the context of many societies of the South wherein social conflicts, material polarization, violence, and a growing disillusionment with formal institutions manifest themselves in ways that appear to be steadily more problematic, new policies of good governance and the attempt to introduce Western-style arrangements for democratization can be taken as one form of the external ordering and containment of the political. At the same moment, within some African societies, for example, new networks of solidarity are being established and new mentalities are taking shape such that, as Manga indicates in his discussion of democratization in Francophone Africa, we are now witnessing a complete transformation of the conditions in which politics emerge, 1995, 360. What we see in these instances are simultaneous but deeply contrasting attempts to realign the relations between politics and the political. Second, in a sharply differing example, the Cuban experience of post-revolutionary order has been characterized by the continuing attempts of a one-party state to neutralize points of potential antagonism by positioning government as the synthesis of society. The imperative of order and security has been translated into policies of integration and assimilation whereby difference has been equated with destabilization. In the contrasting case of Nicaragua, an initial attempt to integrate the ethnic minorities of the Atlantic coast into the Sandinista project was subsequently radically altered and replaced by a conversation in which the government came to recognize the rights of difference and autonomy. In the general history of Marxist projects in the Third World, the drive to centralize has been predominantly rooted in an ideological suspicion of the local and the regional, and the pacification of the political has been an eminently territorial project. Third, in a number of Andean countries, Bolivia, Colombia, and Peru being clear examples, in the last 15 to 20 years there have been a series of mobilizations, protests, and movements emerging at the local and regional levels that have challenged the existing territoriality of the state. Fowles Borden 1992, Lazerna 1986, Slater 1989. In particular, new associations have been made between democratization and decentralization, and in the struggle against centralism new forms of spatial subjectivity and identity have emerged. These new forms, which contest the given territoriality of the political system, can be viewed as reflections of the political expressed spatially. In response, central state administrations have introduced a variety of reforms that have sought to contain and incorporate these local and regional resistances. By seeking to realign and restructure the territorial power of the central state, a variety of governments in these countries have sought to contain and pacify the geopolitical within their already constituted boundaries. Overall, in these examples and more generally, the most salient point of my argument is to stress the interactive nature of politics and the political, to posit their distinction but also their essential interconnectedness. Hence, the reference to the political does not entail a marginalization of the formal sphere of politics, rather, it calls for a distinction between two registers that implicate and involve each other. Politics has its own public space. It is the field of exchanges between political parties, of parliamentary and governmental affairs, of elections and representation, and in general of the type of activity, practices, and procedures that take place in the institutional arena of the political system. The political, however, as Arditi, 1994, 21, has proposed, can be more effectively regarded as a type of relationship that can develop in any area of the social, irrespective of whether or not it remains within the institutional enclosure of politics. The political then is a living movement, a kind of magma of conflicting wills or antagonisms. It is mobile and ubiquitous, going beyond but also subverting the institutional settings and moorings of politics. In an important sense, the idea of the imbrication of politics and the political reflects the continuing debate about the relations between the state and civil society. Let us for a moment refer to a recent passage from Eko Beto Lakha. In an interview concerning the paradoxes of contemporary politics, Lakha emphasizes that the contemporary situation can be characterized by the blurring of the division between the state and civil society. For Lakha, currents circulate between the spheres of state and civil society, making illusory the idea of a confrontation or even a delimitation between the two as fully fledged autonomous entities. 1994, 45. As an example, Lakha refers to the radicalization of the democratic process, arguing that it would be unacceptable to go along with the view that equates the radicalization of democracy with the deepening of the division between civil society and the state, since in many instances the advance of democracy requires progressive legislation that goes against deep-seated interests anchored in civil society itself. On the other hand, it would also be inapposite to accept the idea that the public sphere is the locus of an absolute and omnipotent popular will. Instead, democratic politics requires many and complex strategic moves which cut across the two spheres and dissolve the clear-cut differentiation between the two. 46. Lakha's attempt to underscore the importance of an interweaving of moves that merge and dissolve the civil society-state distinction is particularly relevant in the analysis of social movements, since civil society has not infrequently been essentialized in a positive frame as the terrain of the good and the enlightened. The emphasis on imbrication is also pertinent to our discussion of politics and the political, since their interaction transgresses the civil society-state divide. The merging and interweaving noted here can be illustrated in the context of the relation between sedimentation and reactivation. Politics, for example, can be thought of as the institutionalization of an order that is designed to overcome or at the least to confine the threatening conflicts of the political, a case of sedimentation. But order or governance is always a series of regulative and sediment procedures, practices, codes, and categories that can never be absolutely fulfilled. This is the case since the possibilities of subversion, questioning, opposition, refusal, and resistance can never be fully overcome. The interruption of desedimentation, or interventions that constitute a reactivation of the instability that order sought to pacify, reflect the inseparability of politics and the political. In this conceptual context, the political is always that irremovable inner periphery at the heart of politics. 7. In a similar theoretical vein, one could invoke here Foucault's concept of governmentality, which is seen as at once internal and external to the state, since it is the tactics of government which make possible the continual definition and redefinition of what is within the competence of the state and what is not, the public versus the private and so on. 1991, 103. Here, governmentality could be viewed as a kind of attempted pacification of the political, and the resistances and oppositions to such a pacification. Different kinds of movements, which Foucault referred to as reverse discourses, could then be taken as the equivalent of the political. In Foucault's account of governmentality, there are a number of references to the West, but the difference that the non-West might make, or more generally the impact of cultural differences on the modalities of governmentality, was not a theme of his analysis. Similarly, in the work referred to above, where a theoretical move is made to defend a distinction between politics and the political, the difference that the cultural might make remains unexplored. I shall return to this theme below. Locating the geopolitical. One question that can be immediately posed at this juncture concerns the potential relevance of the spatial for any demarcation of politics and the political. What difference would the prefix geo- make to my argument above? Inscribing a spatial dimension into this notion of politics could lead us into a discussion of the internal territoriality of constructed institutional orders through, for example, a consideration of the local regional constitution of national political systems. In addition, a critical examination of the relations between nation-states, located within a posited world system of such units, which have been traditionally regarded as the building blocks of geopolitics, could form a related path of inquiry. Also, we might want to go beyond these containers and think of geopolitics in terms of the global processes that transgress the boundaries of states, Held 1995, Taylor 1995. Furthermore, we can go on to denote two connected expressions of the geopolitical that relate to Arditi's metaphor of the magma, to those underlying, unstable, fluid substances that may break the ordered surface and provoke reorderings, restructurings, or, in certain moments, transformative ruptures, as created by past revolutionary insurgencies. The first expression of the geopolitical can be defined within the ostensibly inner-bounded realm of the territorial state. Here, as briefly alluded to above, there have been examples in a range of peripheral societies of certain kinds of movements that have challenged and continue to challenge established territorial orderings of the state. See, for example, Grosso, Rosero, and Escobar's analysis, in this volume. In some instances, such movements have been intimately rooted in ethnic identities, as has been the case in the Atlantic coast region of Nicaragua. In the previously mentioned examples of Bolivia, Colombia, and Peru, however, whereas indigenous communities have been differentially involved in the struggles against a centralized state, the local and regional movements of these societies have been unpredictably heterogeneous and have embraced a highly diverse range of demands. This tentative distinction is not meant to imply that the indigenous or the communal are somehow uniform. Often, as Agrawal, 1995, reminds us, the idea of the indigenous is deployed in a way that masks an important heterogeneity that lies within. And heterogeneity, or internal differences, conflicts, and ambiguities need to be given more analytical attention in all our discussions of resistances and movements. See, for example, Rubin's contribution, in this volume. In those specific cases where a concerted challenge has been made to the centralized nature of state power, as has occurred in Bolivia, an eventual legislative response, in this case, the 1995 Law on Administrative Decentralization, does not bring to a close territorial protest and contestation. Instead, the continuing interwoven nature of geopolitics and the geopolitical is taken into a new phase. And we should not assume that the challenges, in the Bolivian case, to the centralization of power are of a singular orientation, since the various departmental comites cívicos have articulated their demands in ways that have not always achieved interdepartmental unity. 8 Similarly, at the local level, the Popular Participation Law of 1995, which ostensibly decentralizes power and resources to new rural municipalities, has evoked a variety of responses from grassroots indigenous organizations. Albo 1996. In a different societal context, regional movements in Peru in the 1970s called for a new level of territorial power, the establishment of regional governments in a unitary state. Their impact, and their challenge to the given spatio-political order, created the conditions for a protracted national debate and eventual legislation to install a new version of government. However, the influence of these various movements, often embodied in the form of regional fronts, was slowly undermined by growing violence, social dislocation, and acute instability. Specifically, Sendero Luminoso, with its practice of armed stoppages at local and departmental levels, created an atmosphere characterized by violent confrontations, making it increasingly difficult for regional movements to organize peaceful and effective protests. 9. A guerrilla organization and a series of loosely grouped regional fronts, operating at the same moment, represented two very different expressions of a geopolitical challenge to the existing institutional order in Peru. The former challenge came to overshadow all other forms of political contestation, and with a change in government in 1990 followed by President Alberto Fujimori's autogolpe, the intensity of the threat to the political order was used to justify a re-centralization of power and a sharp reduction in the importance of the newly established regional governments. In the Peruvian case, in sharp contrast to Bolivia, the emergence of a deep association of violence and terror with a movement that initiated its actions in a quintessentially peripheral region of the Andes has greatly facilitated the renewal of a centralist project. Moreover, any counter-project aimed at deepening and broadening democratic structures, of territorializing democracy, may well be haunted by signs of terror hidden in the naming of Territory 10. A second instance of the geopolitical relates to the original constitution of national sovereignties. Significantly, the geopolitical in this context can be used to destabilize some of the meanings previously attached to the political, since in many of these conceptualizations the analysis of the relation between politics and the political is worked out within the confines of an implicitly Western territorial state. Here, there is an assumption of pre-given territorial integrity and impermeability. But in the situation of peripheral polities, the historical realities of external power and its effects within those systems are much more difficult to ignore. What this contrast points to is the lack of equality in the full recognition of the territorial integrity of nation-states. Predominantly, those underlying, mobile, unstable, disrupting currents that can fundamentally shift the terrain of politics are located within the implicitly bounded space of one nation-state, which is invariably Western in its origin. Missing is the possibility that externally based forces could also constitute the magma of the political. Such an absence reflects a governing supposition, rooted in modern political theory, that the context is formed by full territorial sovereignty. Quasi-sovereignty, in contrast, would be applicable to non-Western states. Jackson 1993. For the societies of Latin America, Africa, and Asia, the principles governing the constitution of their mode of political being were deeply molded by external penetration. Colonialism, for example, represented the imposition and installation of principles of the political that violated the bond between national sovereignty and the constitution of societal being. The framing of time, and the ordering of space, followed an externally imposed logic, the effects of which still resonate in the post-colonial period. The struggles to recover an autochthonous narrative of time and an indigenous ensemble of meanings for the territory of the nation have formed an essential part of post-independence politics. 11. In what were referred to as wars of national liberation, the struggle to breathe new life into the time-space nexus of independence lay at the core of the anti-imperialist movement. At the same time, however, it must be stressed that the struggles against imperialism in peripheral societies have always assumed a variety of forms, as witnessed in Latin America, where the meanings given to cultural imperialism by Sendero Luminoso in Peru contrast markedly to the Sandinista discourse of the 1980s or to today's Zapatistas in Chiapas, Mexico. Furthermore, of course, contemporary struggles to redefine the geopolitical take place in an era marked, as noted above, by the hegemony of neoliberal ideas. Examined broadly, neoliberal discourse not only enframes development in its notions of structural adjustment and good governance but reaches out and gives contemporary meaning to projects for democracy. This attempt to construct a global agenda has been specifically criticized by Bika Parek, who observes that to insist on the universality of liberal democracy is to impose on other countries systems of government unrelated to their skills and talents, reducing them to mimics, unable and unwilling to be true either to their tradition or, imported alien norms. He germanely adds that the cultural havoc caused by colonialism should alert us to the dangers of an overzealous imposition of liberal democracy. 1993, 168.12. Inside/outside and zones of resistance. In the above outline of the geopolitical, themes of power, culture, inside/outside, and movements intersect in a way that can be further developed, and the uprising in Chiapas can be taken as one particularly illustrative example of these kinds of intersections. In this context, it is possible to identify the interweaving of levels of analysis so that the global, the regional, and the local can be interpreted as deeply imbricated, with the notion of the borderization of the world underlining the fragility of settled spatial orders. The armed uprising of between 3,000 to 4,000 Indians in Chiapas on January 1, 1994, and the seizure of 7 towns was timed to coincide with Mexico's entry into the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, with the United States and Canada. One of the first communiques of the Ejército Zapatista de Liberación Nacional, EZLN, stated that NAFTA is a death certificate for the Indian peoples of Mexico, who are dispensable for the government of Carlos Salinas de Gortari, quoted in Harvey 1995, 39. The validity of this vision was subsequently captured in a leaked Chase Manhattan Bank memorandum for early 1995, which argued that the Mexican government will need to eliminate the Zapatistas to demonstrate their effective control of the national territory and of security policy. 13. Clearly, we have here a pivotal example of the importance of connecting inside with outside, of seeing the global and the local and regional as intimately intertwined rather than as separate and unconnected worlds. In an earlier analysis, EZLN Subcommandant Marcos described Chiapas in a regional/national/global context, outlining an approach that rekindled many previous dependentista arguments. In a language that evoked Eduardo Galeano's classic text, Marcos wrote, "Chiapas is bled through thousands of veins, through oil ducts and gas ducts, over electric wires, by railroad cars, through bank accounts, by trucks and vans, by ships and planes, over clandestine paths, third-rate roads, and mountain passes. 0 electric energy, cattle, money, coffee, bananas, honey, corn, cocoa, tobacco, sugar, soy, melons, sorghum, mamey, mangoes, tamarind, avocados and cayapan. Blood flows out through a 1001 fangs sunk into the neck of southeastern Mexico. Billions of tons of natural resources go through Mexican ports, railway stations, airports and road systems to various destinations, the United States, Canada, Holland, Germany, Italy, Japan, but all with the same destiny, to feed the empire. 14. The presence of a geopolitical imagination that fuses a variety of spatial arenas, the global, the national, the regional, and the local, is again strongly evident in an interview with the Zapatista subcommandant published in August 1995, from which 3 crucial observations can be highlighted. First, it is argued that current processes of globalization have the potential to break nation-states and to accentuate internal regional differentiations, as reflected in the divergence between the northern, central, and southeastern zones of Mexico. Second, with reference to questions of war, it is commented that political confrontation and the battle for ideas has acquired more significance than direct military power, echoing the Gramscian contrast between a war of position and a war of maneuver, and crucially foregrounding issues of cultural difference and conflict. And third, pivotal importance is given to the role of the means of communication. If a movement or a resistance can be made to appear dead or moribund, irrespective of the reality on the ground, this constitutes a greater threat than superior military strength. 15. It is in this situation that the use of email and the internet have assumed an alternative potential. See Utique, in this volume, for a related account. I have quoted at some length from one of the key Zapatista leaders in order to underscore the way the thinking within a resistance movement can reflect the interlocking nature of issues that resonate transnationally. Also, as researchers such as Dietz, 1995, Harvey, 1995, and Zermino, 1995, have reminded us, the Zapatista rebellion is anchored in a long regional history of social struggle and opposition, which provided with a deep political sustenance. Furthermore, its leadership expresses a respect for difference and plurality that displays a sharp contrast to previous revolutionary movements, and its recent 16 popular demands concerning land, housing, work, food, health, education, culture, information, independence, democracy, freedom, justice, peace, security, anti-corruption, and environmentalism have been articulated through an emphasis on dialogue and the recent organization of a Consulta Nacional. 16. The wave of massive support that initially greeted the Zapatista insurgency had both an urban and rural component. Moreover, as Gunther Dietz points out, 1995, 46, the new alliances of indigenous communities in Michoacán, Guerrero, Oaxaca, Veracruz, and Morelos convened regional assemblies in which the recourse to armed struggle was viewed with understanding, while it was added that the worsened situation of their own regions hardly differed from that leading to the insurrection in Chiapas. 17 The struggles for territorial autonomy, embodied in organizations such as the Independent Front of Indian Peoples (FIPI), and the Indigenous National Convention (CNI), contain both an ethnic and regional dimension that connect with the Chiapas rebellion and reinforce the overall growing significance of the cultural within the geopolitical. A symptomatic feature of the validation of culture in this context relates to the reassertion of indigenous languages, as reflected, for example, in the fact that the recent Manifesto of Aguas Blancas of the state of Guerrero's Popular Revolutionary Army was read in Spanish and the Nahuatl language. Latin America Press 28, number 26, July 11, 1996. In the example of the Zapatista resistance and its challenge to the existing institutional order, it is evident that our conceptualization of the geopolitical assumes two linked meanings if we remain within an internal realm. First, the Chiapas uprising and its condensation of deeply rooted social opposition can be seen as representing a radical questioning of the territorial functioning of the contemporary Mexican state. Its list of demands, and its prioritization of a radical democracy and a just society, have been articulated in a context of territory and power and have established bonds between the regional, the national, and the global. Second, the Zapatistas represent a movement that, through its naming, reconnects to one of the founding moments of the Mexican Revolution. In a continuing act of radical remembrance, it subversively reframes the themes of land, justice, and democracy. Through a process of reactivation of contested meanings, it presents itself as a moment of resistance that is both cultural and geopolitical. At the same time, the effects of globalization, and through NAFTA the bringing into question of national sovereignty, provide an example of an externally generated geopolitics that crucially impinges on the internal, so that the timing of the uprising and the trajectory of Zapatista discourse cannot be understood outside the interwoven webs of inside and outside. This point can be further elaborated in relation to issues of democracy, justice, and the impact of neoliberalism. At the beginning of 1996, the EZLN formed the Zapatista Front of National Liberation, FZLN, a civil and nonviolent organization, independent and democratic, Mexican and national, which struggles for democracy, liberty, and justice in Mexico. In the Fourth Declaration of the Lacandon Jungle, the Zapatistas called for a nation of many worlds and affirmed that democracy will come when the culture of the nation is refashioned from the perspective of indigenous peoples. At the same time, not only have the Zapatistas made common cause with many sectors of the Mexican population in their opposition to neoliberalism but, more notably, they have also extended their strategy to the international arena, calling for the convening of an intercontinental forum against neoliberalism. Meetings were planned for Berlin, Tokyo, an African city, Sydney, and Mexico City. A significant feature of the agenda was to organize a broadly based internationalist culture to counter the culture of neoliberalism. Invitees included all individuals, groups, collectives, movements, social, citizen and political organizations, neighborhood associations, cooperatives, all leftist groups, non-governmental organizations, groups in solidarity with the struggles of the peoples of the world, bands, tribes, intellectuals, musicians, workers, artists, teachers, peasants, cultural groups, youth movements, alternative media, ecologists, squatters, lesbians, homosexuals, feminists, pacifists, quoted in Udique, in this volume. Hence, the Zapatista struggle for democracy, justice, and national sovereignty is intimately linked with their opposition to neoliberalism and to NAFTA. They have made connections among the global, national, regional, and local and do not restrict their geopolitical vision to any one level of analysis or action. In a comparative sense, if we limit ourselves to the idea of an internal territorial domain, for example the inner ambits of the territorial state, I want to suggest that the questioning, disrupting, Destabilizing effects of the movements I have briefly referred to in this chapter can be thought of in terms of three modalities of the geopolitical. First, as strongly evidenced in the cases of Bolivia and Peru, there are regional movements that challenge the existing territorial power of the central state and call for a spatial extension and deepening of the democratic process. The fluidity and heterogeneity of these resistances, and in some instances their elusive transience, have led some investigators to belittle their effects in the real world of politics. Nevertheless, they continue to move, to challenge existing cultural patterns of centralized power, and to call into question many of our established modes of analysis. Point 18. Second, as described in the Mexican case, an armed uprising, a guerrilla movement that is regionally rooted but that is not confined to its region, can constitute another modality of the geopolitical that crosses borders between inside and outside, having effects in a connected series of spheres. This is only one example. Other guerrilla rebellions, such as the Sendero Luminoso movement in Peru, which was also regionally based but not limited to its original region, constructed a very different set of meanings and practices to confront centralized state power. Moreover, the 1980s also witnessed a series of guerrilla movements in Central America, where the territorial power of internal states was effectively fractured. Third, the growth in indigenous demands for territorial autonomy in a number of Latin American societies combines an interrogation of existing spatial ordering with a profound questioning of the founding of the state itself. Autonomy was the major demand of Mexico's indigenous peoples when they called for the creation of a national plural indigenous assembly for autonomy, claiming that for centuries the Mexican government has been trying to integrate them into a homogeneous nation that has never existed. Although the call for autonomy is not new to Latin America's indigenous peoples, who have always demanded the right to self-government, today it is a highly charged issue because it is viewed by central governments as a call for secession and the breakup of territorial states. Autonomy is contingent on indigenous peoples having the right to their traditional land. This issue has been a key stumbling block for centuries. Land, in the indigenous cosmovision, is the source and mother of life, and many argue strongly that a guarantee to territory and to environmental conservation is crucial for the economic and cultural continuity of indigenous peoples. Collinson, 1996. Land, territorial autonomy, and the reassertion of indigenous identities coalesce in ways that re-emphasize the close intersections between the cultural and the geopolitical. These three kinds of challenges to the territorial politics of the state are not to be seen as always separate, since the actual paths of struggle have sometimes overlapped. All three challenges represent the potential to undermine and weaken the solidity of contemporary political systems, and they have sometimes intersected with other social movements concerned with, for example, environmental and human rights issues. The intertwining of inside and outside has obviously varied among these movements, as have the degrees of connection between different kinds of struggle within the same society. Archipelagos of resistance, where linkages may be tenuous, intermittent, or broken, would be a more accurate depiction of the situation than the notion of territorial coalitions. Knowledge and movements. Some concluding remarks. In times of acute political turbulence and precarious affinities, the placing of social movements has become increasingly problematic. Calderon, 1995, 122, writes of the heterogeneous, plural, multiple nature of social movements, which he thinks may well be provoking a break in the totalizing, excluding, singular conceptualizations of Latin American destiny that have prevailed for so long. In those small, everyday, cultural spaces of resistance, it may be possible to discern the emergence of collectivist values and the social forms of self-government and solidarity, the seeds perhaps of continuing oppositions and the reconstruction of historical subjects. Our optimism of the will encourages us to agree with Calderon, whereas our realism of the intellect leads us, as it does his own analysis, to emphasize that there is great diversity and unpredictability. Moreover, within the diversity, as a number of authors have shown, there can be conflict, dissonance, and the absence of democracy. See, for example, Rubin, in this volume. See also Hellman, 1994. The development of a series of detailed case studies on particular social movements has demonstrated the complexity of the issues involved in any characterization of the political trajectory of oppositional imaginations. In this context, Ortner's recent observations on the need to avoid any romanticization of politics and to stress the importance of culturally thick portrayals of subjectivity are particularly apposite, 1995. It is here too that the role of the observer, researcher, academic is rather central. There are those who have been chided for romantically listening to the movements, while conversely others have been criticized for remaining trapped in the well-worn grooves of class analysis. Increasingly, more questions have been posed concerning the applicability of Western-based social theories to non-Western contexts. It is certainly the case that much of the Western discussion of social movements has proceeded as if such phenomena have rarely surfaced in the societies of the South. But not only is the object of knowledge confined to a Western or Northern terrain, the agents of knowledge are also predominantly of Occidental origin. The prevailing regime of representation is Euro-Americanist, whereby the underlying assumption is that knowledge, and in particular theoretical knowledge, is a Western property. The category Euro-Americanist is itself symptomatic of the problem of subsuming the Americas under the heading America, and the modified Euro-North Americanist, leaving aside its cumbersome quality, still raises the question of the difference between Canada and the United States. In relation to my argument in this chapter, what is specifically significant here is the way in which the inside/outside thematic connects with questions of knowledge, culture, and representation. If, as Sonia Alvarez, Evelina Dagnino, and Arturo Escobar propose in their introduction to this volume, we are to think anew cultural studies of the Americas, a project that would recognize the infinite complexities of such a fractal structure with manifold political cultures. This invites us to consider the way we imagine different worlds and construct new analytical meanings. Often absent in investigations of movements and mobilizations has been the continuing impact of the power over other societies, the effects of invasive discourses of control and reordering. The project of neoliberal globalization represents the most recent of such discourses and contains the attempted subordination of different modes of thought and interpretation. The alternative development of critical knowledge incites the crossing of borders and the connecting of inside and outside, but it does so in a frame that requires recognition and reciprocity and in a context that transcends containment. Such a development should not be seen as offering an uncontaminated, authentic alternative but perhaps a further reflection of the need for hybridity in thought and analysis. One of our future challenges is to combine the insights to be gained from the hybridization of knowledges with a continuing interrogation of the multiple forms of power and resistance. Part 4. Theoretical and methodological reflections on the cultural and the political in Latin American social movements. Chapter 16. Toward a culture of participation and citizenship, challenges for a more equitable world. Elizabeth Jellin. In the 1970s and 1980s, the emergence of new forms of collective action in Latin America coincided with military dictatorships that closed down the institutional channels for the expression of social demands, denied political parties their right to act freely, repressed labor unions and other popular organizations, and transformed state agencies into entities unresponsive to the demands of the population. For analysts and researchers, the issue then became whether these forms of collective action were a genuinely new phenomenon or only a temporary response to the closing of institutionalized channels of participation. The intellectual enthusiasm generated by the new forms of collective expression in the 1980s is now a thing of the past. Democratization implied giving priority to political parties and making a renewed commitment to institution building, a trend that emphasized the construction of institutions within the political system, guided by the logic of governability. This effort often clashes with the less institutionalized collective means of expressing old and new social demands, and even with the more participatory pressures in the process of democratization. At the same time, neoliberalism and the expansion of a market-oriented economy tend to weaken the basis of collective action and movements. In fact, adjustment policies and economic restructuring postpone social demands and exclude social justice and equity from the priorities of the political agenda. In this context, one could expect an eclipse of collective action and a halt in the emergence and symbolic strengthening of the identities of new collective actors. Yet the scenario is much more complex. Let me begin with a basic factual reality. Of all regions of the world, Latin America has the most inequitable income distribution. And more, polarization and economic inequality are increasing, in spite of the substantial political democratization that took place during the 1980s and in spite of some indications of economic growth, however uneven and discontinuous, in several countries. Reality is paradoxical: economic growth, formal democracy, and increasing inequality, and therefore growing poverty, seem an unlikely combination of outcomes. Something must be wrong, in either one or another of these dimensions. What follows are some reflections about the relationship between social movements, democracy, and inequality, based on the realities of Latin America in the 1990s. Democracy and inequality, polarization, fragmentation, marginality. The issue is a classic one: can political democracy be instituted without guaranteeing a basic minimum level of economic well-being? Are basic economic rights part of the contents of basic human rights? Can people enjoy their civil and political rights if they do not have access to the basic conditions, the absence of hunger and pain and access to relevant information, that ensure the possibility of exercising such rights? This theme concerns more than the relationship between political democracy and economic dimensions such as equity and growth. It is a key aspect of the conditions that are required for the emergence of individual and collective self-reflective subjects of rights. The theoretical and ideological debate about the nature of rights and the definition of human rights, particularly whether human rights include socio-economic rights, tends to obscure one central question: what is the limit? Is there a threshold of humanity? What are the minimum qualifications that human beings, defined as a biological species, must meet to qualify as human social subjects? Obviously, mere physical survival is such a condition. Hunger, physical pain, torture and bodily injury, and extreme victimization transform the human subject into a body, annihilating its cultural dimension. At another level, the human condition involves a sense of belonging to a political community. The fundamental deprivation of human rights is manifested first and above all in the deprivation of a place in the world, a political space which makes opinions significant, and actions effective. We became aware of the right to have rights, and a right to belong to some kind of organized community, only when millions of people emerged who had lost and could not regain those rights because of the new global situation. Man, as it turns out, can lose all so-called rights of man without losing his essential quality as man, his human dignity. Only the loss of a polity expels him from humanity. Arendt 1949, quoted in Young Bruel 1982, 257. The sense of belonging and the possibility of interaction lie at the core of humanity. In other words, human society exists when there exists the other and a public sphere of interaction. In this light, faced with extreme poverty, how can we be sure that we are still within the realm of humanity? Isn't extreme poverty a sign of dehumanization? Exclusion and indigence lie at the opposite edge of democracy, implying the denial of fundamental rights. It is the contrary of social actors and scenarios. The excluded are outside society, or are simply considered non-existent. The data on poverty and exclusion in Latin America are well known. The fact is that democratization with adjustment is leaving out masses of people. This does not seem to be a passing, frictional phenomenon but rather part and parcel of a process of structural marginalization. This poses a puzzle, defined as outsiders by the powerful. Subordinate peoples, even slaves, have always been part of the political and social community. Historically, they have gained access to public socio-political space through their struggles. Yet social struggles involve collective actors and resources, which are absent in cases of extreme poverty and exclusion. No social movement of the oppressed can grow without having first gained a minimum of access and a minimum of humanity, in the sense of belonging to a community and of a self-reflexive capacity involved in identity building. A first response among the excluded, then, is apathy and passivity, the isolation and loneliness of misery, the lack of social ties among hungry people. History and anthropology have documented the everyday forms of protest and boycott of subordinate groups. When power relations are extremely hierarchical and asymmetrical, subordinate people develop hidden forms of action, alternative social spaces where they can express their dissidence. In such spaces, in the backyards and alleys, in the invisible shapes and shadows, in what Scott, 1992, calls hidden transcripts, a sense of dignity and autonomy vis-a-vis domination and power is constructed and sheltered. These are the protoforms of politics, the infrapolitics of the powerless, through which dignity and a sense of community are constructed. In fact, such practices show some degree of autonomy and reflexive capacity. Insofar as these are hidden practices, it becomes difficult to recognize them and distinguish them from apathy and subservience, until they become more explicit, when the process of transformation into collective movements is underway, that is, when the process of formation of social actors and movements is already taking place. Both the human rights movement during the dictatorships and the feminist movement during the last 2 decades evolved in part in this way as outcomes of what initially were resistance practices. Something similar happened in the initial stages of the labor movement, of the anti-slave movements, of the movements of indigenous groups and peasants, all of which have a rich tradition in Latin America. In all these cases, boycotts and hidden resistances converged with ideologically driven liberating proposals, creating collective movements with a clear presence in the public space. Many other proto-movements remained in the backyards and graveyards of history. During the dictatorships of the 1960s and 1970s, many activities of political opposition had the character of resistance practices. Insofar as political opposition was multi-class, economic survival was not an issue, at least for part of the opposition movement. Practices of resistance to dictatorship easily turned into political acts. Or rather, resistance was, from the very beginning, a political act. Under authoritarianism, the logic of domination was clear, the lines of the us and the they could be drawn easily. There was no pretense of inclusion of the other. Yet the transparent nature of political opposition obscured and veiled the other face of domination, poverty and economic violations of rights. Transition to democracy brings confusion and bewilderment. A new space opens up for democratic discourse, for elections and participation. While democratic discourse becomes hegemonic, the reality of economic relations is in contradiction to it. Indeed, there is a double discourse, a discourse of participation and a non-discourse of economic exclusion. Under such conditions, the historically constructed threshold of humanity is threatened. Marginalized and excluded people may then refuse to accept the rules of the democratic game, or accept them only partially. Their response may then become social violence. The economically excluded do not become individual or collective subjects in the newly emerging public and political sphere. They may resist and protest, living under different rules, the rules of violence. Their limited energies and resources are not geared to integration, acting out instead of participating. At times, this is manifest in forms of communitarian resistance. There are other forms of violence that do not involve the economically excluded. On the one hand, violence is generated by those who do not accept democratic rules for personal or group interests, such as drug trafficking and corruption. On the other hand, it is generated by the totalitarian rejection of the right of others to participate in the public sphere, with attempts to annihilate the other. State terrorism and racist violence do not disappear magically with the political transition to democratically elected governments. The processes of impoverishment and exclusion, and their consequences in hampering the formation of social movements ready to initiate conflicts in terms of societal tensions and social relations, create the conditions for the emergence of racism. Downwardly mobile social sectors live with the threat of those who are below them. Immigrants, blacks, elites define social problems in racial terms. It is foreigners who create problems, as a way to disguise their own domination and class exclusion. Weaverke 1992. Often, violence is understood as a last resource when words and dialogue become impossible. It can also be conceived as a form of discourse, as an extreme way of talking, as a language of expression of conflict and social relations, in an attempt to participate in the definition of the political scenario. In such cases, the Ejercito Zapatista de Liberación Nacional, or EZLN, is perhaps the latest and clearest case. Violence is the voice of a collective actor with a strong sense of identity, resorting to a political discourse that forces itself upon the powerful. In this way, the actor gains its place in the theater of the socio-political game. A real breakthrough in the handling of social and political conflict will take place if and when, heard and recognized by others, the discourse of violence is transformed into a discourse of dialogue and negotiation, and when the powerful learn to listen to other languages before messages are translated into the discourse of violent action. Accepting the line of reasoning just presented has significant implications for the emerging democracies. Political democratization does not automatically produce a strengthened civil society, a culture of citizenship, and a sense of social responsibility. In fact, the vitality of civil society requires that people not fall below the thresholds that mark the possibility of their participation in the political community. One can be a non-participant in the community either through exclusion or through choice, by engaging in alternative, unlawful channels. At the same time and in a circular way, the vitality of civil society becomes the guarantee for the functioning of political democracy. Actors and spokespersons, social movements and NGOs in the 1990s. The circumstances of social actors around the world has profoundly changed during the last 2 decades. Until the 1970s, the primacy of the political system was undisputed. Political parties, elections, and revolutionary wars were the strategies for change. The state was at the center, and the question was how to gain state power. Even traditional corporatist actors, entrepreneurs and the labor movement, the military, and the clergy, were looked at in terms of their capacity to intervene in the political space of the state. Other actors were weak. Social demands were put directly to the state, and what was left outside, spaces for sociability and local cultural reinforcement, was less important. Internationally, states were also the central actors and agents. Numerous international conventions and pacts were promoted and ratified by democratic governments. Society had little room in these accords, there was limited societal space. Underneath this reality, however, something different, something hidden and muddled, was boiling. In 1975, the world witnessed with astonishment the ferment of women in Mexico, at the time of the International Conference on Women in Mexico City. The action was not in the intergovernmental conference but outside, in the multiplicity of events and proposals with which the international women's movement was challenging the official conference. Since then, this pattern of parallel activities has become a widespread practice, and the power of non-governmental social organizations started to grow. At the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, UNST, in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, at the Human Rights Conference in Vienna in 1993, and at conferences in Copenhagen, Cairo, and Beijing in 1995, the struggle of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, is not for the right to have a forum but for the incorporation of the demands and voices of the parallel forums in the official proceedings and resolutions. The international visibility and recognition of NGOs is an indication of broader organizational and institutional changes. Since the 1970s, new forms of interest expression emerge in the public sphere. They direct their claims to the state, yet do not act through political parties. This was understandable under dictatorial regimes, when political parties had very limited room for action. Social movements could then emerge as forces in opposition to dictatorship, and they became significant actors in the transitions to democracy in many countries. Often they actually were collective actions with quite specific and limited objectives and demands. 1 During the transition to democracy, some urban movements became institutionalized social actors, especially at the level of local governments. There are now many places that provide spaces for the expression of citizens' demands, for citizens' control and monitoring of municipal administration, and for joint participation of social organizations and local government in city management, Razinski and Serrano 1992. Other social movements followed different paths during the 1980s. Several demands of the women's and human rights movements were incorporated into the social and political agendas of the transition. Thus, the critical stands of the feminist movement penetrated state bureaucracies, labor unions, business organizations, and even the church. The debate on issues of gender discrimination, the logic of equality and equity, and discussions about judicial reform including political and social recognition of violations of women's rights such as domestic violence, although not yet marital rape, has taken root in Latin American societies. Even the issue of reproductive rights is openly debated in the region. Also, insofar as the human rights discourse has been adopted by large sectors of society and is no longer limited to a small group of militants and activists, the very definition of success or failure of a social movement comes into question. Indeed, both the women's and the human rights movements weakened during the transition. There were internal conflicts over strategies between those who wanted to participate in the power structure of the state and those who were inclined to maintain the autonomy of the movement, even at the cost of remaining outside the loci of power. 2 At the same time, the issues raised by these movements expanded significantly and became generalized in the population, which is a clear indication of success. As a result, new themes were absorbed and appropriated by society at large, but the organizations became weak and conflict-ridden. In more general terms, when the new social movements started to gain visibility nationally and locally, the question that generated interest and attention referred to the future of the links between the new demands and the political system. Would the movements be able to maintain their autonomy? Would they ultimately be co-opted by political parties and the political system? Would their demands be appropriated by existing political and social institutions? Clearly, the links between social movements and political institutions are extremely unstable. What is clear is that they are more permanent and have stronger roots than what their role as instrumental alternatives to political parties during the time of the authoritarian regimes would have anticipated. In spite of the heterogeneity of the current scenarios, some significant trends, anchored in transnational processes, can be detected. At the world level, the growth of international solidarity networks, geared to intervene in situations of economic exclusion and political oppression in the South, and increasingly in Eastern Europe, was astonishing. Although some of these networks are highly asymmetrical, North American and European donors define the targets and select the recipients and channels of aid to the South, others are starting to evidence greater reciprocity and symmetry, not in terms of the flow of resources but in ideas and priorities. This is clearly so in the area of human rights and women. The environmental movement is younger but is hopefully moving in the same direction. In Latin America, the collective protests and localized movements that prevailed 2 decades ago began to change, turning into formal organizations, the so-called third sector, different from the state and from the market, composed of private non-profit organizations, self-managed, geared to intervene in favor of discriminated and dispossessed social sectors, Schurer Warren 1993, Fernandez 1994. Structurally, these organizations are intermediaries and are related to each other through networks. At the local and national levels, they are becoming the mediators between the excluded and the state, between international movements and organizations, and local demands, between international cooperation and the final recipients of aid. These networks, both nationally and internationally, have a substantial organizational structure, following their own rules. They are increasingly recognized as legitimate organizations by governmental agencies. In some countries, NGOs are even selected by international programs as channels for the transfer of resources, preferring them over governmental agencies in recipient countries. In that vein, local and national NGOs, and their international links, through the formation of a class of professional staff members and voluntary workers, are becoming a major actor in the arena of social issues and processes. 3. The density of organizations and the presence of international aid organizations vary among countries. They are more visible and have more impact in smaller countries. In bigger and more developed countries, international cooperation has less economic and political weight, and local NGOs constitute only one of the organizational forms of civil society. Their dynamism and strength depends then on how the state, political parties, and other organizations relate to each other and how they define the space for NGOs. In the 1990s, given the prevalence of neoliberal economic policies that curtail the scope of welfare and social policies, the actual role of NGOs is increasing. They are becoming intermediaries between the dispossessed and the state, and they act to compensate or fill the vacuum left by the curtailment of state services. While assuming the role of representing the voiceless, they become spokespersons, at times authorized voices, at times, self-appointed, of victims, of human rights violations under dictatorial regimes, of economic exclusion in dictatorships and democracies, of discrimination against minorities, of alienation and expropriation of natural resources, of pollution, and so on, representing these victims vis-a-vis the power structure. At times, these processes are part of the democratizing movements. At other times, they reproduce patriarchal, populist, or authoritarian forms of relationship between subordinate and powerful sectors of society. Thus, as is the case with most social organizations, the nature of social movements and of NGOs is quite heterogeneous. They not only vary in their aims and ideological commitments, but they also vary in the degree of grassroots participation, in their degree of centralization, in their democratic or authoritarian practices. Cases of authoritarian technocracy on behalf of the poor, "we know what is good for you and will make sure that you comply," are innumerable. I must introduce a word of caution and concern. Within the hegemonic neoliberal discourse, including that of the international financial community, in which the state is subsidiary and should be as small as possible, this third sector is put forth as a model, as the basic road to strengthening civil society. I see a big danger in identifying this third sector with civil society, a conceptual danger, but with significant political and ethical implications. The fact is that NGOs and private yet public organizations do not have a built-in mechanism of accountability. They do not have a constituency or membership composed of their sovereign citizens. They are financially accountable to those who provide funds and to their own ideology and consciousness, hopefully, but only hopefully, based on good values, solidarity, compassion, and commitment. Given this relative absence of institutional and societal accountability, there is always the danger of arbitrary action, of manipulation, of lack of transparency in objectives and practices. There is also a concern with rationality and efficiency. Given the scarcity of resources, are these organizations the most efficient way to handle social development issues? Although in general this is not the case, NGOs are in fact playing a major role in the processes of democratization. I want to call attention to this built-in structural difficulty. Nobody obliges NGOs to guide their activities according to democratic and participatory principles, and no sovereign body, including the final beneficiaries, has the right to define the agenda of NGOs. This implies that the state cannot and should not renounce its function and obligation to promote citizenship rights and participation. And social movements and collective participatory action on the part of societal movements cannot be totally institutionalized, be it through state-oriented channels or through concerned NGOs. Social movements at the turn of the century. In a medium-term perspective on Latin America, the social demands expressed in collective movements have changed their profile. The labor movement and peasant movements, at their peak, forwarded projects for total societal transformation, Calderón and Gellin 1986. Since the 1970s, with the end of the developmental model of import substitution and the expansion of authoritarian political regimes, the space and scope of social movements has been changing. The heterogeneity and multiplicity of actors and meanings has become more visible, grievances have become more specific, the identity of social movements, Evers 1984, has begun to surface, the patterns of everyday life have become the focus of attention. What attracted the attention of analysts was that these specific and very concrete everyday concerns and demands often became major challenges to the basic principles of social and political organization. Calderón 1986, Escobar and Alvarez 1992. These were highly heterogeneous and diversified movements, which combined the logic of collective identity at the symbolic level with specific instrumental interests and demands. Recent transformations and current processes marked by the transition to democracy and to an open market economy point to new changes, to still more diversified patterns, to multiple meanings, to fragmentation. One can hear very often the argument that links apathy and the weakening of the social bond to individualistic market economies. But, this is not a lineal and total process. There is room for other expressions and other meanings, for collective actors who are searching for their identities and struggling for their legitimate space in the socio-political scenario, indigenous groups, youths, women, and ethnic and racial minorities. Themes and issues also continue to attract and convene: human rights, the environment, poverty, and exclusion. In this new context, social actors and movements have a double role. On the one hand, they are collective systems of reciprocal recognition, expressing old and new collective identities, with important cultural and symbolic components. On the other hand, they are nonpartisan political intermediaries who bring the needs and demands of unarticulated voices to the public sphere, linking them to state institutions. The expressive role in the construction and collective identities and social recognition, and the instrumental role that challenges the existing institutional arrangements, are both essential for the vitality of democracy. Rather than interpreting the inability shown by political parties and formal institutions to co-opt them as a weakness of democracy, social movements and nonpartisan organizations should be seen as a way to ensure a dynamic democracy, one that includes a self-contained device for expanding its own frontiers. Chapter 17. Final comments: Challenges to Cultural Studies in Latin America. Paulo J. Krishka. Many scholars and activists in Latin America have tended to consider some leading contemporary trends, such as globalization and neoliberalism, as general blueprints that do not require detailed research of local political conditions before being applied. Social actors and movements were then structurally considered as the necessary opponents of national and international oppression. The authors of this book take a different stand on these issues. They certainly recognize that those general trends are common and indeed dominant in the Latin American countries, with a host of negative effects on the polity and the society. However, they do not posit social movements as the bearers of structural resistance and national emancipation from international domination. They prefer to look at the unfolding of a nonlinear cultural process of social and political change in which ambiguity is a key word. Udique, Schild, Alvarez, Rubin. The book portrays social actors as the subjects and interpreters responsible for the meanings and the political relevance of their actions, in their specific national contexts. In fact, trends toward globalization can only be properly understood in their effects on social movements at the local and national levels, as the chapters by Udique, and by Grosso, Rosero, and Escobar, clearly demonstrate. One obvious reason for this is that there are not, as yet, international power structures capable of replacing, in Latin America, the national states as the loci of political life in spite of the growing importance of regional cooperation and worldwide communications. Ribeiro. Therefore, the authors of this book rightly emphasize the importance of national specifications in order to evaluate the impact of general international trends on social movements. Jelen. Of course, there is always an expectation that national differences and social diversity may be gauged through a comparative outlook, and this book selects a cultural studies approach as its focus of analysis. Introduction. The contributions of this book are conceived as cultural studies mainly to emphasize that the cultural politics of social movements enacts cultural contestations or presupposes cultural difference. Introduction. The editors of the book maintain that cultural politics is inactive and relational, when movements deploy alternative conceptions of woman, nature, race, economy, democracy, or citizenship that unsettle dominant cultural meanings. This is an innovative approach, which firmly questions the objectifying trends of previous studies on political modernization and political development that imposed rigid westernizing categories on comparative research, such as the civic culture of advanced Western democracies. Moreover, this cultural focus is firmly grounded methodologically, through an openness to the meanings and ends social actors attribute to their actions. It thus takes a definite stance for the political emancipation of Latin American subaltern counterpublics. Introduction. One may hope that this new focus on cultural studies will be evaluated in the years to come in the same vein as studies by British counterparts, particularly Stuart Hall and his associates, who were assessed by an inner participant in a, not unsympathetic but often very rigorous, comprehensive overview. Gramscian work has opened a number of areas to critical inspection in a novel and interesting way. It has been responsible for the emergence of a critical sociology of culture and for the politicization of culture, and these developments have generated very successful academic programs of research and course construction. However, there are also a number of tendencies towards closure in Gramscianism too. Harris 1992, 195, 1. The new cultural approach to Latin American social movements certainly learned from previous cultural studies in Great Britain and elsewhere to avoid the trends toward closure. Perhaps this is the reason why hegemony, that fashionable floating signifier, Harris 1992, 44, is ruled out by the book's editors in the introduction because dominant political cultures in Latin America with perhaps a few short-lived exceptions cannot be seen as examples of hegemonic orderings of society. To be certain, this book's approach to cultural politics introduces an understanding of the polity that is more open-ended and sophisticated than the interpretation of politics made by most previous studies of social movements in Latin America. Previous studies have usually relied on a rigid dichotomy between civil society and the state, which was certainly relevant during the times of authoritarian military rule. This book's authors introduce a more flexible and nuanced understanding of politics. The essays by Cunha, Schild, Rubin, and Jelen emphasize, in turn, the ambiguities and nonlinear development of the relations between social movements and the state, in different historical contexts. All the book's essays also take into account national institutional change, constitutional democratization, and/or related transformations of the political structures. Slater even introduces a useful distinction between politics and the political in order to emphasize the specific political dimension of social movements. These contributions go far beyond the usual binary polarization between civil society and government that was sustained by many previous studies of social movements in Latin America. Alvarez, Dagnano, Jelen, Baal, and the book's general editors developed the concept of the public sphere as an extension or expansion of institutional politics outside the boundaries of government. These are important conceptual innovations, which improve our understanding of the political relevance of social actors and movements. The next step in this revalorization of politics, for the study of social movements, will be the recognition that an interpretation of both social and political democratization entails the adoption of a comparative scale to gauge political development. Again, this contentious word. I realize that cultural studies has a certain, and perhaps justified, resistance to words that imply quantifying, objectifying, or linear geometrical comparing and that take the conventions of the advanced Western countries as their benchmark. But I do not imply that one should return to the modernization illusions of the 1950s and 1960s or even to the outmoded Gramscian theorems of socio-political organization, typical of early 20th century strategic approaches, held by both the left and the right. What I have in mind is Kohlberg's and Jürgen Habermas's moral/cognitive development and its correspondence in socio-political democratization, Habermas 1987, which I have proposed elsewhere as a viable approach to the study of social movements during Latin American democratization, Krischke 1993. My point here is that the establishment of formal democratic rights in post-authoritarian regimes has allowed an expansion of the public sphere beyond the frontiers of government whereby social actors and movements are acquiring, and developing, new strategies, identities, and, a civic culture. In short, there is a process of social learning of democratic rights that may be assessed cross-culturally in specific political contexts, Krishka 1990, through the famous stages of moral cognitive development. See Chilton 1990 for a methodological approach adopted in this research. See also Krishka forthcoming, point 2. Of course, post-structuralists also put up much resistance to approaches that emphasize institutional analysis or any kind of development that is not granted by articulatory practices. This may be due to post-structuralism's linguistic turn, conceived by some as a radical epistemic break between discourses and normatively grounded institutional analyses. David Harris provided a sharp, though somewhat one-sided, account of related influences of post-Marxism on British cultural studies. First, post-Marxism diffuses and dilutes politics to mean almost any antagonism. Second, a linked, theoretical void lies at the heart of discourse theory, seen best in its attempt to reject all kinds of essentialism. Third, the notion of articulation is also incoherent. The issue is whether the connection between the elements in an articulatory practice are merely contingent or somehow necessary. 1992, 34. This book's introduction carefully avoids any lapse into discourse radicalism. Nevertheless, much work is yet to be done to clarify how the articulations between social practices and discourses of subaltern counterpublics can influence democratic institutionalization in Latin America. James Bowman has suggested that Habermas's definition of democracy as an institutionalization of discourses implies that discourses are institutionalized to the extent that a social setting is created that permits collective, post-conventional agreements which, in turn, create whatever shared structures actors may have. Habermas 1979, 74. Democracy is thus seen as a practical hypothesis describing how a collective will may be formed in public processes of deliberation and not as a restrictive and exclusionary institutionalization of the public sphere, as the authors of this book's introduction have suggested, for democratic institutions are the loci where a collective will ties the development of social systems to control through a politically effective institutionalization of discourse. Habermas 1973, 398. To be sure, Latin American democratic institutions are more distant from this practical hypothesis than those institutions of advanced Western democracies studied by Habermas. However, they are also the institutionalization of discourses that are striving to establish and expand democracy as part of a process of social evolution. In this sense, it is worth remembering that Habermas's theory of social evolution is guided by two basic tenets. The first is that learning is the basic evolutionary mechanism in culture. The second is that homologous patterns exist on ontogenetic and phylogenetic levels for the cognitive development of individuals and of societies. Habermas 1979, 99, 205. Moreover, Habermas's theory is multidimensional so as to include a cognitive dimension, the development of worldviews, a moral dimension, the development of moral and legal constructs, and a subjective dimension, the development of more complex personality structures and identities. It is not possible to dwell here on the specifics of a research program on moral/cognitive development in Latin America. In any case, this is only one example of the kinds of proposals that may enhance the effectiveness of cultural politics in tackling personal, social, and political democratization from an overall perspective. However, it has the merit of facing another methodological problem seldom considered by previous studies on social movements in Latin America, the issue of the unit of analysis. This issue has been especially debated outside Latin America under the rubric of reductionism or methodological individualism, cf. Levine, Saber, and Wright 1987, Birnbaum and Lecca 1990, and studies in North America on resource mobilization have raised it since the influential work of Olson, 1965, on the logic of collective action. Some of this book's authors have indirectly addressed the issue, in terms of a new concept of citizenship, example Pauli and Tells, Dagnano. Pauli and Tells perceive it as a notion of citizenship that differentiates itself from the liberal conception and is conceived as an active collective participation in dialogue and negotiation related to the whole of society and its inequities. Dagnano defines this collective citizenship as the constitution of active social subjects, political agents. All the book's authors seem to endorse social conceptions of citizenship, in some cases side by side with the more conventional interpretation of citizenship as the individual exercise of basic civil, political, and social rights. This definition of social participation as a form of collective citizenship is certainly relevant and accompanies the reappraisal and expansion of the political sphere already noted above. Moreover, the inactive and relational approach that this book takes to cultural politics goes far beyond the monological analyses of individual and social actors held by most previous studies on social movements. Nevertheless, a comprehensive debate on overall democratization is still wanted in comparative studies. And the new emphasis on collective citizenship runs the risk of simply renaming an old bias of previous studies of Latin American social movements, namely their refusal to integrate the personal and the individual into their focus of analysis. This refusal has often been justified as an opposition to egocentric interests, the focus of rational choice and methodological individualism, though Elster, Birnbaum and Lecca, Levine, Saber and Wright, and others have, from different points of view, rejected this criticism. Whatever the merits of this debate, it would be ironic if a line of cultural studies that intends to underlay the subjective dimension of social and political democratization, among other cultural aspects of politics, forgets the individual interests and personal motivations that drive people into social and political participation. In fact, we must come to terms with the fact that social actors and movements are composed of individuals. And most previous studies of social movements in Latin America have tended, in an opposite direction, to attribute to social actors the characteristics of personalities and individuals, thus reifying or essentializing their actions and orientations. This lapse may be similar to previous Marxist conceptualizations of social classes, Cowrick 1995. The post-structuralist focus of this book is capable of identifying many peculiarities and diversities within social groups and movements, according to gender, age, and race. For example, Warren argues against the unified Marxist anti-capitalist paradigm in its approach to indigenous groups, Cunha argues similarly about black movements in Brazil, and the introduction mentions some related positive advancements in studies of resource mobilization in the United States. But more should be done to account for individual and personal differences within Latin American social groups and movements. A research approach to cognitive moral development and its correspondence in the socio-political and normative spheres could provide such a comparative standpoint on overall democratization. Finally, I would like to mention another relevant contribution of these new cultural studies on social movements in Latin America. In this volume, Ribeiro, Udique, and Cunha stress the importance of the imaginary, of myth and utopia, for the cultural life of social movements. Would it not also be important to introduce ambiguity into the sphere of the imaginary? In this sense, Pauli and tells a suggestion, to look at present social conflicts and negotiations in Brazil as part of a social contract that is being worked out through the expansion of the public sphere, is valuable. This kind of concrete utopia has the advantage of being amenable to empirical analysis through an evaluation of its outcomes. Contract relations may be considered an operative myth or utopia that offers and produces specific results, which may partly actualize the hope of equity implied by the ideal of contract. Cf. Rawls 1993 for the debates on Rawlsian neocontractarian analysis. Both Bowman, 1990, and Benhabib and Cornell, 1987, have shown, in different ways, that the generalized other of the contractarian utopia's equity has to take into account the inequalities and diversities of every concrete other, thus correcting Rawls and Kohlberg from a Habermasian perspective on communicative action. The focus on contract relations may thus enhance our understanding of Latin American democratization in the context of non-liberal or hierarchical societies, Rawls 1993. For this focus provides one of the idioscapes, Udique, in this volume, or material processes through which imagined communities interact. Therefore, one may hope that these pioneer cultural studies on Latin American social movements will encourage new groundwork toward the understanding that democracy is possible, for it is already being built, right in the midst of outrageous social inequity and other forms of political oppression. Chapter 18. Third World or Planetary Conflicts. Alberto Melucci. A Prologue on Culture, Politics, and Domination. A book on social movements and culture in Latin America is in itself an event worth noting, a visible sign of the change in the social and political climate that has taken place over the last 10 years in Latin America. Only a few years ago, a book in the English language that included various North American authors and that issued from a project partially funded by the Rockefeller Foundation would have been considered one of the many efforts made by international capitalism to impose its economic power and cultural manipulation in a disguised form. Moreover, a book addressing the theme of social movements as a scientific subject and not just as a flag for revolutionary militancy is also a sign of a new relationship between collective action, culture, and politics in Latin America. Over the last decade, the theme of democracy has acquired a centrality in scientific and political debate that cannot be ignored in the substantive sense because it highlights the democratization of politics and the guaranteeing of rights as the crucial condition for the non-subordinate inclusion of Latin America in ongoing global processes, and in the symbolic sense because it signals that analysis of the forms assumed by democracy must necessarily address the cultural dimension of social conflicts and movements. This book is therefore already indicative that a public arena has opened up in Latin America for debate on democracy that goes beyond its institutional forms and strikes at the roots of the relationship between society, culture, and politics. However, while recognizing the importance of the changed socio-political context in which this book is located, it is also important to point out the limitations of a debate that concentrates exclusively on the political dimension of democratization processes. Together with the rest of the world, Latin America is caught up in changes that invest the profound structures of social and cultural life, the severity of economic problems, the magnitude of inequalities, and the still marked restriction of fundamental civil and political rights should not induce us to forget the impact of the global processes now affecting the continent. This creates unprecedented problems that overlap and interweave with other problems that are better known and more widely debated in Latin America today. If attention is focused solely on the theme of democracy, which seems to have taken the place of other themes predominant in previous decades, like class differences, inequality, and revolution, we may lose sight of the fact that new forms of domination and exploitation add themselves to older forms still unresolved and still so dramatically evident in various Latin American societies. Today, the problem of how to deal with cultural power and cultural differences is an issue constantly subsumed by any reflection on contemporary social movements, especially because collective action today has a great deal to do with the ways in which we name the world. Who are the actors deciding the language used to name reality and choosing the codes that organize it? This is the central issue of power and conflict in a society in which information is becoming the core resource of social life. It applies to the first, the second, the third, and the nth worlds. The distinction between these divisions grows increasingly blurred, and we no longer know where to plot the boundaries. In a globalized world system, society has become a whole, a planetary society. The various forms assumed by power and social conflict affect this planetary space in its entirety, albeit in different ways in different parts of the world and, as regards different social groups, with disequilibria and inequalities that I shall discuss below. Today, it is this planetary space that frames every discussion of collective action and social movements. The meaning of collective action. When discussing social movements, we refer to highly heterogeneous phenomena that are investigated from various points of view. A first important theoretical step is to acknowledge that every definition is a map and as such is closely conditioned by the eye and hand of its draftsman. In the case of social movements in particular, it is necessary to move from a historical empirical view to an analytic interpretation in the awareness, that is to say, of the fact that every definition constructs its own object, and that certain dimensions or certain features of the phenomena observed are selected according to the analytical point of view adopted by the observer and according to the questions that the observer asks. Collective action is a terrain of passions, commitments, and alignments. We almost always find ourselves ranged on one side or the other, and this makes it all the more necessary to adopt an analytical point of view that breaks the empirical unity of phenomena down into its components. In everyday usage, the term movement has come to coincide with anything that moves in collective form in a social environment. The empirical phenomena that we observe are never homogeneous entities, and the work of analytic decomposition forces us to abandon the romantic idea of movements and accept that collective phenomena are made up of multiple motivations, relations, and orientations. Their origins and outcomes are equally heterogeneous, and it is not easy to arrange them into a scenario ensuring a happy ending for all. Indeed, the history of collective phenomena teaches that these phenomena often give rise to new forms of power, violence, and injustice. We must therefore jettison the romantic and hyper-realistic view of collective phenomena and perceive them instead as composite forms of action to be explained in terms of different systems of social relations. Two questions can be asked concerning collective action, both legitimate but each radically different from the other. One concerns the meaning of action, the other concerns the results that will ensue from the action. These questions are often confused because the tendency still persists to study movements in terms of how they can change society. From the theoretical epistemological perspective that I propose, it is the question about the meaning of collective action that must be answered first, while the empirical unity of phenomena must be broken down in order to address the second question relative to their effects. The confusion of these two questions has often prevented analytical issues from being framed in an appropriate form. Collective action has been collapsed into its more radical political forms, thereby generating a mythology of movements that does not correspond to the manner in which they are actually constituted. Moreover, it has fostered a sort of abstract voluntarism among intellectuals, in their desire to identify with movement actors and to share their life conditions, while nevertheless enjoying a position of relative privilege in society. Intellectuals have often imagined that they can take the place of the actors themselves, ending up by transforming themselves into ideologues or pedagogues of collective action. Addressing collective action from an analytic perspective has immediate consequences for our understanding of contemporary phenomena. Since I was to some extent responsible for introducing the notion of new social movements into the sociological literature some 20 years ago, I have with alarm watched a fundamentally misconceived debate grow up around the concept. For the reasons set out above, so-called new social movements are never entirely new, they are always the outcome of a society's history, and in their empirical reality they are a highly heterogeneous mixture of diverse patterns and levels of action. By concentrating on the novelty, or otherwise, of recent collective phenomena, the debate has ignored the truly important question, namely, whether in contemporary societies there are relations and social structures that can no longer be explained within the framework of industrial capitalist society as defined by the classical models of sociology. Therefore, what theoretical tools, what concepts are available to us to explain this possible discontinuity, this possible non-reducibility of certain features of contemporary phenomena to the historical and analytical model of industrial capitalism? This is a question that I regard as theoretically and politically crucial, and that the debate on the new social movements has simply removed from the scene. The debate, in fact, has developed into a confrontation between the defenders and opponents of novelty as the substantive, quasi-metaphysical attribute of contemporary movements. My work of the last 20 years has explicitly addressed this theoretical challenge, seeking to identify the elements of contemporary collective action that require a conceptual framework other than that provided by industrial capitalism. On the one hand, contemporary societies founded on information produce increasing resources of autonomy for individual and collective actors. Complex systems can only work if the information produced circulates internally to them and if actors are able to receive this information, interpret it, and transmit it. On the other hand, complex systems require forms of power and control that ensure their integration, and this power must extend itself to the most intimate level at which the meaning of individual and collective action is formed. It is not enough to control manifest action, it is necessary to intervene in its motivational, cognitive, and affective roots, to manipulate the profound structure of the personality and perhaps even the biological structure itself. Complex systems based on information must therefore disseminate independence and create dynamic conditions that enable autonomous actors to function as the reliable terminals of information networks. But at the same time they must transfer control to the formation of the meaning of action itself. From this perspective, social conflicts mobilize actors who struggle to appropriate the possibility of giving meaning to their action, actors who seek to become the subjects of their own action and to produce autonomous meanings in relation to space and time, to life and death, to sexuality and reproduction. Confronting them are forms of power that grow increasingly neutralized within apparatuses, that impose their rationality and that force meaning to coincide with the technical scientific procedures that characterize them. The action of contemporary movements has begun to make these dimensions of domination visible and to bring the autonomy needs of individuals and groups to the fore. Conflicts, inequality, democracy. The conflicts just described are eminently relational, dynamic, and cultural because they invest the sphere of meaning formation, but they are nevertheless structural in character because they affect the forms of domination of a society based on information. The problem thus immediately arises of the relationship between these types of conflict and their empirical manifestations, which always come about in the context of concrete historical societies, that is, within a national state, a political system, a class structure, a specific cultural tradition. The problem becomes even more acute when we refer to developing societies, in which all these features are marked by economic dependence and by the weight of traditional power and inequality structures. Consequently, the question to address is the form that these conflicts assume when they become empirically visible within a concrete society, especially in societies like those of Latin America. There are two important aspects to consider when answering this question: first, the nature of the political system and of the state; second, the structure of inequalities and the mechanisms that produce and maintain poverty in the Latin American countries. As regards the first aspect, the question concerns the relationship that arises between the emerging forms of collective action and their political expression. In developing societies, the democratization process and the theme of citizenship occupy center stage. During the last 10 years, in fact, a process of autonomization of the political sphere has laboriously gotten underway. On the one hand, this process is no longer simply identified with the state; on the other, it has escaped the grasp of the oligarchic elites who use the state as the instrument through which they maintain their supremacy. It is therefore impossible, in Latin America today, to separate collective action from struggles for citizenship, for civil and democratic guarantees, for the attainment of forms of participation that translate into new rules and new rights. But it would be an error to collapse collective action into politics, because it is precisely toward the desacralization and limitation of politics that complex systems are moving. From the analytic perspective that I use, the political system is not coterminous with society, and the dimension of social relations is analytically broader than political relations. The latter concern the processes whereby rules and decisions are shaped by the competition and negotiation of interests. Neoliberalism, too, seemingly proposes an approach that tends to reduce the scope of political relationships and to desacralize politics, but in fact it continues to nurture the myth that social demands can be straightforwardly translated into decision-making through an allegedly open competition. This thus fosters an ever more procedural version of democracy, which serves to conceal new forms of domination and power. It is instead the non-transparency of political processes that the analysis of collective action reveals to us. Collective action makes conflicts visible, and it reminds us that politics is not solely representation, it is also power. It also reminds us that the transformation of social demands into new rules and new rights is an open-ended task of democracy, a never accomplished process. The transparent translation of social demands never occurs. A quota of conflict still persists in society to remind us of this shortfall. The distinction between systems of representation and decision-making on the one hand, and the forms of collective action irreducible to them on the other, is therefore one of the necessary conditions for contemporary complex systems to keep themselves open. The second point concerns the enormity of the inequality and poverty in Latin American societies. Class analysis is still able to interpret the mechanisms and structure of many of these inequalities, and collective action in these societies necessarily involves the mobilization of marginalized and excluded social groups. But in this case, too, we must accomplish a quantum leap in our capacity for analysis. In fact, the traditional structure of material inequalities, in Latin American societies as well, is part of a new inequality structure based on the unequal distribution of the resources possessed by an information society. This new inequality involves disparities in access to the means with which the meaning of action is defined, individual and collective identity constructed, and native culture safeguarded. Those who are excluded, therefore, are not only deprived of material resources but even more of their capacity to be subjects. Material deprivation combines with entirely subordinate inclusion in mass consumption, with the televisual religious manipulation of consciousness, with the imposition of lifestyles that destroy, once and for all, the roots of popular cultures. An important task for theory and research, therefore, is the analysis of this interweaving between old and new analysis, however, that requires that categorical leap without which one remains trapped in old schemes of thought. Poverty provides a good example of this interweaving. The intolerable poverty suffered by large swathes of the population in developing societies has generated waves of mobilization involving various categories of the poor, the landless, the inhabitants of the favelas, and so on. But the issue of poverty has mainly mobilized the urban middle classes, who have launched numerous organizations, campaigns, exemplary actions, and other efforts. Poverty has thus become an issue that concerns the definition of rights itself and the notions of humanity and of being human. It is an issue, therefore, that certainly concerns the material conditions of the excluded, but that also and simultaneously involves a typically post-material cultural and ethical question: what is meant by being human and who has the right to apply this definition? The matter becomes tragically important when one realizes that poverty is inevitably bound up with the defensive violence unleashed by developing societies against the threat raised by the excluded, against the street children of Brazil, against the natives in Chiapas, and countless others. Another example is provided by the emergence of the ethnic issue in Latin American societies via the mobilization of the native populations or of certain minorities, as in Chiapas and Colombia. In mobilizations that assert claims simultaneously involving ethnicity and land, there mix and merge the struggle against economic discrimination, political claims for territorial autonomy, and the symbolic appeal championing traditional language and culture. The ecological issue creates a bridge between these various dimensions because the appeal to native culture introduces the traditional values of knowledge of, and respect for, nature and contraposes them to modernizing technological innovation. Traditional culture thus also becomes the means to save bioecological systems from destruction. The dilemmas of a planetary society. These examples demonstrate the interweaving of meanings in contemporary conflicts. They show how difficult it is to imagine definitive solutions to these conflicts. We can hope to reduce the severity of problems by making them more manageable. We can act to enlarge the sphere of democratic participation and of rights. But the questions that confront the planetary system will inevitably resurface in different forms. The more society diversifies, the more conflicts become internal to the system and the more they involve the entire range of the social system. This means that conflicts tend increasingly to transform themselves into dilemmas, making manifest polarities in the system that cannot be eliminated because they define its very structure. The expectation that the society of the future would resolve the contradictions of present society was the great myth and the great hope of industrial society. A still not entirely socialized time and space fueled the project of capitalist industrial conquest or revolution. The planetary system has now reached its spatio-temporal limits. It internalizes its conflicts because it can no longer project them into a future time and an external space. Conflicts become dilemmas, therefore, and we can longer choose between nature and technology, for example, or between identity and difference. We must enable these polarities to coexist in permanent tension, but their coexistence is not linear and is constantly made manifest by social conflicts. The idea of a final stage in which society becomes transparent to itself has never been matched by the opaque and imbalanced reality of social relations, and it certainly cannot describe change in complex systems. Today, society can only measure itself against its conflicts, and politics becomes not the dream of making society transparent but the choice of which models of coexistence are able to reduce the amount of violence and inequality that social relationships necessarily produce. Democracy today consists of the question of how best to reduce inequality and violence within a form of communal living that does not cancel out conflicts but that must instead wait to see them reborn regardless of the political adjustments that the system is able to accomplish. The degree of democracy in a society is measured by its capacity to redefine institutions and rights, thereby gradually reducing the inequality and violence that society itself produces. Considering democratic arrangements as always revisable obviously does not prevent priorities and value criteria from being established as regards the goals pursued. For example, reducing injustice in strongly segmented societies may be a priority objective in terms of democracy, but it should not foster the illusion that the new system does not recreate forms of power and inequality. Conflicts and the movements that express them are the main channels of information about the new patterns of inequality and the new forms of power that society recreates. Instead of cultivating the illusory hope that democratic advances signify the elimination of power from society, we should ask ourselves what forms of power are more visible and therefore more negotiable than others. This is the problem of democracy in complex societies, and it is in these terms that the democratization process should be examined, if we do not wish merely to reproduce the shortcomings of liberal democracy. Movements perform an essential role vis-a-vis the political system in this process. If everything comes about internally to the political system, power is entirely self-legitimate and comes to coincide with its procedures. If there is some element that remains outside the political system so that conflicts become visible, power may be called into question and negotiated in new forms. It becomes possible to produce new rules, new criteria for inclusion, new rights, new forms of representation, and new decision-making processes that incorporate those dilemmas that society is able to handle. We must rid ourselves of the idea that dilemmas can be resolved once and for all, so that we can start working in earnest for a more livable society, one in which freedom and justice, peace and environmental sustainability, the coexistence of differences, are not totalizing ideals for a transparent future but the normative criteria that shape our action in the present. This ethical commitment, and a sharp awareness of the tensions and limitations of social action, are today vital conditions for a viable democratic society. Chapter 19. Where to? What next? Mary Louise Pratt. In Western Orthodox scholarly practice, theories are evaluated in terms of their capacity to generalize. This is often referred to as explanatory power, understood as the ability to explain a maximum range of cases with a minimum number of axioms. The momentum of theory, or rather of theorizing as an institutional and intellectual activity, then, tends toward reducing heterogeneity. There to an important degree lie its powers of disorientation and illumination. It follows that theories, once articulated, resist heterogeneity, only under pressure do they augment the categories and propositions they deploy. Someone must insist on the existence and importance of cases that the theory does not explain or that contradict it. The stability and mutability of theories depends in part on who has and hasn't access to being that someone. In keeping with these norms, Occidental social theory, in its orthodox varieties, has sought to build itself around a maximally uniform concept of the human subject and a concept of human collectivities that privileges homogeneity. Often, homogenization is achieved in social theory by locating relations of difference outside the domain of the social. In the politics, for instance, Aristotle homogenizes the terrain for his social theorizing by locating women, children, and slaves in a domestic sphere ruled by natural laws that dictate a priori the subordination of each of these groups to the husband, father, and master, respectively. These three categories in turn intersect in a single subject, the citizen. The citizen, the free adult male subject, becomes the normative subject of society, of social theory, and of a maximally homogeneous collectivity whose bonds are based on sameness. Sociobiology is used to reassert this configuration today. The gesture is only partially effective. The eminently social character of the excluded categories continuously asserts itself, in voices and actions of the naturalized non-citizens, in the efforts required to suppress and silence them, in contradictions and inconsistencies in the theory itself, and in the efforts required to suppress these. Aristotle, for instance, explicitly recognizes evidence contradicting his concept of natural slavery, the fact, for starters, that war prisoners who were citizens in one city-state could find themselves slaves in another. He simply chooses not to confront the issue. Point 1. The study of new social movements has involved important confrontations with the homogenizing habits of mind social theory has traditionally fostered. It has engaged the heterogeneity of Latin American social formations and of social political agency. Against the homogenizing momentum of theory, scholars studying these movements have been challenged to conceive social formations as constituted by, rather than in spite of, heterogeneity, and to reconceive social bonding as constituted by, rather than in spite of, difference. The shift has provoked both panic and exhilaration. The 1992 volume, to which the present collection is in some ways a sequel, included a brilliant essay by Fernando Calderón, Alejandro Piscitelli, and José Luis Reina that registered these responses. Point 2. When we review the enormous number of social movements throughout Latin America and the Caribbean today, they begin, the multiplicity of actors, themes, conflicts, and orientations is overwhelming. Beyond that, we are overwhelmed because the questions they raise have little to do with those we observed a quarter century ago. 19. The authors provide a catalogue of new cases to be accounted for, a list designed to provoke panic and exhilaration in the reader as well: Rastafarian movements, the Mothers of the Plaza de Mayo, oppositional women's movements, Sendero Luminoso, the Catarista indigenous movement in Bolivia, the industrial workers movement in Sao Paulo, ecology movements, neighborhood democratizing organizations, and more. For good measure, youth, rock, salsa, student, and ethno-cultural movements, as well as those of ruling classes and those by region, are added. How, the authors ask, can such movements be interpreted? A broad question that in the very same sentence is rephrased as, that is, are they regression or progress? 22. This abrupt reduction to a conventional political binary is revealing, mostly for its automatic, unconscious character. Binarism is the one form of heterogeneity that traditional theorizing tolerates. How often do attempts to analyze the crisscrossing of identities and lines of conflict and connection reduce to binarist discussions of men versus women, indigenes versus whites, rural versus urban, progressive versus reactionary, new versus old social movements, all of which in turn reduce to the binary self versus other, where the position of the self is occupied by the citizen subject, and his alter ego, the metropolitan theorist. These positionings are destabilized by this new set of essays on, the no longer new, Latin American social movements. These studies both enable and impose a significant decentering of intellectual perspective and political understanding. In contrast with the panic and exhilaration of the 1992 collection, the present volume, only partly a sequel, offers an often sobering reality check. Many of the articles adopt noticeably pragmatic, anti-idealist, anti-prescriptive perspectives. Neither utopianism nor dystopianism prevail, or even occur, it seems. This deflated rhetoric might appear to reflect political resignation or the depressed state of mind to which the metropolitan leftist intellectuals are certainly entitled these days. But it is likely that something else is also at stake, namely the attempt to reposition the metropolitan intellectual with respect to the field of the social and particularly with respect to its traditional hinterlands and peripheries. The concept of the cultural, I will suggest below, plays a strategic role in bringing about this repositioning. Let me elaborate. In what can sound like a rhetoric of disillusionment, Many writers in this volume willfully refuse to judge the movements they discuss by presumed standards of progressiveness or other political criteria that might be taken for granted by metropolitan intellectuals or their readers. The writers do assert judgments expressed by other actors in the situation under study, however. Diaz-Barriga, for instance, quotes what the colonas say about student activists and what the activists say about the colonas. Alvarez quotes delegates at Huero criticizing loss of militancy and co-optation by networking. Warren summarizes the Panmayans' view of the popular movement and the latter movement's criticisms of the Panmayanists. De Cunha quotes the debate between political and cultural agendas within the black movement but does not take sides herself. This withholding of judgment involves, it appears, a refusal of higher authority on the part of the academics, though not a refusal of authority per se. What is important and revealing, it is suggested, is not what metropolitan intellectuals think about a situation or how they might resolve a debate, but what the actors in the situation think and how they resolve debates. An effort is made to shift the center of gravity of knowledge, understanding, and judgment to the participants. Bayle makes the shift explicit when he rejects both programs and analyses that prescribe the integration of subaltern groups into processes specified or set in motion by others. The participants themselves, he argues, must generate the process and define its meaning. Many of the essays are concertedly pragmatic and anti-idealist in tone. Alvarez and Schild incisively discuss the limits of NGOs, once seen as the basis for a new civil society. Diaz-Barriga underscores that the movements he studies are driven by what they define pragmatically as necessidades. Nearly all the writers seek to be realistic, that is, anti-idealistic about the potential of grassroots movements to produce radical or large-scale change, or to win in open confrontations with market imperatives or with the state. Expectations, and even hopes, of large-scale or systemic change are willfully withheld. Utopianism and revolutionary rhetoric are completely offstage. Here again one senses an effort to vacate a side of metropolitan intellectual authority, the side from which the intellectual finds in the actions of others the realization of his own dreams. These essays refuse to interpret movements on the periphery as signifiers whose signified rests in the metropolis. The pragmatism and anti-idealism the academics express here reproduces, as it reports on, that of the social movements themselves. The characteristics of realism, anti-utopianism, anti-idealism, and anti-prescriptivism derive in part from the author's commitments to analyses that are resolutely local, or better, localized. In contrast with widely felt imperatives to describe globalization in global terms, the essays in this collection insist on the need to localize critiques of capitalism and calls for redress. The current phase of capitalist expansion, and its political consequences, are being lived out in vastly different ways by people in different places and situations. The advent of maquila labor, for instance, will be lived out differently by young women integrated into the wage labor force, and possibly freed from restricted possibilities back home, by the parents and siblings they leave behind, by the older women whom they displace from their jobs, by the businesses who benefit from their increased consumer power, by the men who sexually exploit them, by the companies who profit from their cheap labor, and so on. Movements to redress injustices and inequities must, so the argument goes, be generated from particular conditions, experiences, and situations that develop particular forms and possibilities of agency. If there is a big picture, and there most certainly is in these essays, the Metropolitan Academy is only one among many positions from which it may be viewed and reflected upon. The commitment to localism explains, perhaps, why so many of the essays seem to presuppose the goals of working for small changes and the impossibility of confronting the system in any wholesale way. This is overwhelmingly the way the system is lived. Only local circumstances provide reference for terms like equality, exploitation, empowerment, and democracy. This is not to say that radical thought or utopian imaginings are impossible. But the intellectuals here refuse to read them into the situation. Some readers will be critical of this abdication, others will see it as reflecting a stage in the process of intellectual repositioning that these chapters have undertaken. While all the writers here work from positions of solidarity with the movements they study, the chapters register clear differences between outsider intellectuals who are studying social formations other than their own and insider intellectuals who are studying societies and movements of which they see themselves as members. The Brazilian intellectual activists writing on developments in Porto Alegre, such as Sergio Bael, and the Colombians writing on the Pacific coastal movements there, Libia Grusso and Carlos Rosero, claim a stronger form of intellectual authority than the outsiders. These essays do express optimism and the hope of developing a template that could be deployed elsewhere. The Colombian activists are aware of being part of the larger ethnic movements that developed especially around the Columbus quincentennial and, in Colombia, in relation to the new constitution. The Porto Alegre case is the lone instance in the book in which the movement under study belongs to a political party, the PT, or Workers' Party. The writers of these essays clearly believe that the Porto Alegre experience constitutes an important experiment in participatory democratic citizenship. Here elections are not that which produce democracy, but that which, if the right party wins, create conditions under which democracy may be pursued. Otherwise, in this volume, party politics remain part of the problem, not the solution. I spoke above about the effort to reposition the intellectual that is evidenced in this book. To grasp the importance of this process, it is necessary to comprehend one of the more curious, if overdetermined, characteristics of academic theorizing. It tends unconsciously to reproduce the structure of power that holds in the situation being theorized, even when the goal is a critique of that structure. Theorizing and social analysis are commonly, and unconsciously, done from the point of view of the party in authority in the situation being studied, even when the project is a critique of that authority. As Catherine MacKinnon so deftly argues in Toward a Feminist Theory of the State, society has been theorized from the point of view of those it privileges. 3. The theorist unconsciously adopts the point of view of the empowered citizen. Intellectual authority produces itself by cloning that empowerment. Many of the writers in this volume seek to undo this unconscious identification and the metropolitan-centered higher authority it underwrites. Key to this repositioning is the strategic use of the category of the cultural. This is the new element this book consciously attempts to introduce into the study of social movements. The question, what can cultural analysis tell us about social movements, can be rephrased as, what does the category of the cultural enable us to reflect on? The most immediate answer is democracy. Nothing could be more important than the call, in this volume's introduction, for expanding and deepening the idea of democracy, at a moment when neoliberal discourse has forcibly emptied it of meaning, until the mere presence of elections remains its lone defining characteristic. Building democracies and ending inequality are ultimately what is at stake for the writers in this book. For Warren, Grusso, Rosero, and Escobar, and others, the category of the cultural enables the analyst to reconceptualize material needs and conditions. These have commonly been treated as transparent universals, governed like Aristotle's women by natural laws rather than constituted by culturally and historically shaped interactions between human communities and the material world. For Cunha, Rubin, and others, the cultural enables the analyst to localize and relativize political agendas by seeing them as embedded in political cultures. Oppositional movements, so the argument goes, work against dominant power structures, but they work within political cultures shared with the dominant power structures. This perspective raises the possibility of intervening not only in the dominant power structures but in the shared political culture that underwrites both dominant and oppositional movements. The insights of feminism have been, and remain, crucial to revealing the cultural dimensions of the political. The category of the cultural also enables analysts to take the everyday as a point of departure for analyzing and evaluating social movements. The everyday becomes not the contingent and incidental, but that which is at stake for those living out the circumstances that have given rise to the movement. In related fashion, the category of the cultural enables the analyst to reflect on the domain of the experiential, often seen as the essential other to theory. Categories like belonging and structure of possibilities, SCILD, identify experiential parameters that operate with tremendous force in shaping human desire and agency. Finally, the cultural enables analysts to talk about consciousness, that imponderable black box that tends to show up in political theory as the variable that will somehow change on its own after the election, the revolution, or the coup d'état has taken place. In this book, patterns of consciousness can be reflected on as part of political culture, as key, for instance, in making violent and unequal orders meaningful to people, in securing their resignation or compliance, and in defending alternative and resistant ways of being. Warren and Grosso, Rosero and Escobar, for instance, discuss movements working with non-Western cosmologies and epistemologies. The category of the cultural also enables the authors to reflect on neoliberalism as a cultural and not just as an economic and political intervention. The essays only hint at the challenge of understanding how, for instance, neoliberalism creates categories of belonging, structures of possibility, forms of agency, how it seeks to reorganize the everyday, how it generates needs and conditions for fulfilling them, or not, how it creates meaningful political agendas that redefine citizenship and legitimate inequality. These dimensions are crucial to understanding the potency of the neoliberal paradigm and also to identifying its weaknesses and fissures. As the editors observe in the introduction, neoliberalism is not a coherent, homogeneous, or totalizing project. Do crises of agency result when the imposition of consumerism creates new desires and meanings, while economies are structurally adjusted so that only small minorities can actually act on those desires and meanings? If not, why not? I began these remarks with a reflection on the homogenizing momentum of orthodox theorizing. Theory, I suggested, resists heterogeneity and multiplies its terms and categories only if someone with access to the process insists on the need to do so. What one might call the heterogenization of the social as an object of study is a direct result of the diversification of access to the academy itself, a process to which this volume bears witness. Here again, point of view is important. From the normative, homogenizing point of view of the citizen theorist, the imperative to recognize heterogeneity has the effect of fragmenting the social field the way the new social movements were seen as fragmenting the binarist field of conventional political thought. From this position, the process is often seen as one of disintegration and loss of cohesion. But from the point of view of the excluded or invisible groups, the non-citizens now claiming belonging, the process is likely to be seen as the exact opposite, as one of inclusion and integration. The picture diversifies because the others are now in it. Indeed, for the non-citizens, fragmentation and disintegration better describe what existed before, when the categories of the social or the political were homogeneously defined through structures of exclusion and willful ignorance. When women lack legal rights, or when indigenous people lack access to schools, or when rural and urban worlds occupy distinct galaxies, or when the media only speak Spanish and you only speak Quechua, or when the price of belonging is ethnic, linguistic, or sexual suicide, this is fragmentation and incoherence. These simultaneous integrations and disintegrations pose important intellectual challenges, which this book reflects both in its engagements with the local, the cultural, the issue of citizenship, and its reticences, from theorizing, from self-reflection, from utopianism and revolutionism, from the critique of capitalism. I do not believe this collection of essays sees itself as a stopping-off place. The authors prepare the terrain for necessary reflections on the agency of scholars and intellectuals, their possible roles in struggles against inequality in whose outcomes they too have a stake, the effects of the production and distribution of academic knowledge, the place of speculative inquiry, the necessity of theorizing locally and prospectively, and the need for epistemological mediators and methods of mediation. This collection is a signpost on a route toward a critical cultural practice, and a constructive reworking of the role of intellectuals in struggles against inequality. About the editors and contributors. Sonia E. Alvarez is Associate Professor of Politics at the University of California at Santa Cruz. She is the author of Engendering Democracy in Brazil, Women's Movements in Transition Politics, Princeton University Press, 1990, and co-editor with Arturo Escobar of The Making of Social Movements in Latin America, Identity, Strategy, and Democracy, Westview Press, 1992. Her writings on feminist movements and democratization have appeared in Signs, Feminist Studies, Revista Estudos Feministas, Debate Feminista, and several edited collections. Alvarez's current research centers on challenges to democratic theory and practice posed by the configuration of social movements and national and transnational civil society in Latin America. Sergio Gregorio Bael is a member of the board of directors of CIDAD, Centro de Asesoría y Estudos Urbanos, a Porto Alegre-based NGO that advises popular movement organizations. He received an MA in Political Science from the State University of Campinas, Unicamp, in São Paulo in 1992, and is currently employed by the Banco Central do Brasil. Evelina Dagnino holds a PhD in Political Science from Stanford University. She teaches at the State University of Campinas in São Paulo, where she helped create the Culture and Politics doctoral program. She has been visiting professor at Yale University, edited Os Anos 90, Política e Sociedade no Brasil, 1994, and has published several articles on the relationships between culture and politics, social movements, democracy, and citizenship. Miguel Diaz-Barriga is Associate Professor of Anthropology at Swarthmore College. He holds a PhD in Anthropology from Stanford University. His writings on land tenure conflicts, popular culture, the press, and grassroots organizing in Mexico City have appeared in American Ethnologist, Estudios Mexicanos/Mexican Studies, Alteridades, and other journals. He is currently working on a monograph on the history of urban movements in the Ajusco region of Mexico City and on an edited volume on Central American critiques of neoliberalism. Arturo Escobar is Associate Professor of Anthropology at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. He is the author of Encountering Development, The Making and Unmaking of the Third World, Princeton University Press, 1995, and co-editor, with Sonia Alvarez, of The Making of Social Movements in Latin America, Identity, Strategy, and Democracy, Westview Press, 1992, and, with Alvaro Pedrosa, of Pacifico, Desarrollo o Diversidad. Estado, Capital, y Movimientos Sociales en el Pacífico Colombiano, 1996. His interests include political ecology and the anthropology of development, social movements, and technoscience. He has been working in the Pacific Coast region of Colombia since the early 1990s, including more than a year of fieldwork. Jean Franco is Professor Emerita of Columbia University, where she held a chair from 1982 to 1994. She holds a doctorate from the University of London, 1964, and has held professorships at the University of Essex, 1968 to 1972, Stanford University, 1972 to 1982, and Columbia. She was president of the Latin American Studies Association from 1989 to 1991 and has served on committees for the Guggenheim, Rockefeller, and Social Science Foundations. Her books include Plotting Women, Gender and Representation in Mexico, 1989, Cruzando Fronteras, Marcando Diferencias, 1996, Cesar Vallejo, The Dialectics of Poetry and Silence, Introduction to Spanish-American Literature, and the Modern Culture of Latin America. She co-edited with Juan Flores and George Udique on Edge, The Crisis of Contemporary Latin American Culture, 1992, and is now one of the editors of the Minnesota Press series on cultural studies in Latin America. She is working on a book on the effects of globalization, tentatively entitled Border Patrol. Olivia Maria Gomez de Cunha is a PhD candidate in social anthropology at the Museo Nacional/Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Libia Grosso is a member of the Process of Black Communities, or PCN, a network of Black community organizations from the Pacific Coast region of Colombia, a member of the PCN's environmental technical team, and a longtime cultural and political activist in the Valle del Cauca Pacific region. She is a social worker with a master's degree in political science and has worked as regional coordinator of the Project for Biodiversity Conservation in Colombia's Pacific Coast region. Elizabeth Jelen is a sociologist and senior researcher at the Instituto de Investigaciones Sociales Gino Germany, the University of Buenos Aires, and at CONICET, Consejo Nacional de Investigaciones Científicas y Técnicas. She has published extensively on social movements, citizenship, gender politics, and democratization, among many other topics. Her recent publications include Vida Cotidiana y Control Institucional en la Argentina de los 90, Nuevo Hacer, 1996, and Constructing Democracy, Human Rights, Citizenship, and Society in Latin America, with Eric Hirschberg, Westview Press, 1996. Paulo J. Krishka received his Ph.D. in political science from York University in 1983. He is currently visiting professor of political science at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, senior researcher for the National Council of Research and Development, CNPq, Brasilia, and director of the Center for the Study of Democracy in Florianópolis, Santa Catarina. He is the author and editor of several books, including O Contrato Social, Andemihoji, Cortez, 1993. Gustavo Lins Ribeiro is Associate Professor of Anthropology at the Federal University of Brasilia. He is also a visiting professor at the Graduate Program in Anthropology at the National University of Misiones, Argentina, and visiting scholar, 1996 to 1998, at the Institute for Global Studies in Culture, Power, and History at the Johns Hopkins University. He holds a Ph.D. in anthropology from the City University of New York, 1988. His doctoral dissertation on transnational migratory flows, the articulation of transnational capital, and the economic and political agents within and around the construction of the Yacyretá hydroelectric high dam, Argentina/Paraguay, won the 1989 prize of the Brazilian Association of Graduate Programs in the Social Sciences and was published in Brazil, the United States, and Argentina. He has published several articles on development, environmentalism, and modernity in different periodicals in Latin America, the United States, and India. Alberto Melucci holds doctoral degrees in sociology and clinical psychology. He is professor of cultural sociology at the University of Milan and professor of clinical psychology at the Postgraduate School of Clinical Psychology. He has extensively taught in Europe, the United States, and Latin America. He is the author of more than 15 books, the most recent in English including The Playing Self, Person and Meaning in the Planetary Society, 1996, Challenging Codes, Collective Action in the Information Age, 1996, and Nomads of the Present, Social Movements and Individual Needs in Contemporary Society, 1989. Maria Celia Pauli is Professor of Sociology at the University of São Paulo and Senior Researcher at the Núcleo de Estudos dos Direitos de Cidadania. She has published extensively on Brazilian working class history and social movements. Mary Louise Pratt teaches in the departments of Spanish and Portuguese and Comparative Literature at Stanford University. She works in areas of Latin American literature and culture, theory, and culture and imperialism. She is author of Imperialize, Travel Writing and Transculturation, 1992, co-author of Women, Culture, and Politics in Latin America, 1990, and co-editor of The Committed Critic, Essays on Politics and Culture, with Jean Franco, forthcoming, 1997. She is currently completing a book on the history of Latin American women writers and intellectuals titled Género y Ciudadanía, Las Mujeres en Diálogo con la Nación. Carlos Rosero is member of the Colombian National Coordinating Committee of the Process of Black Communities, or PCN. He has worked as an ethnocultural activist for many years, particularly in the Valle del Cauca Pacific region of Colombia. An anthropologist from the National University of Colombia in Bogotá, he was the Black community's candidate to the National Constituent Assembly in 1991. Jeffrey Rubin has taught at Amherst College and Yale University. In 1997 he was a Rockefeller Fellow in the program in Culture and Politics at the State University of Campinas, São Paulo. His research interests include social movements, popular culture, and democratization in Mexico and Brazil. He has written articles on grassroots radicalism in Yucatán, Mexico, retheorizing the Mexican regime, and everyday forms of resistance. His book Disentering the Regime, History, Culture, and Radical Politics in Yucatán, Mexico is forthcoming from Duke University Press. Veronica Schild is Assistant Professor of Political Science at the University of Western Ontario. Born in Chile, she studied in the United States and Canada, obtaining a PhD in Political Science from the University of Toronto. She has published on the Chilean women's movement in a time of political transition as well as on the problematic treatment of civil society in democratization debates, and is presently working on a book on women and neoliberal state formation in Chile. David Slater is Professor of Social and Political Geography at Loughborough University, England. Previously he was attached to the Inter-University Center for Latin American Research and Documentation in Amsterdam. He is author of Territory and State Power in Latin America, St. Martin's Press and Macmillan, 1989, and editor of 2 special issues of Latin American Perspectives on Social Movements and Political Change in Latin America, published by Sage, 1994. Currently he is working on the geopolitics of power and North-South relations. Verida Silva Teles is Professor of Sociology at the University of São Paulo and Senior Researcher at the Núcleo de Estudos dos Direitos de Cidadania. She has published extensively on urban poverty and local government in Brazil. K.B. Warren is Chair and Professor of Anthropology at Princeton University. Her current research focuses on public intellectuals, social movements, ethnic nationalism, and documentary films made for TV. She has authored The Symbolism of Subordination, co-authored Women of the Andes, and edited The Violence Within. Her new book deals with Mayan resurgence and public intellectuals in Guatemala. Professor Warren has received recent awards from the Guggenheim Foundation, the Institute for Advanced Study, the Wenner-Gren Foundation, and the MacArthur Foundation. George Udike is Professor of American Studies and Spanish and Portuguese at New York University. He is the author of the forthcoming We Are Not the World, Identity and Representation in an Age of Global Restructuring, Duke University Press, co-editor with Jean Franco and Juan Flores of On Edge, The Crisis of Contemporary Latin American Culture, and author of numerous essays on U.S. and Latin American culture and intellectual discourse. He is director of the Inter-American Cultural Studies Network.